Today is Thursday, October 12th, 2023. We are here for our retreat. I'm calling this meeting to order and giving you notice that members of the City Council at this retreat, we may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion and consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call? Mayor Daggett? Here. Vice Mayor Emerson?
Here.
Councilmember Harris?
Here.
Councilmember House?
I'm here.
Councilmember Matthews?
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Here.
Councilmember Sweet? Here. Great. So Councilmember Harris, would you lead us? I'm sorry. Would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I haven't heard either one. Try my hands.
And Councilmember Sweet.
The mission of the city of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. And thank you, staff, for all the work that you put into preparing this agenda and our materials. And I'm excited to get into it.
Great. Can I take it away, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning. Morning.
Welcome to yet another retreat. For those who have not been at these retreats, we try to do these 4 or 5 times a year. Most of them are about budget. But typically in September and October, we usually structure a retreat that is not all about budget. And this is one of those. So we have a nice sampling of topics today. We'll be jumping back and forth on various items today. So looking forward to the discussion. It's all important. And just a reminder, these retreats, we don't have a lot of formality to these. We like to keep them a little bit informal. And we do have a facilitator, and I'll introduce her in just a moment. But, that informality means if you have a comment or a question, maybe just raise your hand and we'll try to address those on the fly. It's not exactly like the council meetings where, we have to come up to the podium and that sort of thing. That said, we do have microphones in the center of the U-shaped arrangement up here. And CJ, these are still it in terms of audio, correct? We don't have microphones elsewhere in the room. Okay, not yet. Not yet. Because of that, we do ask, because this will be recorded, that if you are in the back of the room, that if you'd like to speak, find your way somewhere up in proximity to the microphones. They'll pick you up here, but not in the back. Of course, for those at the table, we will be able to hear you, no problem. Thank you for that. We have some food and beverage in the back, restrooms out near the lobby there. I want to thank Rebecca and all who helped put this venue together for this retreat. Yeah, please pass on our thanks and safety. As always, thank you to you and your team for helping to orchestrate this. And also take note of the flags that we now have. What a great addition to the room. So always a new thing, it seems like, when we come to the Aquaplex. Something new, but really getting dialed in, and we appreciate that. It's nice to get away from City Hall every now and then and find ourselves in a venue such as this. Sometimes we're at the Public Works venue, wonderful venues to retreat in. I would like to make an introduction with a new member of the Lancaster leadership team. And I'm making this introduction a little bit from a script here, and I'm doing it without reading glasses. So Judy, you're likely to have some new credentials and titles before I'm done with this thing, but I will give it my best. Judy Tincher is a certified coach, facilitator, organizational strategist, and transformational enthusiast. I love that. She excels at helping clients tune into their leadership style and take practical and applicable action. She combines the science of habits, positive intelligence, leadership, and development and coaching for a unique approach to transformational leadership. She is a credentialed teacher and has served hundreds of volunteers, nonprofit leaders, and government partners throughout Arizona, having affiliation with the Arizona Conservation Corps. We were just swapping stories with some background I had back in Colorado with the Conservation Corps movement. She is very credentialed in that regard and has a lot of involvement there here in Arizona and throughout the Southwest, including the development of the conservation legacy, which you were sharing with me. That's very exciting. Let's see, accompanying her nonprofit and government leadership spanning 15 years, she's a certified EMT, and that's wonderful. In addition to all of this, the exciting stuff that I'd like to point out, she is a ski patroller. And we were sharing some stories there, and you get around quite a bit with that ski patrolling, I'm sure. Also a mountain bike skills coach, and currently enrolled in a coaching mastery program specializing in, I'm going to get this wrong, neuro-linguistic programming and neuroplasticity for mindset and performance excellence. Did I get that right?
You got that.
That's a mouthful.
Yes, yes.
We are fortunate to have Judy with us today, and looking forward for the rich exchange and dialogue that will follow. And she comes here quite credentialed with many skills, and I'm going to turn it over to her. Can we give her a great morning applause?
Good morning. All right, I feel like you guys know me pretty well. And if you picked up something, I like to stay busy. I'm here and I'm there, and I want to offer that to you today in this council retreat. First thing I want to do is look at some notes from last year. So council, I'd like to invite you to review these briefly, silently, and think which of these from that last retreat is showing up for me the most? How am I doing with these personally? Feel free to call it out, something that is showing up for you from that last retreat that you're holding on to. Councilmember McCarthy?
Humility.
Humility.
I think one thing I think of is when I'm up at the dais, it's like, I used to be out there in the audience, up at the podium. So I never think that I'm any better than I was before, the same person.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. One more, and then we're going to start moving around a little bit.
You may have somebody online.
Oh, yes, hands up. Councilmember House.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll mirror Councilmember Matthews just put in the chat lava, and that was going to be mine as well. I think just that process of listening, acknowledging, validating, and especially the asking questions. I am a big question asker. I used to have a allotment of questions assigned to me as a child, like I could only ask 5 a day, but it's so important to really get those questions asked and understand where people are really coming from. And I've really been trying to put that into practice.
Excellent. Thank you for bringing up Lava, Councilmember House. We are going to look at that one again today. So hopefully you brought it right to the top of our minds and we'll be able to have that fresh. Right. I want to invite the council members to move because we don't have much time in this first engagement activity, but I want to invite you to stand up and get into pairs. And I know we're an odd number, so would any other participant or would anyone else be willing to
Is
participate?
this for dancing or what?
We're not going to dance, but you guys can get up in pairs right across that back row. What's that? Oh, maybe Greg should do it. Okay, oh, excellent. I know Greg loves the Lancaster leadership engagement activities. So we're going to put you pair up, and the instructions are thorough, but I'm going to invite person A to face the screen. So choose who's person A. And person B, your job is to get some note paper or scrap paper. Your job is going to be to implement a task. So person B, you are not going to look at the screen. So go ahead and get back to back. Person A is facing the screen. Person B cannot see the screen. Good. Right now the screen says clear expectations, and we're going to try something out. So person A, who's person A? You're looking at the screen? All right. Person A, imagine you're the supervisor and your job is to get person B to perfectly replicate what's on the next screen. It'll have 1 minute. Go.
You do this verbally?
Yes, yep.
Person C is talking about this a while ago. They draw
All right, the clock is ticking. We want to get a good replica of what's up on the screen.
We nailed it, man.
Okay, we've got, all right. We'll take another couple seconds here, put those finishing touches on. Person A, go ahead and tell them what you got. No looking at theirs. All right, stop. Person B, show the picture to person A. Person A, the supervisor, how did your person B do? Did they nailed it? All right, let's have a look at Councilmember McCarthy's.
Okay, I see, 2 leaves instead of 1.
She didn't tell me.
2 leaves instead of 1. How about,
Okay, we didn't get to drawing.
Yeah.
So, what'd you learn? Person A about giving instructions.
Should have mentioned that it's a drawing and not text.
Okay, it's a drawing and not text. So, excellent. Councilmember Aslan, giving instructions. What did you learn? How did Mayor Daggett pick tools?
Well, I learned that we come from a shared set of experiences where the context of my statement meant something to her.
I heard you say one of these a day. Okay, so you guys had that shared experience.
And she didn't draw Prozac. So.
Okay. Excellent. All right, let's switch it up. Person B, you're going to now be the supervisor and giving instructions to the other person. So, yeah, you'll need a piece of paper. All right, here we go. Using what you've learned, try it out. All right, the countdown is on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's have person A look, or let's share the replicas. and see how you did. Okay, Councilmember Harris, Greg did pretty good. Did I have to look? And that is pretty good. That looks like a deer. Nice. So how did your second attempt go? Was it better, worse, or the same?
Much better.
You're Bigfoot. All right, Councilmember Eklund, you can turn back around and have a look at what's up on the screen.
I was drawing a bear very poorly,
Oh, yeah.
A bear?
but that was my second thought.
Okay, this was your second thought. So you're getting there. I invite you back to your seats and let's just look at how clear expectations of what's going on can factor in. Did anyone say draw an apple? I didn't hear that, but I did. You were close with it. One a day keeps the doctor away.
It seems like people thought there were rules that you didn't give us. We
Oh,
could have said, draw an apple with one leaf,
yes.
but she was like hitting.
It seems like there were rules that I didn't give you. So getting a hold of the rules can certainly be helpful. We're about to move on to the next presentation, but I want to set you up with this. And as you're reflecting of what went into clear expectations with this little game, you're probably thinking some of what I've put up on the PowerPoint presentation. And you can definitely use these if we come back to this later in the day for a third replica. Wasn't part of my game plan, but if it was a big hit, we could consider that.
That first one was my wife all the time.
Hopefully helps your marriage. It's not all their fault.
Wait, do you do it the good way or the bad way?
Yeah, I constantly hold her accountable for
Oh,
not knowing what they think she should know.
let me just, I see you're reading. Let me zip down to the last one as this final thought. How does this listener audience learn best? And so finding out what your person B or the person who can't see the screen needs can certainly help get a good result. Thank you. With that, I want to invite Erin Young and the Santa crew up to talk wastewater rates. Water, wastewater, and water, clean water. Water. Wow. Clean water, wastewater rates. That's right.
Water is water.
Keep it on the time. Thank you, Judy. Yeah, we're here to talk rates. It's our first deep dive into what is kind of a 9-month process. So we're trying to do this thoughtfully and provide enough time to think and ask questions and for us to come back with meaningful information so you can make an informed decision on water, wastewater, reclaimed water rate discussion. So with us, we have Stantec. And we're so glad you can make it in person. We have Andy Burnham, we have Tim Hancock, and they're going to take it away for this entire 90 minutes that we have. So, did I miss anything in an intro?
So that's fantastic. That's the exercise we just went through. This is probably easy by comparison. I think you relax. Yeah. You have to draw anything, I promise.
I'm thinking about a water truck.
Well, maybe we can just take a moment while Stacy gets the PowerPoint live and back to clear expectations. If do you want to take a moment, or do you want to dive in before the PowerPoint's up? Yeah, I guess thinking of clear expectations, our expectation today is to hear your questions, and we'll come back at that joint Water Commission City Council meeting on the 23rd, where we hope to have direction from you on kind of one financial plan for each of the 3 funds. And I think that'll make more sense once Andy shares the intro to his presentation. So yeah, I think we're good to go.
Ready?
Right. Well, as Judy indicated too, I think, one of the frameworks for expectations and communications as we go through this, we'll have, opportunities for logical breakpoints for discussion, and we want to make sure we clarify things, provide information you're looking for, but also maybe get some direction where appropriate in certain instances. But along the way, if there's questions about information, you see something that you want to understand better, please feel free to interrupt me. I don't have a prepared script that you're going to throw me off. I'm pretty good at that. So I wanted to go through just kind of a couple foundational elements for the rate study that feed into where we are today, and have some discussions about some of the things that we're seeing, particularly about just the adequacy of the revenue streams of those three services: water, wastewater, treatment water, to meet the needs that have been identified for those services, both operating as well as capital. And then talk through some options, put in some benchmarking, and put some context around what these things may look like in terms of customer impacts. And then we want to set up a conversation about next steps, because by all means, this is, we're still early in the process, relatively speaking. We're going to have some continued communications and updates relative to progress on the study. We want to help you understand what those are and what to expect as we go forward through that, as well as the public outreach and engagement component of this in terms of involving your stakeholders. And so Tim's going to talk quite a bit about that as we get through kind of the initial analysis of what we have so far. So from the study perspective, we've shared this slide a couple of times about the fundamental steps and scopes of the rate study. And really what we're focused on today is that test two, looking at the financial plans, taking a look at what we're seeing with the status quo, and then looking at some alternative options for you to consider and provide direction upon relative to each of these three services. And later conversations, we're then going to talk about how from these identified financial plans, we take the revenue requirements that are identified and how they should be proportionally and fairly allocated to different customers as part of a cost of service and rate design analysis. So those will be future conversations. So today, we're really focused on kind of those financial questions of how much money do we need to cover the cost for each of these different services. And really, this comes back to really strategy number two from prior conversations, from involving stakeholders through past discussions about what should be contemplated and included in this rate study. So today, we're really focused on that strategy item number two, developing a long-range financial plan, making sure we have reasonably conservative assumptions. We're optimizing the financial mechanisms we have to pay for the items in our plans. That's really what we're going to be focused on today. As we come back and talk about cost of service allocations, rate structure, that's really going to get into some of these other strategies in terms of ways that we allocate cost, have fair, equitable, defensible rates, and then also how we can maybe incorporate some of our objectives into the pricing structure in terms of enhancing conservation awareness, promoting affordability, those sorts of things. So for today, what we've done is really identified three scenarios to show you, in addition to an evaluation of just the status quo. And so these three scenarios, we did for each of the different services. So you'll see the same scenarios, just with different number of results for each of the enterprise ones. So the first one is looking at what we've called a Consumer Price Index, or CPI scenario, where if you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they track about 200 different goods and services, but one of those things is actually water and sewage costs. And so that particular index has gone up on average at about 5% per year if you look back over a 20 and 30-year time period. And even recently, it supports that level. So what we've done is looked at a plan that says, well, what if we indexed our rates by that CPI adjustment going forward, starting in fiscal 25? So this wouldn't happen until next September, just to say, what would that look like in terms of annual inflationary indexing, just to keep up with anticipated increases in costs going forward for operations and capital, and to make sure that we met our targets in terms of fund balances, as well as funding of infrastructure and making sure we're within some of our financial policies. The second option is what we've kind of termed a smooth catch-up, and it really recognizes the fact that the last rate adjustments that you had for these utilities was actually, I think, in January of 2020. So we've had a few years where we haven't made any adjustments, and we've seen a significant amount of cost inflation that's been occurring since that time period. And so as opposed to trying to catch up to that all at once, this option looks at what that amount of inflation has been over that time period, and spreads that out over a 5-year period, and returns to inflationary indexing adjustments in this scenario. Again, all the while trying to identify and make sure that we meet our reserve fund balance targets, cover operations budgets, but maximize the amount of capital that we can fund under either of those two scenarios. And the third scenario says, well, what does it take to fund the needs that our staff has identified for our approved capital program, additional programs needs from our master plans for capital investment, as well as other unfunded projects? What would it take to fund all of those needs? So we try to give you a range of options and spectrums to understand what the impacts are in terms of decision alternatives you have for capital spending and rates to help facilitate moving forward to the next steps of the rate study. So behind each of these scenarios are common assumptions and adjustments. So for all the systems except for reclaimed water, we've assumed a 1% growth factor, which is consistent with your growth rates over the past several years. It's been well documented. We've assumed the same reserve targets equal to 90 days of operations and maintenance expenses. We've wanted to make sure that we have a good ratio of our annual net income, so our revenues minus operating expenses. That net income to debt service needs to be at least 1.2, ideally 1.25 times our outstanding debt service expenses for the outstanding debt. For the operating expenses, we started with a balanced O&M budget, but then we've adjusted it to reflect how you typically spend versus those budgets based on past performance, but then also make sure to factor in carry forwards, one-time adjustments, and future inflation as part of forecasting those expenses going forward, as well as including operating capital for things like pump replacements, fleet replacements, those other things that you really need to factor in terms of an ongoing operational program for your utilities. We've included cost escalation factors, 3.5% for most items, except for some of those that have been elevated at higher rates of increase, not just lately, but historically. Chemicals, utilities, maintenance expenses, those are forecast at a 6% increase on top of the 24 budget going forward. For the CIP, we've actually escalated that based upon the average cost increase that we've seen from the engineering news record construction cost index. So we've tried to account for future inflation on the capital costs that we have. This is for all scenarios. For each of the funds, we've looked at a variety of funding sources, rate revenues that we have today, any available fund balances, any revenue from other fees and charges like capacity fees, looked at grants that have been identified, looked at debt financing for certain projects that are more significant dollars, have a longer useful life, that are recurring annual things that we need to spend on. So we try to apply very optimized funding sources to all of these funds as well. Grant funding, you can see for the project list that we have, and this is in the supporting packet. There's CIP sheets for each of the funds that show the capital that I'll go into, and you'll see there's a section that shows the grant funding projects that we have identified. So we've got about $26 million for water and about $3 million for reclaimed water for grant funding projects.
Can I stop you there?
Yes.
The grant funding, is that just a hopeful, or do we have grants identified that we can apply for?
So I think it's kind of a combination. I think certain projects we have identified that are likely to receive grants based on the nature of the programs. But again, they're not necessarily, in some cases, a sure thing, like the reclaimed water, the outfall project. That's a project that if we get the grant, we'll do it. But if we don't get the grant, we may not necessarily move forward with the project. So it's kind of a combination. So I'm happy to let Shannon or Aaron elaborate on that further, but it's kind of a mixed bag, I would say. And there are a couple major projects that we have not factored into the forecast for the water side. We didn't put in future Red Gap Ranch costs associated with the water supply from Red Gap Ranch. And also for wastewater, we have not factored in the Wildcat Hill treatment plant design and expansion. These are very major projects. And so those are not in the baseline scenarios that we're looking at. Sure. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I can see that.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just curious, in the past, how much of our capital improvements has been funded by grants and how much by revenue?
I don't have that info off the top of my head. I'm not sure, Aaron or Rick, if you have that available or if maybe get that or an estimate of it during the discussion. I don't think it's necessarily a high percentage of the project.
It's not a percentage, at least over the last 10 years, it has not been a high percentage.
What do you mean by that? So it hasn't been a high percentage of grants funding the capital improvements?
My experience has been there wasn't a lot of opportunities for grants until recently for a lot of the project types that we've been funding over the last 10 years.
So how have they been funded?
Through our rates and capacity fees.
And debt issue.
Debt.
Yep.
Okay.
So similar funding mechanisms is what we're looking at now. I just think the distribution may be a little bit different, to Aaron's point, because the project mix in the current funding programs that are available are a little bit different. So I would say we probably on the water side are looking at more grants, I would say, than what you've historically had available, just because of the programs that are out there today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So throughout the analysis for all three of the funds, I think probably the biggest consideration outside of just the current inflation that we've been impacted with on the operating side is the capital plans. And so what we've done is really tried to break this down, and that's why we've put in the packet the separate CIP sheets that show you for each fund for water, wastewater, and reclaimed water, kind of the different compartmentalizations of the capital program. So we started with the approved CIP, which is really conforms to the anticipated revenues from past projections under the current rates, based upon a certain set of assumptions. And so this is really kind of a partial CIP list, if you will, that approved list. It's what was funded within projections at the time from existing revenues. So for water, you can see the annual average is about $13.1 million over this 10-year time period. That's about $130 million. For wastewater, it's about $8.7 million per year, or about $87 million over a 10-year period. And for reclaim, it's only about $500,000 per year, or about $5 million over a 10-year period. However, working with staff, so with Shannon and Aaron and the team, we've identified all the other projects as well that really serve to form the complete CIP list. When you add it with what's approved, this would include other projects that have been identified and recommended from past plans. So like, for instance, the water master plan, the super master plans, these are other project needs that we have identified over and above what's in that approved list. And so when you add them together, the approved across those other project recommendations would say, well, instead of $13 million a year for capital, it should be about $20 million. So over 10 years, that'd be about $100 or $200 million for the water system. For wastewater, it would be about $10 million per year, or about $100 million over 10 years. And for reclaimed, it would be about $3.3 million per year instead of the $500,000, or about $33 million over 10 years. And then there's additional projects over and above that that have been identified that again are included in the listing as unfunded projects, projects that have been identified but don't have a funding source. And so these have been also included in the analysis. For the water system, it represents about another $10 million of projects. Wastewater, it's about another 25. And then for reclaimed, it represents about another $35 million of projects. And so put these CIP sheets together as kind of a supporting handout to refer to today, so that as we go through these conversations and you see how much capital can be funded, you can get a sense of the nature of the types of projects that are in each of these respective categories. And I think as you look at in particular for the water and wastewater, you're going to find a lot of repair and replacement expenses. So things that are addressing improvements at, Wildcat, for instance, for the water reclamation facilities for the wastewater side, replacing headworks, roofs, electrical upgrades, all these things that just need to happen with the facility as it, these components reach their useful life. And so I mentioned the capital scenario, but one of the things that has just been, I think starkly observed, not just here with the data that we're seeing for your system, but just the communities we work with across the country, throughout Arizona as well, but also just nationally, there's been significant unprecedented increases in cost that really go back, think about the last rate increase that you had in January of 2020. If you look at the cost of pipe, it's risen 132%. The cost of plastic pipe for all the underground infrastructure, it's up 132% just since January of 2020. And if you look at chemicals, the index itself has gone up 31%. For some utilities, these have ranged between 30 and 50, even 100% increases, depending upon what types of chemicals are involved and what's the nature of their contract. So there's substantial parts of the expense requirements for utility systems. If you were doing the study back here, I can almost assure you when you were doing your forecasting, you did not forecast pipe costs to go up like that. No, nobody did. These are unprecedented levels of inflation. And I make this point because you've done a great job being able to absorb these over the past few years. But there becomes a point in time when that increase in operating cost is going to have consequences in terms of how do we pay for our capital program. And that's really some of what we're starting to see with your systems, is that we're having challenges paying for those capital needs, in large part because of the acute operational cost inflation, and also because of the increase in construction costs that we've seen. So this is all from the Federal Reserve economic data, and they show both general construction, industrial construction, and you can see again, the trends were pretty linear until they weren't. And these costs of projects that we've seen for many communities, in some cases have gone up 50%, doubled, We've seen communities, and Tim mentioned this before, they have to go back, and if they had special tax increment financing mechanisms for infrastructure, they had to extend them. They had to increase them. As the magnitude of the increases in cost, that same dollar amount, that same $1 million that you may have been using for capital, now it's only going to take you half as far as what it used to because of the increase in cost. And so these pressures, as I get into some of the benchmarking, to talk about some of the increases that other agencies are also looking at, you're going to see some similar trends here in terms of the impacts. So any questions or discussion points on kind of these big picture assumptions and drivers before we start going into each of the different funds to see what we have? So we know the questions online. Good.
I don't see any.
Okay, great. All right, so let's get into the water fund specifically. So one of the first things that we like to do is model the status quo. So let's take the current revenues, apply growth assumptions to those, no rate increases, project out your revenues based upon those assumptions, take your current operating expenses, factor in the identified needs that we have for inflation, making sure we've got operational capital included in that, as well as one-time requests, other carry forward items. We want to make sure we just play this forward, take the approved CIP, just say, what is the adequacy of our revenues, which are these light blue bars on the left, to meet our total expenditure requirements. In this case, again, it's just the approved CIP and the base operating budget as we've adjusted it. And to see what does that look like over time, and then take our available fund balance, which is this red line. This is the fund balance excluding capacity-related fund balance. So this is just for basically your available reserves that aren't necessarily tied for capacity improvements. And then say, well, based upon the revenue and expenses, how does this play forward? And so we can see for the water system, the expenses fluctuate a little bit each year based upon the timing of that approved capital plan. But the blue bar, the light blue bar, stays pretty steady, right? Because we just have 1% growth assumption in our revenues, no rate increase assumptions. So we can kind of generally see that we've got about a $5 million annual funding gap just to address the approved CIP, which doesn't include some of those informed projects as well. And so in this forecast, we were showing that we would basically be out of fund balance in 2026, and then kind of going into what's really a non-feasible condition of negative fund balance. Can't really have negative cash. So that's at a point where that structural imbalance is basically using up all of our available resources. So we're spending more than we're taking in. We've exhausted the savings account. So in light of that, we then started looking at those options that I mentioned, those scenarios. We said, okay, well, if we started indexing our rates, again, not in 24, but starting in fiscal year 25, and that would be in September of next year is the assumption, and go at 5%, and then we just assume that throughout the entire forecast period, we could fund about $120 million of capital improvements over that time period. However, if you recall, our approved CIP for water is about $130 million. So this doesn't even fully fund the approved CIP under that scenario. If we did that smooth catch-up scenario, where we take the CPI increases that have happened since your last rate adjustment, and then add that on top of this, but spread it out, it's about 18% is the number. And do 8.5% increases, that would give us to $150 million capital funding, but that's still less than about $200 million of approved plus informed capital projects. And then we said, well, if we just did the full funding of the CIP for all those projects that were identified, what would be the level of increases needed to fund that full $208 million? And so the plan that we identified here was 20% for 2 years, 15, 10, and then we'd be able to go beyond that just with the sustained indexing adjustments. So the bottom scenario, this could be modified slightly. We still need the same overall rate increases during this time period, but if you wanted to equalize it 15% a year, maybe do 20 here, 15 here, and then 12.5 here, you could massage the rate plan a little bit, but we couldn't do this full capital plan. We extend these increases out beyond this 5-year time period. And so these are kind of the percent increases in revenue that we need to be able to support these expenditures. When we look at, if we were to say, apply those increases across the board to your existing rate structure, what would that mean to a typical residential bill? So based on 4,000 gallons, which is your average. So that 5% a year scenario for the consumer price index would be about $1.50 to $1.88 on monthly bill for water service. Smooth catch-up would be about $2.62 to $3.62. And then that full funding scenario, it's about $6 on average to that monthly utility bill over that 5-year time period. And then these are the cumulative adds if you look at the forecast period beyond 2029. So as I mentioned, when we look at the capital needs that we're funding in these scenarios, this is that 120 million in the CPI scenario. This is the 150 million in the smooth catch-up, and this is the full funding. CIP without any inflation, this is the approved amount. This is the approved plus informed, and this is that full CIP. When you apply inflation, that 4% inflation factor across the board, you can see now that when we look at our approved CIP, we really can't fund that, as I mentioned, in the CPI scenario. If you look at the approved plus informed, it's over $200 million. We really can't fund all of that with the smooth catch-up. And then the full funding is the scenario that really accounts for all the inflation and that could cover the full capital cost. So each of these three options, there's definitely some hard choices relative to capital spending, the nature of projects that we would have to do that are attendant with the CPI or a smooth catch-up scenario. So we kind of just laid out the annual expenditures for the capital program by year, just so you can see how those fluctuate. And generally, as I mentioned, we can get up the full 208 million, the full funding scenario, 150 million, the smooth catch-up. You can see that on average is a little over 10 million a year. And then in the CPI scenario, again, we're hovering around 10 million a year from that 26 period on out. So if we play that bill forward in time, the typical residential bill at 4,000 gallons is about $31 today. And so we kind of start here and then plot those forward over time with the smooth catch-up or the CPI versus the full funding. This is what those bills would be over a multi-year time period. We did the same thing for a commercial customer so that you can see how the bill today is about $170 for 30,000 gallons. How that would change over time under each of these scenarios. We also wanted to put this in context, but this footnote here is pretty important because when we get into the cost allocation and rate design phase of the study, we'll take the revenue needs that we've identified through this process and then do a cost allocation to make sure it's distributed to all the different customers in proportion to the demands that they're placing on the system and their service characteristics. So not everyone may see the same level of increase that first year to the extent that you were to make some changes if they're necessitated through that analysis. So that may mean a residential customer's increase might be, instead of say 5%, it's 3%. Maybe a commercial increase is 7%. We don't know where that's going to take us yet. We haven't got into that analysis, but there will be a distribution associated with that analysis of these increases. So they may not look exactly like the projections here in this chart.
We have a question from the council.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm looking at this chart and I have a commercial property and my water bill is about $1,800 a month currently, not $175. So I'm just curious, is this, okay, you put 30,000 gallons. It doesn't make any sense. I wish my bill was $175 a month currently.
It's a great point, Councilmember, because for commercial customers, there's such a different combination of meter sizes and volume needs. So, maybe at 30,000 gallons, this could be maybe a retail store, but if you're, if it's a restaurant, that might be 60 or 70,000 gallons. If it's a car wash or something else, it could be 100, 150,000 gallons. So the diversity of the business types and their water use needs, we could have almost an endless series of commercial charts. We just tried to grab a pretty typical example, but by no means is that going to be representative of every commercial account out there.
Right. So this chart really represents a small retail shop downtown, not really commercial.
Yeah, a smaller. Not necessarily a very water intensive user. At 30,000 gallons a month, that's not a significant amount of water users of the business types that are out. That'll come into the cost allocation rate design analysis, Councilmember, where we're going to get a lot more detailed in calculating not only rate structures, but also customer impacts. Because we were allowed to make sure we understand this for all customers through the process. Because any potential rate structure change may impact customers differently, and we're going to want to dissect all your billing data to make sure we understand.
All right, thank you.
So lastly, on the water side, I did mention we have some benchmarking that we've done. So we identified different utilities, different communities that maybe have universities, similar populations, similar climates. Also grab some from just locally to an extent, so it's some others from Arizona, although it'll be in southern Arizona, just to try to get a sense of some decent comparables to do some benchmarking against for our water and sewer bills. And so this is based on, again, a 4,000 gallon bill, and identifies that our current bill is about $31, average is about $33, across the year, these entities. And that's pretty consistent too. We're doing work actually right now with the city of Surprise, rate study with them. And we did a very much just an Arizona survey around the Phoenix area. And actually the average in that survey was about $31 as well for a water bill. So this is a pretty typical bill level today. And the reason I say today is because many of these agencies are looking at increases going forward. So we're actually doing a study for Surprise right now, as well as Queen Creek, that's showing likely needs for increases for those systems that haven't had rate increases in a while. We just finished an update for Tempe. They're looking at a 14.75% increase on their water rates for next year, as well as the year after that, and then 12% and then 10% is the current forecast. So that's just Tempe. We've seen similar increases identified even for the city of Phoenix. I know that's not on the survey, but we've also seen that with them. They just did a 6.5% in October. They're doing another 6.5% in March of next year, and 13% after that. And then similarly on the wastewater side, they've done 2 6.5s, and their forecast shows 7% and 9% after that. So we're seeing these levels of elevated increases for many of these agencies. And it's consistent really with what we're seeing just even outside of this part of the country. Very large increases, in large part because of the inflation. Capital costs have almost doubled for many agencies versus what their plans were, and the operational cost inflation is just very impactful. So we're seeing a lot of those types of impacts. We did a commercial comparison. Again, it was for that same bill, so I know this isn't necessarily all commercial customers, but using that 2-inch commercial bill at 30,000 gallons, you can see again, we're kind of similarly a little bit below the average of $211 there. That current bill is about $170 for Flagstaff. So this is kind of where we sit on the water system. So I wanted to pause for a moment and see if there's any questions about the capital needs, these scenarios, see if there's any reaction or feedback on the options. Because as Aaron mentioned, we do need to kind of start to solidify around the financial plan requirements to move into the next phases of understanding how we allocate the costs to different customers and how we price the rates. So this is a pretty foundational piece that we need to move forward from pretty quickly. Okay.
So I'm guessing that we've talked about whether we can structure the fees where the greater burden, I guess, is put on the higher, like residential users. We already have the tiered process. I'm concerned about lower income people in Flagstaff and how they're going to pay their water bill. Flip side of that is we have so many needs that we need to cover to benefit and to keep our residents safe, and stepping up the rates rather than putting it off for years and years and years and then springing something on them, I think is much more desirable.
And I would say too that you do have the current inclining block rate structure for residential in place today, but that's one of the things that we want to look at in the rate design phase. That one of the tasks that's upcoming to see, does that structure still make sense in terms of the amount of water use in each tier, but then also the pricing for each tier. And there may be opportunities there to look at how we do those tiers to see if there's ways to identify, an element of a rate structure modification that maybe does benefit lower volume users that maybe oftentimes are the same that have struggles with their utility bills, but also still has a tie to the cost of providing the service. And then similarly, looking at the number of tiers and the prices for the subsequent tiers as well. So that's something that we definitely want to look at to see if there's opportunities there that maybe we could enhance those two objectives of enhancing or, at least trying to preserve affordability and also making sure that we have a good tie for those that are replacing peak demands on the system, with higher demands, they're paying rates that reflect that.
Member Matthews.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I too have some concern. We just did a pretty aggressive rate increase in our stormwater. And it seems like, well, it doesn't seem like it definitely has the most significant impact on our business community because they're just larger facilities. And I'm just thinking this out loud, that just the fact that we're now again playing another catch-up game on the backs of our rate payers is a little worrisome to me. So I just wanted to express that now. I know this is early and we're just doing the study, but I have just real concerns that we're not only pricing our businesses out of the area, but really turning into an elite community where only the people that are the haves can afford to stay here. So those are just my concerns. I know these things have to be done. And I would ask a question, we talked about grants, but is this rate projection increase just based on 100% funded through rates, or was there assumptions put in there for potential grants?
So for the water system, I think it was about 30 million in round numbers for grants have been factored into funding for capital. In addition, we're also utilizing the forecasted capacity fees to pay for portions of growth-related projects, and then also trying to leverage debt financing for some of the larger projects that have longer useful lives. So we're really trying to optimize the funding sources so we don't necessarily have to have rate support every dollar of cash funding, either right away or leverage that over time with debt, or try to utilize other funding sources to minimize how much has to come from rates.
Okay, so the charts that you just showed us on the increases to 2033 took out the cost that we are projecting, hoping, assuming, whatever you want to call it, paid by other sources, and this is just the leftover, or is it the full cost, and we're hoping, though, that we can implement other funding sources?
So this is, I think, the combination of maximizing the grant funding that we feel comfortable with today for the projects that we think have the most eligibility for it. Also identifying the projects that we think would be appropriate to consider for debt financing, and also with the forecast of capacity fees. To the extent more grants are identified and available in the future, part of our recommendations when we do these studies and develop these plans is that they're reviewed periodically, such that you can make adjustments. So if you're able to secure more grant money than what we're presently assuming, or you're able to generate more money in capacity fees and it has a positive impact, all else equal, that you could then come back and amend this rate plan. So we base this, again, consistent with that strategy too, based upon what we think are the most reasonable and somewhat conservative assumptions on funding. But the idea is to revisit this periodically to take into account changes. And hopefully we have some positive impacts from changes occurring differently than presently projected, because we've been using conservative, but not overly conservative, I would say reasonably conservative assumptions consistent with your strategy too.
So can you show me back the chart that shows our projected cost versus our revenue?
This one here?
Yes. So just once again, so I'm clear, this is just based on rate collection and expenses minus on the revenue what we also would be getting in grant money.
Yep, and capacity fees as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy, and then Councilmember Harris.
Well, thank you. Could you go to the chart? There was 2 colors in each column and it showed. Go forward. More. Yep, I think that's the one. No, I want the one that shows the split between the fee as if you use no water, plus the other fee, which is how much water you use. I think it's the next chart.
This does go to the base charge is the fee if you don't use any water.
Yeah.
And the blue is the
Yeah,
usage portion.
that's the one I want.
I think
So
it's
the point I want to make is that part that's based on usage is a way of encouraging people to conserve. So it makes, in the extreme, you would only charge for water they use and not have a base charge. Of course, the problem with that is that you need a steady revenue stream. But I guess I would lean towards putting more of the charge on the usage because that encourages people to save. I mean, I have neighbors that have ridiculous lawns in their front yard and backyard, where I have other neighbors that have natural landscaping and they use essentially no water. And so anyway, that's a thing that we'll want to evaluate, the trade-off between the steady revenue stream and the encouragement of people to conserve water.
And I think that goes to some of the policies too on the water rates that the city's adopted in past years that speak to trying to find that balance, but keep at least 25% of the revenue collection in the fixed fees, if you will,
right,
to try to bridge that. And we've seen that throughout other parts of the country as well, that's a pretty good demarcation point to look at. So I think there's some options probably around that number that we could look at and bring back to you for consideration that would address, those points of providing a greater incentive for conservation and cost allocation to those using water, but making sure we have some fiscal stability.
So once you make the decision about the ratio of base rate income versus usage income, then you can look at the tiers. And to address the mayor's concern about, some people can't afford big water bills. Well, if we make the lower tier lower, and then make the high usage people pay more, then the people that really need to save money will be able to. And the people that are wasting water, then they'll be hit with a much higher charge. I remember when I was walking neighborhoods running for election, there was one woman that complained about her water bill to me. She had like an acre lot and the whole thing was in grass. I'm not kidding. It was amazing. And then I talked to one of the former council members and he told me that she had the record of the most water usage of any residential property in the city. But to me, the conclusion was, yeah, you're wasting a hell of a lot of water. You ought to be paying a hell of a lot of money.
Well, I'll say this too on the tier discussion, to your point, Councilmember. I think they're already just looking at the current tier sizes that you have. Like the first tier includes up to 3,500 gallons. Maybe there's an opportunity to not just adjust the pricing, but maybe expand that a little bit and pick up just a little bit more indoor use in that first tier, and then it maybe expand some of the other tiers correspondingly. So I do think there might be some interesting opportunities there to look at, which we will certainly do, that may get to some of those outcomes. But we'll want to make sure they're very much data-driven and defensible as part of the process.
Thank you.
Okay, so comments, questions, I'm not sure where my remarks are gonna land, but y'all will figure it out. So in terms of being concerned about the lower income people, they're probably not going to be using less water, especially if they have more people in that household. So if you've got grandma, grandpa living with you, you've got 3 or 4 kids, there's mom or dad or whatever it is. I'm still low income, but I'm using more water because there are more people in my house that have to be there for a whole bunch of different reasons. Okay, so take that however you want to take it. So I think we need to think about that also. So it's not that they're wasting water, that they don't have a choice. And then my other question or comment is that, so I run a nonprofit and we used to have a watering system outside in the grass. Turned it off, not using it anymore, but still being charged for just having a meter. That to me seems like we need to go back and look at that and explain to people why. If I'm not using that water, do I still need to pay for it? And then my other comment is that, you know, the charts and stuff, we look at those, we have a chance to study them. Most of the time we understand what we're looking at, but somehow we have to put this into layperson's terms. We have to let people know why we're doing this and what's going to happen if we don't do it. Because people, you know, you tell me you're going to raise my water bill by $30, $40 a month. I'm just pulling numbers out of it. I'm not. But you're not telling me what's going to happen if you don't raise it, you know, if we don't do it. So I'm not sure where this comes.
That comes,
Yeah. So, but I just want to, you know, put that out there for us to at least think about those points, okay?
Yeah, and to that point, we've started that process already, and Tim will speak more to it in terms of making sure that folks really understand some of these challenges that we've seen since we've last looked at our rates in terms of the change in our cost structure and what happens if we don't make changes to our rates and the nature of the capital improvement projects and how important they are to preserving access to clean water, as well as protecting the environment and making sure our infrastructure is in good condition. So I think those are all the things that Tim's going to speak to in terms of helping make sure we've got good ways to communicate that to folks.
And making sure that our public knows that we're not just crying wolf, that there's a reality to this.
There's very much a reality to this. When we think about all the things that your utility system has been able to do over the last few years, despite all those increases in cost, it's pretty remarkable that you've been able to wait to this point to be able to do this, particularly for the water system. Those changes in cost structures are significant. I've seen some utilities that did their study of one in Florida in 2021, and then they did an update, and their operating expenses across the city increased 50%. It's unbalanced. But it's also part of the reality that we have. It's part of providing quality of the service. So we have to do it. And we've got to make sure folks understand the costs associated with it and what happens if we don't take care of those costs. Okay, the one thing I did want to reiterate again too is this could be smoothed out a little bit. So I think that was maybe one of the questions maybe that you brought up. So as opposed to the full funding being like this, it could be 15s across the board. So it would be less of an impact right away. So again, I think that might be an option for the full funding scenario. If these were contemplated a concern is to levelize that. And then again, I would strongly recommend that under any option, once the study's done, that you look at this pretty regularly to stay on top of changes. And again, to the point that maybe there's more success on grant funding or other things, they could be incorporated and you could stay on top of it.
We've been about the wastewater.
Very good.
Just standard time.
Happy to do so.
Yeah, we would love to know if you're landing anywhere on those percentages and what you might be supportive of. That's what we need in order to move on to writing the cost allocations and rate signs. So that's what we'll be asking you on the 23rd. What you're likely to support down the road.
So for the wastewater system, we again did kind of the status quo evaluation under the same parameters. Our current rates today with the modest growth assumptions going forward, and you can see we're generating about 11 to 12 million a year in revenue. But when you look at the operating expenses, the operating capital that we need, apply inflation, factor in the carry forwards and one-time requests, the annual expenditures are more in that $20 million a year range on average. So we've got about a $9 million gap on the wastewater system. And a lot of that's in the capital side. We'll talk about that here in a moment. But so fundamentally with this system, you can see the red line, goes below zero, even a little bit quicker than the water system. because of the magnitude of that gap. So for the water system, it was about 5 million each year. If you remember, this is, about double that, about $9 million per year. So this, we see particular challenges from a capital funding perspective. So we built, again, similar options to look at, in the CPI scenario, how much capital could we fund? And so that would fund about 72 million of capital. But if you remember, for wastewater, just the approved CIP alone was about $87 million. So we don't really fund the approved CIP until the smooth catch-up scenario. And then if we want to do the full funding of the CIP as it's presently laid out, it should require 2 very large adjustments followed by no increases. However, I think there's potential that if we were able to graduate the funding under the full funding, I know it would require a deferral of some projects from the first 5 years to the second 5 years, you could actually lower these to be 35, 35, and then do the 5% a year indexing. So that would be, you'd have to defer about $17 million of capital from the first 5 years to the second 5 years. So you could gradually escalate up to it. But I think you could substantially reduce these if you're willing to do that to moderate the impacts.
What are the projects?
So for the wastewater side, a lot of them would be projects at the plant. I think, I don't know about the Country Club Interceptor to Wildcat. That's probably one of the logical ones that maybe Shannon would have to be moved out of the first 5 years to the second 5. But we'd have to go through the list. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that or if that's sufficient.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I think the logical approach would be, as we're looking at projects, again, we also go through this 5-year statistical master plan update, right? And I will say, like when you do a master plan, you bring forth the projects that have to be done, and the same projects that were on your master plan 5 and 10 years ago, and you said, well, let's move that to another 5 years, like that. Like you start to run out of time. But I feel like that would be the more approach. Would be to integrate it more into your master planning. I would say the Wildcat Interceptor would probably be not one that we would defer.
Maybe other projects.
But what you would do is you would shift to other collection systems, right? Other manholes that don't get upgraded, other lines that don't get rehabilitated until you get to the complete point of failure to where honestly it can't be rehabilitated, it has to be replaced. And so it is kind of finding that balance between, I get that it's hard to pay for now, but the longer you defer, at some point you dig yourself so far into a hole, like it can't be repaired. It has to be replaced. And I think also keep in sight of anytime you defer a project, you might as well automatically assume when you come back to that project, it's going to cost you 33 to 50% more than it would have cost you to do it today. So hopefully that answers your question a little bit there.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. A comment to add to what you just shared, and then a question for you, Andy. But the comment is just a reminder too on these projects that are now being referenced with wastewater, the interceptor line, maybe topping that list. And I assume Wildcat replacement is maybe in those numbers or maybe not.
We have various components of replacement at Wildcat for a lot of major aspects.
Thank you. The comment, and it is a restatement of what we talked about in past retreats, including a year ago this time. We're at capacity with respect to not just treatment, although that's the big cost that's out there on the horizon, but also now with respect to our collection system. That intercept line that was just referenced, we're now having to make statements within our water and sewer impact analyses for various developments coming in the city that, look, we don't have capacity for an increase, but we're treating this as a priority, an urgent priority, this particular intercept line, and our intent is to build it quickly, certainly within the first 5-year window. The alternative really is a frightening one, which is we don't have capacity, therefore we cannot approve any additional growth. The town of Williams just implemented a 4-year moratorium on exactly this issue, and that's the extreme draconian measure that we want to avoid having to take, is that no more caps. We're done until such time as we can improve our capacity. You know, it sounds very alarmist, and I would be hesitant to even share these comments, you know, in a different form. But I think in this room right now, it's appropriate. We are at or near, very close to capacity. We're buying some time with the new digesters at the Rio. That goes to the treatment capacity. To the collection system, if there's no time-saving measures to be taken, the pipes are not sized sufficiently to handle the effluent that is projected to run through them. And then adding to the comment just shared by Shannon, if we even were able to defer, and I'm suggesting that we're not, what we're doing then is just adding to the risk of total failure of pipelines. And pipelines do fail over time. They have a lifetime, and you know, once they fail, they fail. It's catastrophic, and you're having to replace it in an emergency situation and at an extreme cost, because at that point you don't even have the benefit of procurement and looking at this through you know, more of a methodology that's going to save us money. We're looking at it as we have to spend whatever it takes to replace a failing infrastructure. We want to avoid that as well, and deferred replacement gets us closer and closer to those catastrophic failures. I'll stop with that, thanks.
And that's fair. And again, just seeing the magnitude of the numbers, you know, I ran that scenario just to see, but again, it would be a hard discussion about which projects you would move out of first 5 years into the second 5 years to be able to moderate that plan. So it's, every choice has a consequence to be considered in this case of capital.
Oh, Andy, I'm sorry to jump back in. I had a question for you or somebody on the team. We're talking a lot about the possibility of grant funding, and I assume within that, you know, maybe direct spend appropriations from state and federal. We've had some success with that in recent years. But do any of these scenarios anticipate some sort of creative financing that would also help stomach the amount of rate increases that would otherwise be needed for capital projects? Things that come to mind would be like lease purchase arrangements, that sort of thing.
Yeah, right now we run them with conventional financing assumptions for programs that we know we have access to, but to the extent that those could be a possibility, certainly could be, you know, reviewed to see if they optimize the rate increase trajectory and minimize the cost of financing the project. So we haven't looked at any of those yet.
Okay, but maybe as the analysis continues, they can be explored.
They could, yeah, it would be partially dependent upon what sorts of, you know, arrangements we might have with banks or lending institutions or even private partners that may be willing to, you know, come in on different types of projects to see which projects they are and, you know, what would be the terms of that. So we've done a few, you know, public-private partnership transactions lately. The cost of capital is still pretty high. And so, you know, while maybe you could transfer some risk and maybe accelerate the timing of projects, taxing them financing from the municipal perspective is still really hard for them to compete with because they still have very high return on investment expectations. So, you know, they have to be, you know, if it's, there's alternative programs with a bank to do like a line of credit or a commercial paper program for a couple of years, just to pay interest only and then take out a longer term financing to give you a little bit more time. Maybe something like that would be, you know, it's not exactly quote creative, but an alternative strategy that could help, you know, again, a lot of times some of these increases that will
Yeah, the city has seen some success utilizing certificates of participation. I don't know that that is true within the utility infrastructure, but in other cities, indeed is.
Okay. Very good. Did you?
May I
I
invite
have a
Councilmember
question.
and then Councilmember McCarthy?
Okay.
Thank you. So I was looking at the list of capital improvement projects, and I had two questions. First, that's a really long list, so I'm wondering how long, like there's no breakdown on when these were identified. Have they been sitting on our capital improvement list for 10 years, some of them longer? And then I was curious why there's 16 million for the interbasin pipeline put on here under water. I mean, obviously it's for water, but I was, and is Stacy BK coming up here in front? I see somebody walking. Anyway, I was just curious why that is put into the total cost of capital improvements when we received quite a bit of grant funding for that whole project. Does that make sense?
And we did note, it's in table 3, council member, that we are showing the 16.1 million as a funding source for the interbasin water line. So really the capital project list that we show are all the dollars. And then for those that are grant funded, you'll see in table 3, the list of all the projects that are all or a portion of which are being grant funded. So that's that list that tallies up to about $26 million for the water side. But then in terms of the nature of the projects, I might need some help from Aaron or Shannon in terms of, whether some of these have been identified for multiple years or if they're recent evolutions. I think, they've been identified for a fair period of time, but the exact extent of which I just don't have the firsthand knowledge to speak to that.
Sorry,
Yeah.
for interbasin, I believe that only the upper portion is grant funded, and from Schultz down to our reservoir plant that isn't grant funded. That was identified on our water master plan 8 years ago. It hasn't been a priority compared to all the other projects. So I hope that helps, and we could elaborate on this at our next meeting. We could package projects differently if it helps.
Okay, I guess because I see the 2 line items for the interbasin waterline project, both in the CIP list and then down in informed additional cost. So I didn't know if it was a mistake that it was listed twice or just that's an additional cost.
It is an additional cost. Yeah. So the approved is that list that was included kind of as the starting point within the financial forecast that we had. And then through the discussions with staff, we'd identified either new projects above that, shouldn't say new, but just additional projects above that, or additional funding needs above what was in the approved CIP. So it's not duplicative, and that's why you as you work your way down the CIP sheet, it's a cumulative total to add these things up. So we just wanted to make sure we try to be as transparent as possible about what was in the quote approved CIP, what the additional cost were, what the other unfunded projects were, so you can kind of have a running total.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. If I can add to as far as how long these projects have been on the CIP list, and water service speak up too, but I believe from the last rate study, which was around 2009, it was developed along with the master planning that we had in place at that time. And so we've been working on 5-year plans and continuing the projects based on the previous rate model. So they've been identified a while ago, and they just continue to remain on the projects. There is some adjustments as water services identify different things than we had these in the past or so forth. We may have had or switched out some things, but generally it's a timeline of what these projects have been currently identified from the previous rate study. If that helps as far as timing.
Thank you.
I'll keep us moving through wastewater. We still do have Rickman to talk to as well. So
That's,
sorry.
Councilmember McCarthy, quick comment, and then we
Yeah.
should move on to the next.
2 points, just about tag on to what Greg said. If we don't address these issues, we have to say, oh, we're sorry, we have to start development. That will basically mean we will be unable to address our housing crisis. Okay, my other point, we have enterprise funds, which means pretty much has to be revenue neutral. Now, is that wastewater is a revenue or a enterprise fund and freshwater is an enterprise fund? Or can we think of those two together? And what I'm getting at is that as a way of not increasing the cost to the consumer, but encouraging conservation, we could charge less for the wastewater side and charge more in the freshwater side and have it balance out. And again, we have to be revenue neutral, and the average bills to the average person would stay exactly the same. But it would be a way of encouraging conservation through, if you use less water, you pay less.
I'll tell you the challenges we sometimes see with that are for, customers that are water only. And if they're, incurring costs for the sewer system, but they're not receiving sanitary sewer service on those water only uses, that can be a bit problematic from a defensibility standpoint. But that being said, there may be something to looking at just the value of, the return flows that we get for those sewer customers that offset the need for recharge and other requirements on the water supply side. So maybe there's, an analysis there that could be conducted that maybe could quantify some benefits from the sewer system that accrue to the water side that could be accounted for. But I do think, we want to be very careful about that from a defensibility standpoint, so that water only customers aren't paying for sewer costs and vice versa.
So we do have water only customers.
Or water only meters, for instance, for irrigation. So I do think you have a few of those out there in the system.
Okay, thank you.
A half hour good for this next segment?
We'll do our best. So for the wastewater fund, just applying it to scenarios, the increases to the typical bill, your residential typical bill for wastewater service is $21 for 4,000 gallons. So it'd be about $1 increase. If we indexed it at the CPI, and that would get us $72 million in capital. We did $90 million for the smooth catch-up, which is close to the approved plus informed CIP. That's about $2 on that monthly bill. And then with that full funding, those two large adjustments would be a $15 and $25 increase. If we were able to smooth out the capital, the 35% would be about a $7 to $8 increase here. And then the next year would be about 10. And then you go at that point at similar about $2 level increases, just for a point of reference. So again, on the capital funding, I kind of explained the different columns, but basically in the different scenarios, the CPI scenario, we're effectively not quite funding the approved CIP adjusted to account for inflation. In the smooth catch-up, we're funding at least the approved, but not the full amount of the approved plus informed. And then the full CIP scenario is obviously the one that gets us to that full 125 million. So we do fall a bit short on capital in those first two options for the wastewater system. In terms of the CIP expenses, you can see here the annual amounts. And what I mentioned was, to the extent that we can lower this curve and make it a more flat 10 million escalating number, that's how we could get to those 235% adjustments as opposed to the 270%, and then go by inflation. So that's where we'd have to move some of this capital from 25 to 27, start layering it in this time period. That to work. So residential typical bill, again, we're at about $21 today. You can see obviously the 270% adjustments would escalate that very quickly. As I mentioned, if we were able to spread that option out a bit, it would go to about $29, then it would go to $39, and then it would index to about 5%, you'd land at about $54 for you that option. And then again, for the 2-inch example that we did run for commercial, just to give you a sense, we're about $170 today for that bill, how that would change over time, each of these options. And we did do benchmarking. Here, you're kind of notably below the average, about $32. We did the survey for Surprise right now, and kind of in the Phoenix area, both East and West Valley, that came out actually about $30 as well. It was a little bit higher. And so we're pretty comparable, actually very favorable in cost here on the wastewater side. It's compared to the benchmarks we chose, and then also just other Arizona systems. This is a pretty low wastewater bill for residential customers. Yes, Aaron.
I just wanted to point out that a lot of the cities in the valley, they don't treat solids necessarily like we do. And that's a substantial cost that might factor into those comparisons. So
yeah, no, that's fair. And again, expected increases here for Surprise and Queen Creek. Tempe is looking at a multi-year plan of 6.25% increases per year for wastewater. Scottsdale, I can't remember what their increase was for wastewater. It was a few percent coming up next year. So again, we're continuing to see upward pressure on wastewater rates as well, similar to the water side. In commercial, again, we're a little bit less than average. That $170 compares to an average of about $185, $186 for the same benchmarks. So again, we're a little less than average on the commercial side as well. Any other questions or discussions on wastewater? Let's move into reclaimed, and then I'll turn it over to Tim for public access storms there. So relative to reclaimed water, when we looked at the current revenues versus expenses, the revenues are about 1.1 million per year. We do have some near-term capital in the approved CIP that caused the expenses to be a little bit higher in the first 2 years. But then after that, it's pretty modest amount of capital. So you can see it's more structurally balanced, if you will, against the approved CIP than the other two funds. But it does still have a little bit higher annual expenses against the approved CIP. Again, doesn't include the informed or the unfunded projects here. So this one, has a little bit better kind of status quo trajectory as compared to the other two, but it's still got about a $500,000 annual funding gap between these annual expenditure requirements. So when we look at scenarios for reclaimed, for a CPI or smooth catch-up, we could actually do a little bit more than the approved CIP for reclaimed water. The approved CIP, if you remember, was about $5 million. So this would go to about $7 million. This would be about $8 million. Follow those. But to fully fund a $69 million capital plan, and that's about $6.9 million per year on average for capital. That's a lot. That would require a 450% rate adjustment followed by a 100% rate adjustment. So these compound. So that's effectively almost a 1,000% increase in reclaimed water rates to support that full amount of capital that's been identified. So that's certainly a significant jump in capital needs from either of these two options to the full funding scenario. So when we look at reclaimed water, it's obviously a bit different customer base. We have some commercial customers, and so we crafted some typical bills at 73,000 gallons to just show what those increases would do to that typical bill. So you can see they'd be about $7 or $8 at the CPI scenario. Smooth catch-up is about $15. And then obviously the scenario of full funding are very significant adjustments to the bill for the commercial customer example. We did run a couple others on that I'll show on the benchmarking here in a minute. But the funding side, again, is just, you can see the big difference in CPI scenario in the smooth versus the full funding and capital. The approved plus informed and the full CIP are just significantly greater than what we have in the approved today on the capital needs for water that have been identified. You can see that on an annual basis, again, we're on that $6 to $7 million range for capital spending versus the other two options where we're kind of more in that $500,000 to $1 million year range spending for capital. So if we look at some typical bill impacts, we grabbed a golf course example at 28,000 gallons. The bill's about $50 today. And obviously in the scenarios of indexing that would go to 79 or 93. But if we wanted to fully fund all that infrastructure, that would take that bill from $50 to almost $800. If we look at a 4-inch meter at 500,000 gallons, that bill today is a little under $1,000 for that amount of usage. You can see over time how that would trend up to 1,500 or 1,770, but we go to about 15,000 within just a couple of years for the full capital scenario. And then we did the same thing for the commercial 2-inch. And that bill today is around about $50. And you can see, or excuse me, that one's about 150 or 170, excuse me. You can see how that would change over time under the indexing scenarios, but then obviously the full cost, it changes. So for reclaimed, the one thing that I do want to point out is you do have the policy that had been adopted previously where your reclaimed rates are set as a percentage of the water rates. So presently that means 35% of the commercial rate that the reclaimed water rates are based on. So if you continue to follow that practice, obviously that would be a different outcome than the full funding scenario that we have now. So if you just chose to say do the full funding option for water, and that was a 15% a year increase, but kept the reclaimed water policy you have where the rates are at 35% of the full water rate, that means your reclaimed rates would go up basically about 15% a year in that scenario. So if you wanted to fully fund this infrastructure, basically saying you'd have to deviate and you'd have to change that policy to be able to support more infrastructure beyond the levels associated with those increases on the water side.
Judy, you said that you were a VMT.
Yes.
think some of us might need some resuscitation.
The full funding scenario is definitely could cause some cardiac arrest. A significant amount of capital.
Are there any of these projects that would be appealing and available for GEO bonds or any other kind of bond funding?
Yeah, we can float that as an idea, go to voters to get more GEO bonds. I don't know what the capacity is within that bond at this point, but there's some there.
And are we going to discuss, I guess we're not, the actual projects that are causing this big jump in wastewater?
Reclaimed water.
I mean, yes.
So we do have the list. I mean, we do have, Buffalo Park chlorine building upgrade. That's about a $3 million project. So that's a pretty substantial expense. We do have for Wildcat, the reclaimed booster building equipment upgrade. It's about $4 million. So that's another big one that's included. We do also have a number of projects that are presently unfunded. That would include things such as a water line loop, Fox Glen Park to Continental/Wildcat Hill. It's about a $13 million project. Just trying to highlight the major ones. The Wildcat Hill reclaimed pumping station upgrade is about $4.5 million. So there's some pretty sizable projects for reclaim that comprise that total of $69 million. So I think that would be if there's areas that we have opportunities to look at external financing or funding sources for that be outside of the rates, that's where I would suggest we focus on those bigger ticket projects. Some of the smaller ones with the modest rate adjustments, you could start getting your funding to do more than $500,000 in capital each year. You could do $2 million, but these projects, the magnitude of them would get up your capital budget all at once. So those would be the places I would look for if you have that capacity to respond.
I have a quick question.
From Councilmember Matthews and then Councilmember O'Garvey.
Thank you. Just in looking at the list for this section, can you explain a little bit further what the water line loop for Fox Glen, the $12 million, what is that and why is that coming up? And then the WCH upgrade for $4.5 million. Can you just expand on those two just a little bit for me?
Sure, I'll ask Shannon or to help with that.
The reclaim loop is, so right now the reclaim system, our purple pipe system is in the shape of a C. It doesn't fully loop between Fox Glen and the Wildcat plant through Continental. So that upgrade would helps with chlorination of the system and just it's a better distribution system to have a full loop, if that makes sense. It's not essential to service, so it's kind of been on the back burner. And then the other project, the booster building equipment upgrade, getting water from Wildcat Hill up to Buffalo Park Tank could use the boost to get more water to Buffalo Park Tank. So there are two projects, the 8-inch bottleneck and then the booster side of it at Wildcat Hill. That would get us like another 1 million gallons a day, if I understand the engineering correctly, and I'm not our engineer, which that position is vacant right now. So hopefully that helps answer your question.
What about WCH reclaim pump station upgrade?
Did I say that? Or, yeah, Wildcat.
Oh, Wildcat. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, yeah.
And why is it an upgrade? I was just curious why it's meaning upgrade, not a replacement. What does upgrade actually mean?
Thank you, Councilor Matthews. I'll try to answer that. So the reason it's upgrade is because the pump station already exists. But the way that it functions, it is working against the system and doesn't have the telemetry or communication to really integrate with the tank at Buffalo Park. So along with the 8-inch bottleneck that's concrete capacity to move physically the water through the line, we still need to upgrade the pump station to work in sync with the storage tank. So a lot of it is operational efficiencies, but also helps us to move the same amount of water at lower system pressures, which also benefits our customers on that reclaim system, specifically our pros department as well.
Okay, thank you.
Erin, did you have another comment for that?
I'd just like to add that we don't collect capacity fees on reclaim, and that's something we've talked about. Some of these projects might be related, to additional capacity, which certain customers might benefit from if we have enough reclaim to allow them to connect. So when we get to the cost of service and rate structure, that might be something that might help ease the burden on the full funding or funding more of the informed projects.
Yeah, the growth related ones.
So, our reclaimed water is rated A+. And a couple of years ago, council did a tour of the Scottsdale water treatment plant. And we asked the administrator down there, you take that your A+ water and put it in your aquifer. And he said, oh no, they don't want to contaminate our aquifer. We would never do that. Well, that's exactly what we're doing here. We're putting it in the ground, in the real, we're contaminating our aquifer. So I guess my question is, I presume none of this that we're talking about includes upgrading our reclaimed water so that it's taking out chemicals that are major concern and that we're really protecting our aquifer. Is it true that that's not included? We haven't addressed that issue yet. We're ignoring it.
Yeah, that's really one of those major project considerations that's not factored into this right now.
So that's something that if we're going to be responsible, we need to think about that and plan for it. I'll leave it to that.
Good. Well, at this point, what I'd like to do, we've got kind of a recap of the schedule here, but this is more kind of a transitory point to let Tim talk a little bit about the public outreach and engagement activities and where we stand with those, and like ask questions about some of that content and also provide some input. So, Tim, happy to.
The outreach is the thing that scares people, but I think everybody's been scared enough today. So,
Yes.
yeah, so I did notice after your comment, our rescue people left. I hope that wasn't. But good morning. I'm Tim Hancock. I'm Stantec's Lead Engagement and Outreach Consultant for this project. It's been my pleasure to work with your utilities and communications staff to assemble a communications plan, the elements of which I look forward to sharing with you today. By way of background, in addition to 30 plus years as an urban planner dealing with all varieties and types of public hearings and scenarios, I also served many moons ago, back before my hair was gray, as an elected official. And in that capacity, I certainly have a degree of understanding of not just your role, but the tremendous amount of, and have a tremendous amount of empathy for the decisions you have to make. And many times the average person has no idea what goes into making the sauce. And quite honestly, they don't want to know. They just want the outcome that they want, and they don't want to be bothered with the whys and what fors. The whole purpose of our engagement program is to educate and inform first and foremost. And the reason for that is quite simple. It's not about getting people to like what decision is ultimately going to be made, but it is about getting them to understand why it has to be made. And so we want to educate and inform stakeholders. Stakeholders for the purposes of this project are customers, ratepayers, organizations, and interested parties that are impacted by not only the rates being charged for water, wastewater, and reclaimed water, but also those who have a personal stake in these utilities operating at a high level. Councilmember McCarthy, I think that gets to your last point. There are folks that may not be looking at rates as much as they're looking at potential impacts, benefits, or degradation. So while the vast majority of people understand the provision of these services are all extremely vital, most people have no idea what goes into how their rates are formed. And on a regular basis, we will endeavor throughout this to answer the why, the how, and the when. And we will do so as proactively as possible through a variety of outreach platforms. Secondly, we want to make sure stakeholders know that their input is important. Okay, they're not just being placated or pacified. We want to know what they think and when they think it. So we're going to provide several opportunities for input, some of which we'll review with you today. Lastly, it is important that, as emphasized by members of this council when we last met with you and discussed this with you, that all segments of the community be aware and that all segments are able to participate should they choose to do so. And I think you'll see we have worked with your staff and planned some innovative strategies to make sure that this happens. As we discussed with you in September, the overall messaging for this effort embodied in the phrase keeping it clean. When it comes to all forms of wastewater, that is the priority. Clean water is the hallmark of quality communities, and it is taking the steps necessary to ensure activities such as treatment and proper disposal of wastewater do not degrade the quality of water in your community. And the message has many supporting elements, all of which you have reviewed, fulfilling all regulatory requirements. This is not an option. And there are regulatory requirements coming down the pipe that we understand are coming, but don't know the full extent of. And we'll have to meet those as they arrive. Keeping it flowing. This is one of the things that gets me is, every citizen turns that tap on and expects water to come out right away because it's happened 99.9% of the time throughout their entire lives. They've never had to go to a pump with a pail. They've never had a well run dry. And they have become so accustomed to you doing the great job that you do that anything short of that is unacceptable. So it's an inflexible environment. Keeping it flowing, obviously, is key. Go back. Providing high quality of water for residents and businesses. Now, we discussed this last month, but I want to take a little deeper dive in this because this is something I want folks to understand, particularly as it relates to businesses or compared to businesses. If you're a business in the community of Flagstaff and no one's talking about your water quality, you have a greater chance of success. Ask the businesses in Flint, Michigan, how things are going. Ask communities that are suffering and struggling with water quality, how their businesses doing. So businesses have a vested interest in this, not just from a rate standpoint, but from a viability standpoint. And lastly, we certainly recognize the importance and need for strong reclamation program that you have invested in, as well as investing in items that result in improved efficiency. I want to say your staff has already, these aren't new projects, it's ongoing. Efficiency is built into the way your utility operates, and that's continuing to be a focus. Next, to ensure a broad reach across the community, we plan to engage in a variety of platforms throughout the life of this study to engage, inform, and receive input. These platforms include, number one, virtual information meetings. We have done a little bit of research. Flagstaff is at the 100% broadband saturation for 25 megabits or higher. This means virtual meetings can be a very effective platform to reach across all avenues within your community. During the study in these virtual information meetings, we are planning one in November. We'll go over the schedule in just a moment, where your staff and our team will present information regarding the study, its goals, potential outcomes, and challenges the body faces in addressing factors such as increase in material cost and operations. Again, we start building the case for why. Why are we doing this? Why is it important? And what are the factors that contribute in this? The information will be provided. Questions may be posed by attendees in real time. Because of the saturation rate, that allows for that to happen. In-person meetings will also occur as well, including presentation style and drop-in meetings. These will focus basically on going out to the community, particularly in areas where virtual participation may be a challenge. Your staff will also use events and organizational meetings to spread the word as well. We'll share a few more details on that. We also are proposing to bring on board a vendor to provide two unique features. The first will allow individuals without access to the infrastructure for virtual meetings or online presence to actually dial in and participate by telephone, including asking questions. So if you're in a place where maybe you lack the physical infrastructure, computer or laptop to get online, even though you may have Wi-Fi service available or you don't have a Wi-Fi router, you can simply use the dial-up phone, dial in, listen to the participation, and hopefully we're working with the vendor to make sure that we have the ability for those folks to ask questions and have those questions uploaded into the meeting as well. So that's one thing. The second one is we're also looking at the opportunity. I do know in past studies, as an elected official, you always get this, right? I didn't know about this. Nobody told me about this. Okay. And you do everything you can. You check all the boxes. You've got public meetings. You'll see an extremely robust schedule here coming up. One of the vendor that we're working with would have the ability to basically send out text messages to the entire community. Everyone with a cell phone that is registered in a larger database would be made aware of the rate study. They can simply send stop and they don't get any more notices, no problem. But there'd be no excuse since you look at the number of folks that have a cell phone in their hand. It's about as close to 100% as you're going to get. So we want to make sure they're aware of the study and then they can choose to participate with those text messages at a degree that works for them. So those are the dialing process. Lastly, English as second language speakers. We want to make sure that we provide for the Spanish speaking community to the greatest extent practical and collateral materials. Sometimes we may have to take live meetings and have them somewhat transcripted later. There may be a delay in that, but we'll work carefully to make sure that happens as well. A key feature of this outreach program is the creating and updating of a project website. As of today, www.cleanwaterflagstaff.com is live and operational. This is not our website, this is your website. We've created it for you. You own the domain name and you will be handed the keys to the website at any point that you ask for. We will continue working with you. The whole idea is to use this website to create a central information portal where anybody in the community who wants to know what's going on with this study can go. They can find out when are the next meetings. Okay, they can find out what are the regulatory requirements. They can look at resource documents if they choose to do the work. Okay, and we'll continually update this through the course of the event. As a matter of fact, and I don't have a computer here in front of me, it is set up that if you hit control and click on that link, we could go live to it now, or if you just want to jot it down and look at it, since we're a little constrained for time now, it is mobile phone ready as well. So when you look at it on your mobile phone, it'll look a little different than the computer, but we made sure that it shows up in both places. So we have found this to be a highly effective tool. And what we try to do is drive traffic to this. And the main reason is the contact us feature. If you have questions or comments during any period of the study, you can go to the website and pose those questions. And again, you can do it from a mobile device. You do not need a computer to do it. All of those comments then are cataloged. So we have a record. Number two is that they immediately are emailed to at least 2 City of Flagstaff staff people. Those folks have not been chosen yet. I think we're probably going to surprise somebody here and letting them know that they're going to be getting the emails. But nonetheless, we find this to be a great communication tool because as you're out in the community, you can actually create small information cards you can hand out. Hey, if you want to know about the rate study here, go to this website. Very easy to do. You can also create a QR code, put it on those cards. People can use their phone to go directly to it. So we're very proud of this and want to thank your staff. By the way, the images you see here actually are a couple days old. I think you'll find the ones on the site are much more appropriate and more specific to Flagstaff. Additional materials that will be developed during the course of this, fact sheets and information handouts are going to be a big part of what we're doing as well. And again, each of these will provide information, but also drive people to that website to the greatest degree we can to improve that education level. Periodically, we will see targeted pieces such as door hangers. If we find there's a community that isn't quite participating, we're looking at the range of participation, we're seeing a part of the community, maybe go out and do some door hangers, let people know what's going on, put the QR code on there, or give them a phone number or an email to reach out to. We'll have a dedicated email address for the project as well. One of the other things we talk about is bill stuffers. You get about, I think, half of your utility bills go out by mail, the other half are online. Bill stuffers can be electronic as well. So when you get your bill, it shows up many times via text message now. You can tap a link in there, they can click on the link, and they would see the bill stuffer as well. So those are collateral materials we'll be producing. Also, your staff is already creating short informational videos, not just about the rate study, but about the work of the utility department. We'll be hosting those on the website as well. Social media and print notices will be created throughout the duration. Again, I'm always cautious about social media because you can start a food fight on social media so fast and you lose control of these things. I actually said, well, what about Facebook? I mean, can I let me put it on Facebook? And I'm like, yeah, can. So, what we basically want is we want the informational information out there. We try not to start food fights on social media. So upcoming events, I want to give you a little taste of what the schedule looks like. Stakeholder mapping, starting in September of this year, building off of past utility events, we created a base stakeholder map. Your staff did that work and did a fantastic job with it. That is an active live document that will be added and grown to. When people send us contact information, they get added to the stakeholder list so that if anything happens, we are proactive in communicating with them. Also in September, 4 community roundtables were held. I think Shannon, you were a part of those, weren't you? And Lisa and some others. And again, reaching out to some folks on this to start softly getting that word out to organizations that may be engaged or involved. So that already happened in September. The website launch happened either this morning or last night. Since our designer sits in Miami, Lord only knows when that happened. Those guys work weird hours. But website launch has already happened. That website, by the way, when you look at it, if you see anything that gives you any concerns or issues, let us know. It literally is brand spanking new. I have not even gone through it on a QA/QC myself. So, first thing I did is I saw something I thought it misspelled, and turns out it's just truncated. But anyway, we'll be going through that. We'll be constantly updating that. That probably will not get a lot of attention for about another couple of weeks. So we've got some time here to continue adding and upgrading the site. Also, initial information meeting. We're projecting in November of this year to have that virtual meeting. We can slide and shift that. Certainly don't want to interfere with holidays, but to have that initial information meeting to let people know where things are going. I want to make sure we time that with getting some sense of direction from you folks so that we aren't out there creating more questions than we're providing at least answers and direction. Your staff is going to be doing, they have a very busy November and December on the Rate Study Roadshow. This is where you take the message out to the community, where you go out and you visit with existing organizations, maybe a short video presentation followed by Q&A. The whole focus here is not to have a big workshop every time you go out, but to make people aware of the rate study and drive the traffic back to the website so they can have those current and up-to-date information at all times. We're also planning milestone public meetings in January, February, and May. These are key intersection points that precede decisions this body will make. We don't want to do it the other way around, right? We don't want to wait for the decision to go have a meeting and get people upset about what just happened. Okay, we want to get out to them and preempt some of that as much as possible. Again, getting folks to like something is hardly the goal of outreach. The goal of outreach is to make sure they're informed, they're educated, and at least when they come to you with their opinions, they have a base of knowledge. The more we can do that, the more it's going to help you have an informed, educated citizen. Additional opportunities I want to share with you, the drop-in meetings. We're probably going to have at least one of these. Typically, you want to have it somewhere that's central to your service area, as well as near communities that may be an underserved population, and ensuring that you're along key transit lines. Drop-in meetings are great because you don't have to show up at a certain time to your presentation. You can pop in. There'll be multiple stations set up, staffed mainly by your technical leads, and they can ask questions in a one-on-one scenario. And it's really a nice way to share information. Pop-up meetings. You have community events, festivals, things that go on. Having a small information table and handing out information cards. Hey, did you know about the rate study going on? Hand them a card, the QR code, and the website. These types of meetings can be effective as well. And of course, every month, the Water Commission and this council will be getting an update from your team, which includes some of our team. So as this process goes forward and whatnot, you're going to be updated on a very, very regular basis.
Tim, you're on fire. Way to move through.
There's a question.
We've got a few more minutes for questions and comments, or?
I'm done.
Okay. Councilmember Matthews is up.
Thank you so much. I did just look at the website. It looks very nice. But I'm curious, and maybe I'm just confused. You keep talking about people can go online or go to these meetings to keep updated on the rate study. It looks like the rate study is, at least the scenarios are done. So what are we going to put on this website? Are we going to put all the different scenarios, or just the one, narrow it down to one, or what's going to be presented? Because I don't see the rate study yet on the website.
I think the rates that have been shared with you today are in process and they're for your consideration, not until there is some general direction about where this may be going and we can capture a range. Would I recommend we put anything on the website? Websites are like social media, they're forever, right? Once it goes out there, people are going to lock into the worst case scenario. So my suggestion is probably after the virtual information meeting in November, giving the council a couple more meetings to catch your breath going forward. Once we have a sense of where this council is looking to go, we would then use the website to communicate that. But we do not want to get in front of you on those types of decisions.
All right. Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I can talk faster than anybody can listen, so if I missed anything there, I apologize. I was trying to get you back on schedule here as best I can. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And I think Aaron might have mentioned this in the chat, but are we looking for some direction from the council today, just direction as to a possible approach here? We've seen 3 options today, and then there's been some other suggestions along the way.
So we'll be presenting these same options on October 23rd, but if you liked, there were some suggestions by Andy for how we might modify some of the scenarios. If you could give us feedback now on whether you like any of those ideas, or if you would like us to bring anything else to the table, that's what we're going to be working on between now and the 19th with the Water Commission. We're going to present this with any modifications. And then again, like I said, on the 23rd.
Thank you. And if I may, and this is intended as a comment to maybe spark some discussion by council. It seems that the full funding option we witnessed today on at least some of the areas has a bit of a shock factor to it. And I think it would be a good idea to chat about whether we should be advancing that option, especially once we start putting this out into a public forum, because some of these increases in the full funding scenario, if they were to find their way to a newspaper headline or social media, will be received with, I think, the same reaction.
Well, in general, everywhere that we could graduate the rate and delay projects, not to the point of emergency, but even if there's a year that we could wait so that the rates could be more graduated. I'd like to have more discussion about the implications of the full funding model that we've seen, because I believe that that's the way we need to go and do what we need to do. It is sticker shock, and I think I need more discussion about scenarios and what that looks like. So, and in terms of whether we want to advance those numbers, I mean, how else could we talk about them?
I would suggest from a outreach and engagement standpoint, it is premature to put that information out in the public space right now. Because you know what happens. You grab the worst case scenario, you add it all together, and now you've got a narrative out there that you cannot get out from under. So, and again, you have a communication staff. I'm not trying to take their place. I'm just sharing with you some of our experiences with communities across the U.S. So I think giving an internal direction to maybe bring back what you've seen today in what I would consider, from your standpoint, to be a more palatable fashion is probably what your staff is looking for. Then you have the meeting on the 19th, and then your meeting on the 23rd to bring even greater focus to those. Because whatever is discussed on the 23rd is now up. Okay, it is now something that's going to be out there. So I think there's a period here that you have to work within that. So, you know, I just want to make sure from an outreach standpoint, we did not anticipate taking the information presented today and dropping it into the website. I think it's premature. I think everything you've seen today has got a big draft stamp on it. A ton of work has gone into it. But you're at step 2 of 7. You're not at step 6. You're not setting a rate. You're still early in the process. This isn't a marathon. It's more like a 10K, but it's certainly not a sprint. So you do have a little bit of time here. I would have the conversation today about what you think is most appropriate, but I don't think there's a lot of pressure on finding it with a period at the end of the sentence. Andy, if I stepped outside of that's fine.
So at our meeting with the Water Commission, we're not getting into this level of detail regarding costs.
We'll provide a brief overview of what you heard today, and then we won't be getting into any more cost on how these might impact the community. Is that?
Yes, and so will we be getting more into the projects and the way they need to be spaced and
But I think, just the questions on the projects we've heard today, what we could do on the 23rd is provide a brief overview of projects in the 3 funds. And how long they've been on our CIP, the need, the urgencies, because they're there, they're real. We can't ignore these projects, as Greg articulated very well. We're at a point where if we do, I mean, we're gonna be seeing more and more failures, and it's going to be more expensive to fix them rather than do the preventative maintenance.
so that's the information that we want at that meeting. And also just if we were going to delay any, which ones could it be and for how long before we're into the red line area?
One of the things that I think is helpful to folks when we're developing what is the narrative, because a lot of times we have to take a lot of very technical data and put it into plain speak. And I think Councilman Matthews, you mentioned that earlier. I want to make sure people can understand it. So sometimes analogies help. I look at your wastewater issues, and it's not unlike when you buy a new house. Buy a house, fixed for a while, kind of even think about it, and then a few things start happening. But you know, we're not going along every year and putting money over here for a new roof when we haven't seen an indication we need a new roof. The problem with wastewater is you have a lot of things coming to a head based on facility aging at the same time. And we experience that as homeowners too, right? You notice the AC and refrigerators seem to get louder than we of each other. You know, it's like they're talking to each other, right? Everything seems to age and need to get replaced altogether. So that's coming. Then you take that and you add it to the inflationary pressures, which are unreal in anything we've experienced in our lifetime. You have to go back to the Carter era, where we started seeing things that even come close to this. Then add, on top of that, the material cost increase. The city of Flagstaff didn't create these. You know, you don't make pipe. You're at the tail end. You're just like a resident who takes the car to the mechanic, and all of a sudden, catalytic converters are twice what they used to be. You're experiencing the same thing. The problem is, this has been somewhat of a perfect storm, particularly with regard to what I see in wastewater. So when I'm hearing what I'm hearing in here, that's why I said I have tremendous empathy for the position you find yourselves in today. None of this was of your creation. It is almost this little perfect storm going on out there. The question is, how do we best weather it? Because you can't afford, as your city manager said, you can't afford to do nothing on the wastewater side of things in particular, as I see it. But where else can you? And I think if you start looking at all of those 3 bodies in unison, start to see where the focus can be and give better direction. I'm just suggesting that as a way to go forward going into the 23rd. And again, I'm coloring a little bit outside my lines here, so Andy or Aaron can shut me up or grab the hook and pull me off the stage at any moment. But I've sat in this role before. I don't envy you. But the hard decisions are.
Yeah, you've got a ton of information on the rates. Is this the time you want to use to give some input and feedback to Aaron about?
I just want to make a comment. Just so that we all know that our meetings are really open. And so if any of our residents are tuning in, they've already seen this. And so it probably is going to be out there somewhere. So we might want to think about that, because people will take a little bit of information and run with it. And then we've got that scenario that you talked about. And not that I'm ever trying to hide anything from our community, but we just need to be aware.
Correct. And you know, what was presented today are the goalposts, right? There's a, you know, this is the best it could be from a rate standpoint. This is the almost absolute worst it could be. You know, where do you usually land in that? You never land on one end or the other. You land somewhere between the two. So you are correct now that you know, somebody who wants to make an issue of it, but it is too early in the process to really say this is where things are going. But we need to start moving in that direction and letting the public be engaged and informed as that direction goes.
So we do need to to get our direction clear. I see that Councilmember Matthews has a question. If we could, at this point, stick to direction, that would be good, I think. Go ahead, Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. And it may not be direction, but I can't really give my input without, I'm sorry, I'm a slow study this morning, but when I'm looking at the attachments that list all the projects, there is a little legend at the bottom, let's say of page 1 that says # is fully or partially funded by growth, asterisk is projects designated by partial debt funding, but I don't see any adjustments to full or partially grant funded, like taking out what is projected to be not rate funded. And so if I remember the presentation we just went through, all the projections were to cover the total net cost of these projects without any adjustment to the debt funding or the grant funding. Am I correct in that, or did I miss something?
So this is Andy again with Stantec. As you look at those CIP sheets, council member, the list on the first page is the total amount of capital projects in full, regardless of how they're paid for. And then on the second page, we've identified of the projects on the first page, how much is actually funded with grants. So on the first page for water, if you look at the total list of projects, it adds up to just under $208 million. And then if you look at the second page in the table 3, of that $208 million, about $26 million is funded with grants.
And so the net between those two is what you've shown us on these charts on paying for all these projects.
It's basically what we have to pay for out of a combination of, rates and capacity fees, and how we pay for it out of rates is either dollar for dollar, or the rates have to be able to support the debt financing necessary to borrow the money to complete those projects.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And I just wanted to point out on wastewater, we don't have grant funding identified for those projects. I'm just not aware of the opportunities on old wastewater plants. You have to tie it to, reuse projects. The only thing that you might get funding for is the catastrophe. Hate to say that. But that's why you don't see grant funding on wastewater right now.
This is a hot topic. So you guys can get your final thoughts out on it, because we want to be sure there's time for priority-based budgeting objectives. Comes up next. Last couple thoughts here.
I'll jump in. Thank you. I've heard the mayor raise the question, and I just heard Councilmember Matthews make reference to it. It seems like there should be some analysis to debt financing on some of these larger projects. And I know that presupposes a rate structure that will secure the debt financing, but and we heard Mr. Tyler speak earlier about, what remains an option for, was that tier 2 level financing? That financing, the capacity within tier 2 on the property side. Secondary, yes.
Yeah, I think my estimate is about 40 million capacity in our deal bond to keep the same secondary projects to keep the same rate.
And then are there other options or tiers that would be available?
Well, when it comes to financing, WIF is usually a great resource to go to for low interest rates. For those finance, but it adds complexity to your project too. So that would be one of those types of financing. And of course, if we get some federal support with our liaisons and so forth, all the better.
One thing I would say in closing, if I could synthesize a little bit of what I've heard, maybe in the water system, we modify or add another full funding option that looks at a level plan of increases versus one that was front loaded. I heard kind of a more equalized approach. is desirable. So we could prepare that. For the sewer system, we could show that scenario that I mentioned of kind of a phased funding of the full capital needs as opposed to the current schedule. And then that could feed into the conversation about the risk and potential implications of that scenario, but we could prepare it and have it as part of that package. And then maybe on reclaimed water, it's, looking at the level plan for water, but keeping the 35% policy. How much capital could that secure, and what would be the rate implications of that option for reclaimed? Recognizing that the full funding option we may have to, as the city manager said, look to some other funding sources to cover some of the other reclaimed water project costs, if those projects are something that you want to move forward with. So I feel like maybe some of those subtle modifications might be helpful to advance that conversation.
Well, that sounds good to me. Yeah, Councilmember McCarthy.
When you talk about general obligation bonds, is the implication those will be paid back with property tax? Or would they be bonds that would be paid back with water fees? Or both?
Similar to the bond that was, the two propositions that were issued last year, that there was no increase in tax to pay for those, that was existing capacity, but then.
So it's still property tax, right?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so I think that is contrary to the whole concept of an enterprise fund. Now, it may be for some mega projects like Red Gap Ranch, we might have to do that. But for the kind of projects we're talking about here, which are gradual increases, maintenance, I don't think those should be paid for by property tax. I think they should be paid for with water fees. I mean.
Well, and we're going to discuss all of this. We're not.
So if you don't want to get into that detail, I can wait. But anyway, that's my comment.
All right, thank you, Aaron and Shannon and Tim and Andy. Lots of comments on raising these. Sounds like more discussion. Lots more, as Mayor Daggett says. Excellent. Let's take a 15-minute break. I see 10:45 up on the screen. We'll regroup at 11 and come back on board for priority-based budgeting objectives. Chris Brody and Jack Mitchell.
All right, we're going to get moving, everybody.
That was a call to order from Greg. Thank you.
Yeah.
So some people might still be drifting in, getting those snacks. Next up, we're getting to priority-based budgeting objectives update. Got Greg and Chris and Jack will be on board for this.
Thank you. Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. I'm here to present and start the conversation, and Chris and Jack will help with the objectives update. Just want to recap, back in June, we had a retreat with council to talk about our priorities and objectives. We did decide to keep the priorities the same, the 7 pillars of priorities, but we focused on the objectives at that retreat. You provided us valuable feedback during that meeting, and we took that information, we revised the objectives just slightly with your direction and comments. And then we took the public approach and started going out to the public to get participation. That's really when the tires hit the road, and our PBB administrative team really took on the task of community outreach. I definitely want to recognize the team. I'm one of 5 of us that kind of managed the program and did the outreach. We have Chris Brody with us, Jack Fitchett, and also we have Heidi Terryberry in the back there, and Clarice Thousand. We're the ones that kind of did all the participation to the outreach and did a lot of work over the last 2 months since you saw us on this. So thanks for their hard work during this process. So our outreach this summer, our objectives were to craft our objectives to reflect current needs of our community. Our current objectives were updated in November of 2020, correct, after we did some outreach then. So it's time to refresh those, talk about current community needs and so forth. So that was one of our objectives. Our outreach was to involve the community the best we can in many comprehensive series of outreach that we did over the summer to help build those objectives into our priorities. All right. Should I go too much? All right. Through our community outreach, we basically did an online survey that was open from that time shortly after our conversation with council in June, early July. That was one of our opportunities to electronically get out to the community. We had dedicated events where we had open houses. We say 2 listed here, but we also partnered with another one. We'll talk about that in the coming slide. And we're out in the community several times. We had over 7 meetings where members of our team were out in the public with the big boards and talking with the public about our objectives and their thoughts of what we should be doing for the city of Flagstaff. Yes. All right, the online survey, it ran from June 26th to August 4th. We had some really good comments, but it was really open for the public to address each objective. Should we keep the objective? Do you want to delete the objective, or do you want to change it or modify it in some fashion? And also provide us comments on each objective. They had the opportunity to choose which ones they did. They could have done all of them, could have done just a few of them, but it was at their own pace that they could put the survey in on their behalf of what they think our objectives should be. Overall, we've received 77 submissions, and most provided comments on many different objectives. They really did hit multiple ones instead of just focusing on one area during those surveys. Our open houses, we did 3. We did a team effort with our regional plan update, Sarah Decker and her team. That was a great participation in that one. Community members were already engaged in coming to the meeting, so we tagged along on that one and had some good responses. We also met here at the Aquaplex as well as the Murdoch Center over the month of July. Overall, we didn't have a great level of participation, but we received a lot of comments. It was a lot of opportunity to talk one-on-one with community members, which was really valuable, and they provided multiple comments. So we had 66 from just these 3 meetings, but there was very good conversation we had with the public. Outreach in the community, here you see a list of the events that we did. The concerts in the park was a great opportunity because a lot of public shows up to those wonderful events that we do, and we get to listen to music while we're there, which is great. So we did 3 of those: Mobile Haven, Jim Cullen Memorial Park, and Bushmaster Park. A lot of the traffic was the kids, and we'll talk about them in that, but we also drew in some parents with their kids and had some good feedback and talked about objectives at those events. And then we did some passive tablings, just setting up in certain areas in the community, trying to get throughout the community as far as when we're having these conversations. Overall, we had 74 comments that were brought forward and put on our boards for us to consider. There we go. Here's Mobile Haven Park, our first outreach, and definitely had some kids there to participate. The candy helps. But it was a good event, a great day, a good sunny day. But it was just the kickoff and us having this conversation with the public. And so, see, now it's not going to So our outreach did hit the adults and the teens utilizing these objectives that we have through the outreach, the surveys, and so forth. But the youth were greatly engaged with the councils in a park, providing us their feedbacks as really young ones, what they see in their community. We engaged them by asking them certain questions like, what would you like to make? What law would you like to make for the city? What would you like to build in the community? What would you like to see if you were mayor or so forth? So it really got them thinking about how they see our city and what amenities, what things they like in the city of Flagstaff. Some of them drew pictures of things they wanted, water drops or those kind of things. It was really cool to see the kids involved. And then we helped them say, okay, these objectives. This is how we address these objectives that they brought up as youth. So good engagement there. I'm not going to try. And then just some comments on some of the notable public input that we did receive on some of these priorities we had in the objectives. Under a high-performing governance, it wasn't just about being effective, but also being timely. Keeping notifications timely out in the public was important to people. Also, they really appreciate notification about upcoming council meetings. They did appreciate that we're doing that as a government. Safe and healthy community, help people with homelessness was something. We don't specifically say that word. I think we try to address that through objectives, but the word wasn't there, which was interesting to see. Inclusive, engaged community. This is where people got a little bit confused on definitions. What do we mean by certain topics? Need more definition to what we're talking about when we talk equity or so forth. So we took that to heart, and you'll see at the end of the presentation, we built in definitions to our objectives, which will help educate and explain things. A robust and resilient economy, supporting robust, sustainable economy. But why would this need to be connected to affordable housing? We think a good economy is connected to affordable housing. We do have that objective within that priority. But can't just trust the market to deliver the affordable housing and being a partner in those things were some of the comments. Livable community, we don't have an objective that says have the developers do this, developers and so forth. And really these objectives about what the city can do. So when we saw that comment, and it's not about us telling developers to do, it's how we can partner with them. How we as a city drive these objectives and advance our community the ways the community sees fit. So those were just some of the highlights that we just kind of pulled out from those conversations over the last month or two. So from that, there was a lot of work involved. I did put a copy of our priorities as well as the red lines that we'll have up on the screen, because I know it kind of gets kind of small, and maybe if you wanted to take notes or so forth, I could probably be useful for you to have it in front of you. So you do have that available to you, and I will pass it on to Chris. Any questions on outreach? Pass it on. Or you're working your.
I think I can adjust.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor and the council. So on that last slide, we showed some of those comments we got. We got many more comments than that. We wanted to highlight just a few that really we took to heart and impacted our thinking and some of the changes that we wanted to recommend. So those are ones that either set off a point in our mind that we thought, oh, we should really find a way to incorporate. That's a good point. Or that just drove our conversation, as in the case of that comment that was help the homeless. That was one of the things that a kid gave us that would be asked, what would you do? And they said, help the homeless. We wrote it down and we looked through and I said, we don't have homeless as a word anywhere in our appraiser objectives. Should we? So that started a whole conversation of how those kinds of terms fit in with what our objectives did. We actually didn't end up recommending adding it. We thought that we incorporate other ways, but it really drove our conversation in very positive ways. So I wanted to highlight that and highlight that it was a good comment from someone that was, I think, 6 or 7 years old, which was a nice kind of thing to get. Now, Rick just talked about how we went out and got all the feedback from the community. And there's a second process kind of happened between then and now, where we took that information, tried to manipulate it a little bit, and manipulate's not a great word to use actually, but to organize it and understand it in a way that made sense. So we went through several larger spreadsheets, which I provided to you all, if you want to reference those as well. For the survey, we had really good data on whether people viewed a certain objective positively or negatively because they checked a box of should it remain as it is, should it be changed, or should it be removed entirely. So we could see which ones, 80% had approval, which ones 50% had approval. We can see that difference. Whereas the ones with the boards, same activity you all did back in June with the big sticky notes on the boards. But it's harder when you tell somebody what matters to you, and they put it in the board and say, okay, what does that mean? You like it or don't like it? So we had to take those a little bit differently and look at that data a little bit different ways. But so we've done all that. We went through all the information that they gave us, figured out what that meant for our objectives, tried to recommendations that we think will speak to the work that the priorities that our community has. Use these words, priorities that really means PB. The goals that are and the things that are important to our community. We think that a good way to incorporate those into what our suggested changes to the objectives are here. All right, thank you. So on this slide, just a few of the bigger changes we're recommending here. Took some of these from the different priorities, so it covers the full breadth of everything. Based on that comment, we wanted to add timeliness to our communication goals. It's not something that we had in there explicitly before, and with some of the things that happened, that was important. We added a mental health component to some of our health-related objectives. That was lacking in certain ways. We wanted to make sure that our employment goals, this one actually came from you all as well back in June, that we're looking at retaining employees, not just getting new ones. We added a more explicit mention of maintenance and infrastructure instead of just delivering new projects, making sure that older ones continue to be maintained in a way that they're usable. We added a workforce housing component separate from our affordable housing component, because those are two distinctly different things. So we addressed them differently. Honestly, I think one of the better things we've done here that I'm proud of the work on is that we added a definition section. There were a lot of comments we received throughout the whole feedback that, what does this mean? I don't know what this term means. What are you referring to? So for some of those terms that are vague or just industry terms that the public wouldn't really be expected to know, we added a definition section that may be a good supplement to this document. So if someone's looking at it and says, well, what does this mean? Is this city trying to just put something here that's meaningless so they can say whatever they want? No, we explain what we need in more explicit terms and make that a little more approachable. And then finally, we updated any references to long-range plan documents like the carbon neutrality plan or the tenured housing plan to make sure they were updated for any changes that have happened since 2020, because some of those documents have changed substantially. Their names are different than they were when this document was originally drafted in 2020. And we'll talk about some of the specific changes we made here. Grab my computer. I can't see the glare on this very well. That's okay. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. So we'll just go in the order of the objectives that are the priorities. We look at that wheel, we'll go around in a circle, one after the other. The first one being our high-performing governance one. A reminder that this is the only program that does not, or the only priority that does not talk about programs that are outward facing to the community. So this is how the city organization maintains itself, not how we provide services to the community. No change recommended to the first one. We thought that one was broad but specific enough that it worked pretty well. On this second item, we changed the wording around just a little bit so that it flowed very nicely. And then we added, instead of clear, consistent, and timely. And one of the reasons we thought that was particularly important was the impacts our community seen over the last couple of years with emergencies, floods, fires, and things like that. We've really learned how important it is not just to put out proper information, but to do it in a way that is timely in certain situations. So I wanted to make sure that we had that as an explicitly stated in our the objectives. We on that fourth item, I thought that one was kind of worded a little funny, so we changed enhance to maintain. That was a suggestion from a few folks in our survey. We thought that worked pretty well, and then we just tried to instead of changing through efficiency and effectiveness, which doesn't really mean a lot, it's not grammatically, it didn't work that well. So we decided to go through strong financial policies and best practices. Essentially said the same thing, but it says it a little more clearly. We added efficient to this next item instead of just implement and communicate innovative and efficient government programs. So we wanted to make sure that we're not just doing things that are new, but things that work well. And then we took out, we recognized the model for others to follow, not because we don't want to do that in the future, but because our goal shouldn't be for others to recognize us for the work we're doing. Our goal should be to do good work in the first place, but it's worthy of recognition. This last item was one that we talked about a lot at our June retreat about how to use the word inclusive versus, still trying to get employees that are the best quality employees. So this is the way we decided to go about rewarding this, or recommend rewarding this at least. Be an inclusive employer of choice, and then remove the references to the way we recruit, just by saying by providing employees with necessary tools to support compensation. So that way, instead of talking about the way we do outreach, try to bring employees in, we make this a little broader. Say we want people to work for us because we're an employer. They'll provide necessary tools, support, and compensation, and that speaks to the recruitment side as well, because it's not just saying we want to retain them. It's not saying we want to go get them. It's saying we want people to work for us with a big new order system. So it applies more that way. And I'll note here after this first slide, if you have comments right away, that's great. I think the way we're going to go about organizing this, we'll go through all of them first, and then we'll come back. We have 2 hours for this. So if you want to really engage in scrutinizing these objectives or talk about them, if you have the time to do it, I think the way to do that is we'll go through them all again after we do the changes first. Does that seem like a logical way to go about it? Okay. Awesome. Now to safe and healthy community. Go to the next one here. Thank you. All right. We didn't recommend any changes to the first 2 of these objectives. We thought they were concise, fairly well worded. There weren't a lot of contribution community either in any of these that we felt needed to result in any recommended changes. So on this third item, this is one of the areas where we've updated things based on changes in the city. The city has an alternate response model now. So the CARES unit did not exist in 2020. So we're able to make references to the way that unit works in this goal. So build upon the alternate response model. We also have other community partnerships because we want to be open in case there's other opportunities out there. And then just to best serve the mental and behavioral health needs of the community. So it's not really a huge substantive change, but it does reference some of the newer practices of the city and works well to address the things that are important about mental and behavioral health needs. We felt that fourth objective, which is a pretty important objective, honestly, providing public safety with resource staff and training. There's a lot of things behind the city under that objective. And really, it works pretty well the way it is. There weren't a lot of comments from the public about changing it, so we felt that we're keeping that one as it is for now, at least. On this fifth one, we had some back and forth, so we actually changed some of the things more recently in this one, as we talked internal some staff about some stuff on this. So go to the mental and physical well-being through recreational opportunities. So this is parks and foot trails, those kind of things. And then we changed the multiple to active transportation in this. And those are 2 terms that are in our definition. They're in there separately. So you'll see those. We felt active transportation worked. There's a lot of overlap, but active transportation speaks more to safety and health than multimodal transportation, which could be things like a bus as well. That doesn't really speak to what about healthy community is maybe getting people to walk or ride their bike. On this last item, we removed reference to rules, regulations, and land use. those are the three things that don't really go together that well, so we changed it out to be as well as best practices for building land use, just to clarify that language. Not really a substantive change there. So inclusive and engaged community. I'll note that there's a lot of items in this slide. We probably spent more time discussing this slide than any other one, and I would expect maybe we'll do some more of that a bit here. Another area we changed increase to enhance, and then we removed legal requirements, and that's not because we don't care about what Kevin says over here. It's because that really lies in all of our objectives. We always want to make sure we're doing things in compliance, and calling it out in one place without anywhere else seems unnecessary, and seems as if we didn't want to do it elsewhere. So we still want to do it. We just didn't feel the need to list that out explicitly in one objective over any other ones. On this third objective, this is the single objective that we spent the most time discussing. We received a very large number of comments on this from the community, and a lot of it came back to our use of this term anti-racist. So we got together, we heard from the city's equity advisory group on language on this one. We looked at what we're trying to accomplish this one. There were folks that said, city shouldn't be doing this at all. There's folks that said, why are you only calling out race? Or there's all these other different things that are important. So we understood that language was probably used very deliberately. Let's put it here in 2020. But after discussion, we looked at and settled on online forms because that's consistent with other things the city's doing and other the documents we have. And it's inclusive of those types of anti-racist policies, but it's also inclusive of a broad set of other areas. It's recognizing that trauma can come from many things, including race, it can include from lots of different kinds of discrimination or oppression. So it's a little broader. We feel it still encompasses what it was looking for there. And if you have thoughts on that, we would love to hear those when we get to our discussion a little bit later on. But that's just an explanation of how and why we got to that language change. On this fourth objective here, we felt that this one was worded to say that we wanted to get the community more involved with the city. And really, we can't control that. We can control how much the city gets involved with the community. So we kind of flipped that one around. So it's the city's involvement, not the community's involvement, because that's the part that we can control. And if we go out and get that involvement, we still get the involvement. We can't just sit and say, hey, why are you not showing the council? Why are you not attending the community groups? We need to go and do that. So that's why we switched city and community around to make it, to put the burden on us to go and do that kind of involvement. Another change that I think we had just a few weeks ago, talking to staff, we removed fair distribution of equitable and changed that to access to, because that's one that we thought makes it a little bit shorter and easier to understand. And I'll note that environmental justice is one of those terms where we have defined at the end, because a lot of folks didn't know what that meant. Well, those aren't related. Environmental justice are two different components. They're not, but we decided to just define that so we get more clear at the end as well. Right. Next slide is sustainable, innovative infrastructure. This is another one that deals with a lot of just keeping the lights on and the city providing services that are necessary to its community. And this was an area that we had one less objective. Every other priority had 6 objectives. This one has 5, so there was less work to do on it. And it's one that is a little bit less complicated than some other ones. People, are in favor of getting water and trash service. They don't, and having that done efficiently. So these were crafted in a way that didn't have as many comments from the public that seemed to require action. The first 2 we thought were pretty good in this one. We added the maintain element on that third one. We just moved that red stripe is just to move it all, make it all grammatically succinct. So provide, manage, and maintain. We don't want to just provide and manage it without doing any work to make sure it's still operational going forward. There's discussion about whether manage included that, but we decided let's just add the word maintain to make it crystal clear that we want to make sure we're keeping up our infrastructure as well as just providing it. Then we added on this last one, encourage coverage of underground trees, because we don't want to just limit ourselves to making the city be the ones that provide it. That's something that we have community partners that may be willing to help us with this. It's not just the city that has to do the way we can look for help. So we facilitate develop. Those are still things we can do, but we can also encourage it for the rest of our community. Which is fun.
We can move you to the other side.
Jack takes over. It's like, I'm good. And then we had no changes on that last bullet point. It's really good timing there. And we'll move on next to, I think it's robust resilient economy. And that's what Jack comes in. So I'm going to plug my computer and we'll be back on the conversation.
It was perfect timing.
It was.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Jack Fitchett. I'm the business attraction manager for the city of Flagstaff. And I have been working on PBB since its inception 5 years ago. Time flies when you're having fun. So keeping with the same kind of process that Chris just took you through, I will do my best to try and reach that glare as well. But these again are just, these changes are really, excuse me, let me take a deep breath. And it's a combination of all of these different comments from various different community members. So this isn't necessarily what the PPB team thinks, but again, this is what the community, this is the comments we got back. So please consider that as you're looking through these changes. The first one is related to, oh, thank you, sir. That is so much better. So you'll notice here, and this is probably looking a little bit interesting because it says that we're striking out affordable housing options. The only reason that we're doing this in this particular objective is because it's been mentioned in other places. You'll see it throughout further priorities, and it is pointed to a little bit further down in this objective list. So something for you all to consider, but really just wanted to make that first objective as clear as possible. Affordable housing, as we know, is obviously very important to the city, and it's been referenced many times throughout several different priority areas. Moving down, similar to what Chris had just said, related to building and enhancing relationships with various different community and partnership organizations. Same thing with the development community. We as a city cannot make anyone participate and work with us, but we can certainly encourage that moving forward. And I think that's something that we greatly need right now as well. So there's that change. And then moving down to the last one, again, related to my first point, this is related to workforce housing. There were many comments related, obviously, to affordable housing, and we'll get to more of those in a second. But as far as economic development is concerned, affordable housing can absolutely be workforce housing, but there's a slight distinction there, and I think it's important to realize that. I always say attainable housing when I'm working with various different businesses, and that's really the point that we're trying to capture there. So unless there's any immediate questions, I'll just keep moving down. Awesome. Livable community. So not a ton of changes here, but on that third objective, provides equitable and inclusive educational and cultural opportunities. So again, this is something that the city is doing. We're obviously going to support our partners, but this is work that we already do. We can continue to enhance and provide that as well. I think that's really straightforward. Again, that the 10-year housing plan, as well as other projects and opportunities, it doesn't have to be with developers, so we strike that. So just one mention of, again, the affordable housing aspect that I just discussed. Support diverse employment opportunities and high-quality jobs. So the reason that living wage is striked is because we got a lot of feedback of, what the heck is a living wage in Flagstaff? That's obviously going to be very different depending on who you ask, and I don't really think that it's this group's job to try to determine that for a huge variety of people. But what we can do instead is be able to provide that living wage, and how do we do that? We can do that by creating high-quality employment opportunities for residents. So that's the reason for that change, and then you'll notice that on that last objective, the bottom portion is striped as it's related to compatible with community values. Well, guess what we're talking about right now? We're talking about objectives and quantifying our community values, so it's redundant. Moving on to the next slide, if you don't mind, Stacy, thank you. Awesome. And so environmental stewardship. Fairly minor changes here as well. You'll see just a kind of slight syntax change there on the third objective. On the fourth one, this is kind of a reoccurring theme that you'll probably start to notice is, we are trying to encourage partnership and encourage the private sector's investment in the various different sustainable things that we do. Jenny could tell you all about that if she wanted to, but we can't force anyone to really do anything, but we're going to get better results by encouraging and working with people to achieve some of our sustainability goals versus just saying, that's what you have to do now. So I think that's the way that we've gone about it, and it's reflected in that objective. And then lastly, with awareness and of social inequities, that's already captured very well within the CNP, so that's just redundant again. So with that, Stacey, next slide, please. So this goes back to some of the definitions that Chris and Rick had discussed. Chris actually did a ton of work on this. He did a really good job speaking with some of our various different staff members, speaking with staff within different organizations that are also using these terms. And I mean, for all of us here today, we likely know what all of this means because we use this terminology frequently. For the public, though, that maybe doesn't know exactly what environmental justice means off the top of their head, this is what would be included when we put these priorities and objectives out on our website, and the next time someone comes to look at it, they can see exactly what we're talking about, so it just makes clear sense. Nothing really crazy here. And then one more slide, please, Stacey. And then just page 2. So I'll give you a moment to read those, but I think that you'll find that these are really the most up-to-date definitions of this type of terminology, and it's and this goes back to a lot of the comments we received throughout the public input process. Is that some people are like, well, what the heck is social equity, right? Totally fair comment, because if you don't work in that every day, you're not necessarily going to know. We're trying to make it as clear as possible. And so with that, I think we maybe can work our way backwards from environmental stewardship, and then kind of open the discussion and see what feedback council has for us, if that sounds good.
I jump in real quick.
Yeah,
Okay. So with our timing of this, we're budgeted for 2 hours on this item. We've gone through about half an hour of it. So that means we have about 90 minutes to discuss all these. If you want to be done earlier, that's fine as well. It's also, lunch would fall somewhere in the middle of that. So we could handle this a lot of different ways. We can try to push all the way through until we get to a point where either our time's exhausted or council feels that they've given all the feedback they want to give on each of these, and that discussion has been had. We can schedule a break in the middle at some point as well. Are there thoughts on? We could do lunch now if you prefer to. So the timing of that's just a little bit awkward, so I wanted to.
Can I ask you some questions?
Absolutely.
Does staff disagree with any of these changes?
I'll note that. After we went through all of these, we presented these both to the budget team and to leadership and gave them an opportunity to comment on all of those. Some of the changes we made were at their recommendations, some of the ones on environmental justice and whatnot. So we're very confident at this point that all of staff heard our initial points, had their feedback heard, and we incorporated a lot of that. And where we didn't, we had discussions that came to understandings of why we did it. So I would say with confidence that staff goes back all of these changes.
Council, are there elements of this that you want to discuss in depth? You have changes, suggestions, not to get into it, but just, do you have comments, and would you like to discuss this further? Yes, I do.
Well, overall, I think it's excellent, but I do have a couple of suggested edits.
Okay.
We wanted to provide that. We found that when we were doing it ourselves, we went down the rabbit holes on a lot of these. And this process begins and ends with the council. We wanted to give you the opportunity to go down them as well if you wanted to, but if you don't want to, my apologies for.
Rabbit holes are not necessary, but suggested edits are, of course, welcome. So then the question becomes, do we break for lunch now and pick up the discussion, or do we discuss a little bit and then break for lunch?
Is there any food here?
Yeah, food is here, it is ready, so it's at your convenience. It's not hot, so it's not like it's gonna get cold if you guys want to have a discussion right now.
Like that, Arthur.
If we're looking at just a few suggestions and some light conversation, I'd like to just pushing through that as opposed to if we think we're gonna go into deeper, really go down, discuss something in depth. That'd be my recommendation, but. Yeah, sure. Somebody,
So, should we go through page by page? Some pages I don't have any comment. So
that's the point. We'll go back to hyper governance, scroll further down from there. Does that work? Yeah, here, we'll take questions and discuss and everything. All right. So were there any comments on any objectives under high performing governance priority? This is the only one that speaks to internal city functions, not to community programs. Once, going twice. Okay.
You got it.
Yeah. Safe and healthy community. Same goes for our health workers that are online if they have comments. Please feel free to chime in. Not seeing any here either. Somebody engaged.
I have one.
Please.
Third bullet. Trauma-informed policies. That's a new phrase. I was thinking maybe we could just have it be facilitate and foster equity, diversity, and inclusivity, period.
Although,
So, or either that or reword what the hell does trauma enforcement?
well, we're currently involved in a process with a grant from the Vitalist Foundation. And the effort is led by the Coconino Coalition of Children and Youth. And the end goal is to become a trauma-informed community. And so there's training that all staff will go through, and the county's doing it as well. And I don't know if staff wants to pick up anywhere.
Yeah, I will speak. Typically, I would look to Shannon on this because she's closer to it than I am, but I'm wondering as we talk, if we can fast forward to the definitions, because I saw.
Yeah.
Yes, this is fine.
This one is defined at the very end.
Yeah, could we just go up and then we'll circle back. Thank you. This is to answer Councilmember McCarthy's question. It's a good question, very directly, because it's not a term that everybody's acquainted with. But we think, to the mayor's point, we will become more and more acquainted with it, especially with the training that's underway. Basically, trauma-informed means for us to understand and consider the pervasive nature of trauma from a multitude of sources, including exposure to abuse, neglect, discrimination, violence, or other adverse experiences, and promoting environments of healing and recovery. So as has been mentioned, and I think you articulated it well, Chris, it broadens the definition of that was once anti-racist is now broadening that to other things as well. Certainly, discrimination is now a subset of this and a very significant one, but other factors are now included. And by the way, I think, Mayor, and you can correct me, you sit in on the Indigenous Commission meetings, but I think our Indigenous Commission and others have also weighed in on this training, the trauma-informed training. Am I wrong in saying that?
That would be a question for Councilmember Matthews, and I see that Councilmember House has her hand.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Well,
comment to my comment.
should we hear what Councilmember House
Okay.
has to say, because it might inform this?
I was actually just going to speak on I'm very happy with the additions of the areas on mental health and behavioral health. I think that's really important. And just to Councilmember McCarthy's point, I do think that including the trauma-informed is going to be important for that, particularly with the removal of anti-racist. I'm not opposed to that transition at all, because from my perspective and just in the work that I've I've done in DEI and trauma-informed mental health focuses, what's often said is that trauma-informed work is based on anti-racism, or that anti-racism is core to trauma-informed care. So I think it does capture both, and it's an important thing for us to keep in mind as an organization.
Okay, after hearing 3 comments, I completely agree it should be in there. But I think the wording is obtuse. How about if we say facilitate and foster equity, diversity, and inclusivity, including support of those subjected to trauma? So in other words, using direct language instead of obtuse language.
But
including those.
trauma-informed is pretty important in terms of describing exactly what it is that the city wants to be focusing on.
Okay, if you want those exact words, I can live with that. Consider, and I do agree that it's important. My only point is the wording is kind of obtuse. But what you're saying is that once we kind of get used to this new phrase, then I see. Okay, I can live with it.
Good discussion. Thank you.
If I could provide just a little more context on this particular objective, this objective had one of the lowest scores in our survey of the community, where most of the objectives came in with a approval rate of between 70 and 85% or so. This one was in the low 50s. And it was in many different ways. There were a lot of comments received on this particular item. And there were a lot of people saying, why is the city doing this? The city shouldn't be involved in this kind of thing at all. And then there were folks saying, well, why are you limiting it to anti-racist? Why are you not including LGBT and poverty and those kinds of other things that can inform it? So as we looked at these, it was like, my goodness, we're being pulled in both directions from the comments of the community, and it especially just that reference to anti-racist, I think, was a hot point. It was a term that people saw, and they really elicited a more emotional reaction on people than our other objectives. So we went through quite a conversation as staff about this one. Our edits to this one, if we had a timeline of how we recommended this change, there'd probably be 8 or 9 or 10 different ways we thought about writing this. At the end, we actually went to leadership, and I think we had 3 different options. One of which I think one of them did just include kind of the end of that sentence off, as Councilor Kirk was asked about, and this is where we landed on. We went to it was the equity advisory group. I can't remember what their actual title is right now. That
inclusion and adaptive living.
It wasn't included in adaptive
Commission
living.
on diversity,
Yes.
awareness.
Yes. Well, we went to CODA as well, but there was a group that sustainability used like an outside contractor almost. It doesn't have to meet. And so we heard from all these different, the indigenous group as well. And we all came back together and we had a conversation, leadership actually with this. And this is what we kind of landed on as recommending. And it was based out of the language of the peers. That's where it came from. So I want to provide that context. We're surely not opposed to changing it if you'd like to. And that's just an explanation of how we got, which I think is important for this objective, because we spent so much time on it and went through so many different iterations.
I'm just going to say that I think it's a good term, so I don't have any issue with that. Because I think that as our community starts to look at that grant and implement pieces of it, everybody will become more familiar. But what I did want to say is that oftentimes the folks who we are sharing these kinds of things with are not the people who are in the trauma-informed or racist group. And so there's a different perspective. So that's just an FYI.
Absolutely. You may notice in these, if you go through and look at the Excel document I shared with you about the survey results, you'll notice that any of the objectives to the whole slew of them that had references to things like anti-racist or social justice in any kind of a way, their scores dropped about 10 to 15% because of that. Because people saw those terms, said, we don't need this nonsense in our stuff. You can read the comments yourself for how they worded that feedback, but this kind of thing exists in our document, which we did our best to make it actionable and understandable. So we'll recommend making them actionable. These are not approved yet, so we didn't just tweet them out early. They were recommendations.
And great point, Councilmember Harris, and thank you for raising it.
Yeah.
We have a comment, Chris, from Councilmember House.
Yeah, I was just going to speak very much to the same thing as Councilmember Harris. So thank you, Councilmember, for your comments there. I just wanted to highlight for those who weren't able to attend, a few of us did attend that town hall on equity yesterday. Time means nothing anymore. I apologize, but I believe it was just yesterday. And it was a very interesting point that was brought up by one of our Indigenous Commission members who was also in attendance, and a community leader in terms of mental and behavioral health advocacy. The importance of starting from that point of trauma-informed care and resiliency in addressing the various issues and challenges that we have as a community. So that's why I keep that in the forefront and am very much in favor of keeping that language as it is, because it is a reminder to us that that is core to the conversation. It's core to the considerations that we're making. If we're not looking at it from that trauma-informed perspective, then we're missing a big part of the picture. So I would just encourage that it's perhaps more of an educational moment for the community to explain what that means and why it feeds in. For me, it feeds directly into our mission statement as a city. So it is something that we should be talking about. It is part of our considerations, even down to budgeting processes. But it may just be a moment that we need to educate our community more on.
Any more in this slide?
Sustainable innovative infrastructure. Any comments or discussion on any of these items? Okay. Robust, resilient economy.
So I guess I'll speak up. Third bullet, the word relationship should probably have an S in it. Enhance relationships between blah, blah, blah.
I would agree with that.
Let's do it.
Any other changes on this one?
Yeah, that here,
Well,
once, twice.
third bullet. Oh, it sounds like the city's going to do this. Whereas before, it was like, it'll be done with partnerships.
Well,
We don't do education. That's the school board.
we're not the only ones that do education, but we do have a goal of helping this in the community, I believe. So that, it's kind of welcome, but
I'll just throw this out. I'll yield if need be, but I think the way it was worded before was actually better.
okay. I think I'd say the intent of removing that first part was just to make it more open so that it could be the community or it could be the city providing it, but it wasn't limiting us from doing it, where we felt that the first one was saying the city can't do it, but certainly amenable to changing that back if you prefer.
Just one guy.
And our sustainability division is all about education. Water is all about education.
Maybe a compromise that's in between both comments there would be to something to the effect of, work with regional partners to provide so on and so forth. So that implies that we have a more of an active role than what the previous language, which simply stated to support.
Because right now it does sound like we're gonna do it and no one else is, so like going back to something, identifying other partners.
What do you think, Councilman McCarthy?
Yeah, I think the mayor's, not the mayor.
Did you just promote me?
No, demotion.
May I borrow the gavel, Mayor?
All I have is a cue sheet.
That doesn't make any noise. When you pound it. No, I think that's probably good.
Good.
Yeah, I'm not hard over on this. Yeah.
We're happy to make that change. So, and last one.
Well, I have one on this too. Fourth bullet, I think you can take out the word efforts at the end. So it would read, encourage the private sector's investment in environmental stewardship.
Easy change. Okay.
Can we go back to one?
Absolutely.
This is robust and resilient economy. Second to last bullet. Kind of reads word, enhance the community's workforce housing and slash mean or. Okay, so enhance the community's workforce housing development programs. That's just kind of reads.
So the meaning behind that is we moved housing to right there. Actually, the housing has moved down from the first bullet here, so it's meant to be workforce housing and workforce development. So workforce housing / development is meant to be kind of an and, where workforce is applied to both of those words.
Why do we say and instead of slash?
We could certainly do that. It was just it was written that way to make it a little shorter, but we can add an and. I would recommend bringing workforce again, so that it's workforce housing and workforce development.
Either way.
But
I want go back to environmental stewardship. And next to the last bullet, implement, maintain, and further the carbon neutrality plan. You took out with awareness of social equities. I think we need to keep that in there somewhere, and I'm not sure how to word that because I'm not a wordsmither, but I'm sure somebody can figure it out.
so the reason we recommended removing that language is because that language is in the carbon neutrality plan. So and it was one of the areas that I have it written in the objective. It was one that became a flashpoint for folks to kind of criticize that. So
yeah. You know what? I totally hear you, but people are going to criticize a whole bunch of things. So I say put it in because that is a trigger point for a lot of people who from communities who will be negatively impacted by our carbon neutrality plan. And if we don't let them know up front that we understand that and that we're going to address that in our plan, I think it's critical.
Okay.
But that's my 2 cents, and I only have one vote. So
Mary's got 2 votes. I agree.
3 votes.
3.
Okay. We can add that back in.
And did we finish addressing your issue with the bullet point on the economy, workforce housing and workforce development?
Yeah, we can just separate them and add an and.
Is that sufficient for you?
Yeah, I think take the slash out, add an and the other word I didn't think needed to be repeated, but I'm okay if it is.
Okay.
And I had a comment on definitions.
Yeah,
And you'll love this.
excellent.
A comment. We need to add a comment.
I do.
Yes. Second line after the word prices, take out the word or No, excuse me, leave the word or, but add a comma.
Is it, which page definition is it on? Definitions, page 1 or page 2?
One, alternative response model.
Okay.
The ability to provide culturally sensitive care for those in crisis or needing mental health or substance abuse assistance. I mean, the general rule is if you have two ands or two ors in a sentence, you gotta add a comment somewhere because either that or drop the first or. But in this case, the or needs to stay there. We just need to add a comma after the word crisis.
So it would be crisis, comma, or needing mental health, so on and so forth.
Yes, but no comma after the word health.
Separate those clauses and make them more.
Well, okay, so one concept is culturally sensitive care for those in crisis.
That's one clause.
Crisis is one, and then mental health or substance abuse or substance use is another concept. Those are two separate concepts.
Or are they three concepts?
No, they're not.
Okay.
If it were three things, then it would be, in my opinion, or, then another word, then the comma, then the or. But I hate to get into this. Sounds like I'm nitpicky.
Not at all.
My first job out of college and stuff was a technical writer. But I don't write novels. I write songs.
Well, I told you, we've been down in the weeds on a lot of these. We've had this discussion on a lot of our all throughout this document for the last sort of week. So we're very familiar with nitpicking through where commas are or not. So
I'll say when I write songs, I use very poor English, just because it flows better.
I think we can add a comment there that works. As long as the comments from council members that don't want anything burned down.
That's good.
Anything else?
There comments on the definitions as well. That's a whole new section. So if there's comments there, we'd be surprised we have to entertain them.
Just appreciate that you put that in there. Thank you for your work.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate that I think overall you guys did an excellent job. My comments were just nitpicky. Better work.
But this is obviously a lot of work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I may add, with accolades to Chris and Jack and anybody who had involvement in this was a project that occurred largely during the council recess and was seen as a good opportunity to do community, some community outreach and get this information so that we could have this discussion at this retreat. It's a very important part of the whole priority-based budgeting tool, which is to make sure we are constantly checking in with the community as to where the priorities lie. Thank you. And
I got one more comment, just a general comment. It would seem under definitions, the first word after the dash should probably be capitalized. And at the end, it should probably have a period. But I'll leave that up to the other wordsmithers.
I do notice that there is some areas where there's capitals and non-capitals. We can adjudicate that.
Well, like for instance, the one on the screen, the second to the bottom is capitalized, but the one below it is not.
You're correct. I'm noticing that myself as well.
So I think it should be capitalized, and I think there should be a period at the very end.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We'll make those edits to get back with you. I think we likely bring it back as a consent item for approval, so you guys can see it one last time. But otherwise, we'll make those minor edits and time to eat lunch.
For lunch, thank you again for the talk here. 15 minutes for public participation. I don't know who is present and if there's any public participants here.
We actually don't have anybody from the public. Yes, we do have somebody from the public. Did you want to speak on anything?
No, I'm just observing.
Great. And we don't have anybody online, so you're good to go.
All right. You see 12:01 on the clock. Let's do half an hour for lunch. We'll regroup at 12:31. Thank you. Great. So we are going to spend a little time this afternoon doing some coaching for high performance governance. So we're going to get you guys reflecting and also talking with each other. And for our remote council members, I'm going to ask you to have a notebook handy so that you can do some reflective activity on your own and then share out with the group. So the first thing we're going to do is just, my question for you is, have you guys been busy since that last retreat? Oh, good. Okay, I got a couple laughs. I thought that might, yes, but Councilmember Harris is saying, no, haven't been busy at all. But I know you guys have been busy because you're getting things done. So let's have a look at some of the successes and challenges you guys have had. So first, just you can start out quietly. Make a list. 2 lists, successes and challenges. And then we're going to get some up on the screen. Successes and challenges since maybe the last retreat, since was it in June?
It was. We had 2 retreats in April. I'm thinking that was the last one. Am I wrong there? Did we have one in June?
Did we?
It was the PBB retreat.
We had a PBB retreat in June. Thank you. It was the preface to what you just saw this morning.
Yep, let me get to that.
Here. Look forward to successes and challenges because that's what we're looking at.
Looks like it.
Yes. For the slide, I don't know. We're definitely supposed to be here in this meeting right now. But for the slide, let's get the Colorado River up. Successes and challenges. And once you've got a few, we can start shouting them out and getting them up on the screen so that we can see what we've got up here. Any takers? Okay, let's hear it.
Well, we know from national, what's happening nationally. If there's a McCarthy involved, it's very difficult to get a budget passed. We got a budget passed in spite of McCarthy.
Budget passed. Did anyone else give that a success in something that they're thinking about? I see some heads nodding in here. So budget passed, and we put a couple exclamation points for that one, for those nodding heads.
Pickleball is the challenge.
Let's think of successes right now, but we will be sure to look at challenges. I hear that must be a big one though. Okay. What other successes are showing up? Maybe we can go this way. So Councilmember McCarthy shared, Vice Mayor Aslin and Mayor Daggett, would you be willing to share something from your successes?
I think for me, I highlight was our group presentation in Albuquerque to the Astronomical Society. Sharing our successes in dark sky preservation. The rest of the community around the world.
Excellent. Does anyone else want to get on board for that one? Sharing the successes in the dark sky preservation in the international community. Okay. Some heads are nodding. Any, can we get a thumbs up or from anybody? From the online participants, if you're in agreement? All right, all right. We're gonna throw some exclamation points on there. Mayor Daggett, a success?
The 8.9 million that the legislature budgeted for us for 180.
From a state legislature. Judy.
Okay.
And we can add to that, if I may, Mayor, for Highway 180 culvert. Thank you.
All right, big success. Does that get some exclamation points? Is anyone else nodding along that that was a big one? I know Greg chimed in over here. Yeah, okay, I see. Wide eyes, big nodding. What else needs to get up there that we haven't mentioned yet, whether you're online or present? What is another big one that needs to get up?
I think we're making some progress on our housing challenges and the worst project, getting creative and funding towards that.
Housing challenges, okay, what else, Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, I went to the meeting on Tuesday, and we had a presentation about how we recovered from a recycling debacle in 1 week. I was pretty proud of that.
That's a good one.
That was turned around, and I think the one that Miranda just gave was an excellent one too. Oh, I didn't think.
All right. Well, good. Done some good successes, everybody. Pat on the back. I heard pickleball is a challenge. What else is showing up in there as challenges? What else is off on the list? And maybe we can hear from you over here, Councilmember Sweet.
I'm gonna say another bad word at the hospital.
Dealing with misinformation in the community, challenging council vote to pass the zoning of NAH in Calgary. So on Councilmember Matthews, also the hospital being there in that challenge category. Before we move on, is there anything that's like, got to get it out there as one of the challenges?
Council's been working on a bar noise ordinance since 2019. We still haven't resolved that issue.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Bar noise.
Bar noise.
I mean, people can't sleep in their house.
Yeah.
Their dishes rattle in their cabinet. We haven't done anything about it. We've worked on it, but we haven't finalized.
All right, our noise ordinance shows up. Anything else you just want to spitball out there that's got to get on this list that we got to know about?
Pay for everything we need to pay for.
How to pay for everything we need to pay for.
But
Budget.
I think we got Councilmember House that's got her hand up as well.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, I was going to actually throw out as both a success and a challenge the flood mitigation efforts. So a lot of really creative solutions went into flood mitigation and putting in some really valuable community infrastructure. At the same time, it still is very much a challenge. Some of those things haven't been fully tested yet, but I think it 100% belongs under both.
Flood mitigation, yes, on both sides.
I think it's a challenge that we have a new Congress person who is not amenable to congressional directed spending.
Okay, I heard a new congressperson who's not amenable to
Congressionally directed spending.
While you're over there, Judy, in the chat, Councilmember Matthews has noted affordable and workforce housing as a challenge. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, well, thanks for getting these up there. So successes down, challenges ahead and behind. Thanks for being willing to look at those. So, taking this in mind, we want to think of the council as a highly effective team. With all these successes under your belt and challenges to work together ahead of you. So, in a moment, I'm going to share with you some research about what are characteristics of highly motivated teams, what are motivators of highly effective teams. But let's hear from you guys. What's coming to mind? And you can throw it in the chat or raise your hand or pop in. Trust.
Starts right in, mutual respect,
Trust, mutual respect.
even when you don't.
Even when you don't agree. Anything else? I'm going to share with you three. So let's get at least three here from the council. Humor, communication. Anything else that you're thinking of? Well, let's see what the research says. This is from People Strategy by Jack Altman. We're looking at, shared vision and goals. Thanks, Councilmember. We're getting it together, though. We're getting it figured out.
So sorry.
I'm haunted by that calendar, by the way. It just pops up on occasion. It's like,
You're not doing something.
yeah, exactly. It kind of weeks me out.
Great. So from Jack Allman, People Strategy, Purpose, Community, and Growth. So I'll tell you what I mean by purpose, community, and growth. Purpose, what we do matters. Community, who we do it with matters. And growth, how we evolve matters. Is this ringing for you guys? When you think about highly effective teams that you've been on, would you say purpose, community, and growth are part of it? I'd love to hear something from your experience.
So for me, I think the community really rings true. I think of council as a community, but I'm also working in the bigger aspect of our community. So it's important to have that in all aspects of what we do.
In all aspects of what you do, not just the council community, but the community. You are serving the community in all aspects of what you do. Yeah, so community is like, yes. Any other, and when you're thinking about the teams you've been on, can you see these surfacing in your experience?
I would say, when I was at NAU in the dean's office, our purpose was to make sure that our students, every student that came through our door had a good experience and that their issues were addressed in a caring way. And that was, because if we did that in our office, then that really did impact the rest of the community. And the community was campus, but we could. And then also the growth of students was important. So we took growth in a different kind of a way than we might hear, but the next time they ran into that situation problem, they knew how to resolve it because they had been kind of like taught. When they had that experience. So the growth of our students of that.
Awesome. So yeah, tying into community and growth, the growth of the students.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. What about purpose? No one's mentioned that one yet.
I think that purpose is, of course, extremely important, and I think for this council, we do share the same purpose. We have varying degrees of agreement on certain things, but everyone is here to work and to move things forward. There's no one who's here to obstruct.
Okay, there's no one here to obstruct. There may be different perspectives on agreement for the purpose, but you all have a purpose. Are you all motivated by the purpose? Yeah, I that's what I've always thought about the council here. Is it has, that sense of purpose.
Well, there have been previous councils that there were members saying that their goal was to obstruct. And I agree with the mayor, because we don't have anybody like that on this council.
Comment from Councilmember House. Thank you.
Yeah, just to agree with both the mayor and Councilmember McCarthy, I see these three as really feeding into each other. So I love purpose being the first one. I think our purpose is our community and making sure that we're doing what we can for positive growth, whether it's in education or infrastructure, all of the different ways that our community is growing. They're so intertwined with each other that I see all three of these really as powerful and motivating.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember House. You're with me. These three things, powerful and motivating. So let's take these three concepts and take it a different step further and see how we can use three concepts within this to help this council become a highly effective team. You want to? Excellent. So we'll look at high-performing governance, petitions, and fair. I'm going to introduce this now, and so you'll see that it's going to come up later today. The first concept I want to ask you to either reflect on or write on if you're a virtual participant, or turn to your neighbor and talk about, is this concept that high-performing teams are low on advocacy and high on inquiry. So we've got a chart here for examples of what that looks like. So if you would turn to your neighbor in groups of 2 or 3, think about what this means to you and how you're doing with these personally, knowing that a high-performing team is low on advocacy and high on inquiry. And I know lava came up earlier today, that mnemonic to help listen. I'm spacing out on the A right now. Acknowledge, validate, and ask questions.
So you want us to discuss how these elements relate to petitions and fair?
No, just how you're doing on these, and we'll come back to petitions and fair. What these mean to you and how you're doing on them personally. Are you more of an advocator or an inquirer? Okay.
Jim, you first.
You groups of 2 or 3, so we can.
1 and 2 and 2. 1 and 2 and 2.
I mean, I think there's all those sometimes there's something right there. One of the things that's the most is my recognition, our first recognition. And we're on both biology and immunity. There's a
Yeah.
Yeah.
But to your point, I think there is not.
the signals are that they are stronger.
So, and the other one is high.
And it was the original psychosis. It was never described.
There seems to be
Welcome to I was sharing
in some experience.
I was having process. You know, I plan for group events during you know,
So, those things, how do you go to
You know, honestly. I spend too much time. Asking questions.
I remember talking about.
Yeah.
So a moment to talk about that. Inquiry and advocacy. I see Councilmember House and Matthews chimed in, both more of an inquirer. Mayor and Vice Mayor, would you share what you guys talked about?
We talked about how these two things play out with us. And I'd like to hear from others, like how they think how well we balance these things. Because I see that two inquirers, and my friends call me the inquisitor. Because I ask so many questions.
You know, it's interesting. I think we all come into this role with a certain amount of advocacy in mind, at least topically. And that's this is an appropriate space to advocate for one's views and values. I noticed on the notes that the true north, what are the values you bring to this discourse? And that's what we get elected on, is how well we communicate those and how well we reflect those back and follow through on that. I am very proud of being a part of this experiment of American democracy, and I'm very proud of this group in particular and serving at the local level, because I think we really do understand that we're smarter as a group than alone. And I would never make the claim that if I could just wave a wand and get things done on my own, that things would be getting done correctly. More so than the seven of us covering each other's blind spots and having that dialogue and that inquisitiveness that helps us understand each other better, the values that we bring to the table, the articulate values that got us elected by the public, and just the totality of information that's required to come to make sure that the entire community is represented, and there's not a lot of imbalance in course of action.
Wow, awesome. I'm glad this thing's being recorded, right? So part of what I heard is like, we're elected because we are advocates, because we have these views, and that's our true north. That was one of those things from the last retreat that stuck out. But we also listen to each other. We cover each other's blind spots. There's 7 of us, and this sense of inquisitiveness helps us get a broader perspective and look out for the whole community. Did I pick up what you put down? Okay. Anything else that where I missed something? Okay. Awesome. So it's that sense of both advocacy and inquiry, and that sense of inquiry also being able to make you a stronger team, like you said, with this group of 7. You wouldn't be the person to maybe wave a magic wand and get it all done by yourself. You're here on this team. Any other big highlights you guys want to point out from your small conversations?
Well, I was going to say that when I first looked at the examples of advocacy, I was like, oh, that sounds kind of negative. But then I'm thinking about it differently because, and I'll use the example I used the other night. was when we had a presentation on the carbon neutrality. And so I asked the team, what was going to happen if we didn't meet our goals by then with the world blow up. I was being kind of, whatever. And I think that what I was trying to do is to get people to understand and to hear that, it's a bigger issue and it's not, that we have to look at things in a lot of different ways. And so when I'm advocating, I'm usually advocating for the voices that are not in the room or at the table. And so I see that as a positive. I'm also inquiring because even though my comment, people will listen to it and probably say, oh, she's being whatever, sarcastic, but I wasn't. I was trying to get people to really understand the question is what's going to happen. And so I think that we are inquisitive or we're inquiring about, we're seeking wisdom in the room or whatever it is. But I wanted folks to hear loud and clear that the world wasn't going to stop if we didn't do that. And so sometimes I think that when we're asking questions and all of that, we're advocating, but we're also doing the stuff on the other side. At least I think I am. At least I try. So
yeah, and something I think I heard you say too is that when you're acting as an advocate, you're informed by your inquiry. Like you're bringing the inquiry you've made to the community so that you can advocate for that in another setting, in the setting that you're in. Is that?
That's pretty good.
Can you help me get a little closer?
Well, let me think about that.
Okay. But I'm hearing you say like, well, it's important for us to advocate. And I'm also hearing you say you're doing a lot of inquiry as part of that. Okay. And the carbon neutrality thing was an example that came up recently, like not going to be the end of the world, right?
You gotta laugh at some of the stuff. You can't be serious.
Councilmember House posted a comment. That's the important part, leading our advocacy through inquiry rather than leading our inquiry through advocacy. Anything you guys want to share that you guys talked about?
I think that we talked about it, but I didn't articulate it like this. Mayor brought up the word trust, and for me, it's important that I have the trust of my colleagues and that I feel like I can ask the questions and be part of the discussion, no matter how silly my question might be. I have that among my colleagues that we're all in this together, we're on the dais, we're working together, and it's been helpful with this group.
Trust. There's a safe place to ask those questions to get into the inquiry. Excellent, thanks.
I'll just say that what's on the board there, high performing teams are low in advocacy, high in inquiry. To me, that's kind of negative because it's so absolute. I think, the middle path of doing both of those simultaneously is what really leads to success.
Yeah, this is a both and more situation. This is a sliding scale of a spectrum, but we also want to encourage that high inquiry, asking questions, listening, getting viewpoints, all that stuff, and not just kind of like Vice Mayor Aslan said, like making it all be done my way.
So all of this or all of that doesn't work. You need to do both.
Yeah, so doing both, definitely. That inquiry and advocacy, and thinking about how a lot of inquiry can be really helpful.
I also think that definitions are important, and how we perceive those definitions are important. Because when I think about advocacy, I don't think about that as a negative. I think about that as a positive. And I think that on a council, you should advocate. And I think it should be high because you're representing a group of folks who are not sitting in that seat. And you have to advocate for those voices. And I'm not just talking about one section of the people who maybe voted for you. I think that when I came on board, I represented those folks who did vote for me and those folks who did not vote for me. And so I think that when I'm advocating for our community, when I'm advocating for things, it's for our entire community. It's not just for one group or the other. So, and I'm not being confrontational, because I'm just saying that how you look at the definition or how you perceive advocacy could have different meanings for different people.
Advocacy is not a bad thing. You guys have all been elected because you are advocating for your people, for your constituents. And I'm actually I'm picking up the same kind of thing I did from you before, Councilmember Harris, which is like, I advocate for my people. Yes. And what I'm hearing though is like that you're bringing this community experience of doing your listening, doing your inquiry with the community in order to advocate for them. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still not, I heard it kind of the same way, but like when I say it back to you, I'm not quite right there. So, but I'm hearing you say like, I am an advocate and that's important to me.
Yeah.
And part of what I'm hearing too, like you're representing the people that voted for you and the people that didn't, but you also want to know where they're coming from.
Right.
So that you can advocate for them. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to call that inquiry, that you've done community inquiry to stand as an advocate for them. You with me with that?
Okay. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. You're willing to be at least. You're willing to try that on. Greg?
Well, it's kind of a follow-up comment. As I see the examples of advocacy here, it seems to be more of individual advocacy. And Councilmember Harris and I just had this discussion because I reminded her when she said, well, I'm an advocate. And I said, yes, but every time I hear you advocate, you're advocating for others in the community, not stating your views, rather stating the views of those who you met with in the community or, who you continue to hear from, or those, as you mentioned, who don't necessarily have a voice at the table. But as you read the examples, almost all of those are individualized, kind of, sort of. And, yeah.
I can add to that. I think that we could all do a better job of asking questions and facilitating discussions. And I try to come to council meetings without, at least on big issues, I'll have a way that I'm leaning, but I really am relying on what my colleagues bring to the discussion to make my decision. And also, I think we're all advocates, for one thing or another, and say, I'm advocating for bike and pedestrian infrastructure, and I'm always going to advocate for that. But I also have a broader view of all the city's needs and funding and everything else. And so I don't come in with like, we are doing it this way or no way. I come in with, come on, we've always got to keep this in the discussion because we need to be moving the needle on this issue.
I'm hearing you say you might come in leaning in a direction, but you're also listening to see if you can make some movement or some action to move the needle. You're leaning and you're listening.
Yes, definitely. And I'm always going to bring that advocacy to the discussion, but I'm not going to advocate so. Well, no, I can't say that because there are some things that I would advocate. Never mind what I just said.
Am I going to hear that you're like also going to advocate, but with an open mind? Or
yes.
Like, okay.
Yes. I can think of a couple of things, but I think that most of us would probably feel.
Some things you're pretty firm on.
Yes.
But when you want to be an advocate, you also want to have an open mind and hear some other perspectives. Yes, Councilmember McCarthy. Then I want to share with you guys the next.
I just want to comment on what I think my role is as a city council person. I've been the chairman of a statewide organization and advocated for a certain viewpoint. And we did that well. But that isn't my role as a city council member. My role as a city council member is listen to all sides. Like take the hospital, for instance. I met with some people who were gung-ho 100% behind we have to build a hospital. And then I met with another group of people that hated the hospital And they couldn't even think of anything good about it. It was absolutely bad. Well, what my role was is to listen to both sides and see what makes sense for the city. And that's just one example. There's thousands of different examples where it wasn't my role to advocate for one position. It was my role to listen to all sides and then make a rational decision that was overall better.
Thanks so much. That just so sums this up. Is like you served in this role where you were an advocate and you were pushing for something in particular. But your role as a council member, and my suggestion is like on an effective team, a lot of times your role is to listen and be exposed to those other viewpoints. Let's look at this second point I want to share with you. Yeah, let's. Oh, yay! It showed up. High-performing teams prioritize. They're picky about what warrants a yes. So discernment is key with these high-performing teams. I want to share with you something I've learned about the city is that it takes the 25 signatures to get a petition brought, and it takes 1,200 to get on the ballot. Is that correct? 1,300, okay. Okay, 1,300. 1,600, okay. So you can get a lot of petitions brought forward. We're gonna just bypass those, we'll come back to them. Here are some of, not all of the petitions that have made it to you in the last 6 years. Do you guys remember any of these? We're not gonna talk about them right now. Just looking that you've had a lot of petitions come across your radar. So with this sense of discernment, I want to talk a little bit about debate. So I have a friend, he loves debate. I can be talking with him and listening to him all on one side, all the way in. And then the next day we meet up and he's all the way in on the other side. He just wants a good debate. It doesn't matter what the outcome's going to be for him. Some people like that. Anybody like that here? You just want to do the debate? So much. Okay. Interesting. So I want to ask the council here if you've seen unhealthy debate in other councils or on other teams. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing some head nods. Would you give an example of what that looks like? Unhealthy debate?
Let me think about how to word it so it's not too really explicit. I'm sure someone else can think of.
Does anyone just want to share an example of observing unhealthy debate, whether it was a team you were on or something you observed with a different council or a different team? Yes.
Just look at Congress right now.
Okay.
They don't evaluate the issue and what makes sense for the country. It's like, well, if you're an R, then this is my position. If you're a D, this is my position. It wasn't that long ago that the R's and D's, okay, they ran as R's and D's and they got elected. But once they got elected, it's like, hey, we got some shit to get done here. And they sit down together. Chip O'Neill, left wing, used to go have dinner with President Reagan, right wing. They talk together and get something done.
Yes, they talked and they probably listened some too.
Listen to each other. Now they won't listen.
Yes, a great example.
What's it called? Stalemate.
Congress right now. Other examples you're thinking of, maybe of teams you've been on that have had some unhealthy debate. And I also want to point out, council member House's chat. The difference between explaining and learning, advocacy, and posing advocacy. Can't be all about asking questions. Mayor, do you have you got some words formed on what a?
I mean, what I've seen, and I'll say this in a more general sense, but I've seen almost like the petition way of bringing something to the council to talk about. I've seen council members who had something that they wanted the council to talk about. And rather than like bring people along in a discussion, it was just plop down, like vote on this right now. And without any kind of discussion or asking questions or any of that, there's really.
Okay, so unhealthy debate, no room for asking questions or engaging in dialogue.
Right.
That was an example. Is that what I got? All right. So I'm going to ask you guys to get in a group, maybe a different group. Maybe we'll do 3 and 3. All right. And I want to ask you, what do you want debate to look like on the Flagstaff City Council? What would be an ideal situation for your healthy debate to take place?
I want to get that.
Maybe for the virtual, kind of debate, the ideal situations where okay, for Flagstaff City Council, that was like. About size.
And now we're saying, oh, it's like extreme. That doesn't mean that.
What would healthy debate look like?
So healthy shape.
Yeah.
So well, you know, I don't think you or you can
Yeah.
That's actually, those are juicy.
It's always nice to, get to that, you never actually land on it, so you got. I can more time if I way above those and training they sign us.
Actually.
So you guys ready to share the big group? All right. Okay. I know these guys had some really juicy comments about what healthy debate looks like for the Flagstaff City Council. So let's hear from your group and then we'll have those guys chime in.
What we're talking that, again, it's having that sense of being safe to agree to disagree and, Deb Harris made a good point that the more you can bring up your thought on a tough topic and see that we can all work together to get through that, the more you're able to engage on other tough topics.
Say that again.
So when you kind of like initiating yourself saying, okay, I'm going to bring this tough topic up and I'm going to say my piece, even though it's not maybe the majority. When you start doing that, it kind of snowballs into future meetings, future topics. I didn't get the eye daggers. I didn't get, scoffed. I'm able to talk freely, express my opinion, express my thought, and do it again in the future.
Okay, that you're in a safe place. You can bring your opinion, express your thought, even when you know that it's not going to be popular or when you think it's not going to be popular.
I added my observation that this council is very engaged, all 7 members on pretty much all topics. That's not always a given. Sometimes, with 7 people at a table, conversations can be consumed by, 1 or 2 voices, but this council seems to place a high priority on hearing everybody. And I think, as you're asking about, what constitutes a good council debate on anything, I think part of the answer is inclusion of all.
Inclusion of all. All 7 members are engaged. You're hearing voices from everybody present. Let's hear from some of those juicy comments you guys mentioned. Well, I said, how do you come to a conclusion?
Well, in the end, we have a vote. But we don't have a black and white vote until we have an honest, open discussion.
In the end, we have a vote, but that's after we have an open, honest discussion.
The other thing is sometimes there's room for compromise. I'll give you an example. I didn't think we should have electric motorbikes on foot trails. Well, the council agreed that on 2 of the foot trails, we would disallow electric bikes. And on the other ones, we would allow electric bikes. And I voted for it. And I feel good about it because we had a compromise.
All right. Compromise.
I thought, and a lot of my friends were really mad at us for voting for that. But I felt good about it because it was a reasonable compromise.
No, thanks for saying that. Mayor Daggett, what was it you said that was so juicy in that comments period about what healthy debate looks like?
Well, bouncing off of Councilmember Sweet's statement about having mutual respect so that you can ask any question and you can disagree. I think that our debates are healthy and I think we have healthy debate, and Vice Mayor has brought this up a couple of times, and I think it's critical to the way we operate. And that is, did you say? No, I can't believe it. I spaced it out. Oh, that the dissenting voices are so important to the overall discussion because it helps you see a perspective that you might not have otherwise considered.
Hearing the dissenting voices helps you hear a perspective you may not have considered. Awesome. So thinking about discernment and what healthy debate looks like so that you can come to a conclusion. It sounds like there's a lot of listening, a lot of recognizing the safe place, being willing to trust each other, feeling safe to speak your viewpoint, even if it might be a dissenting viewpoint, and then recognizing that that dissenting viewpoint helps everybody's perspective expand.
We're talking about policy here, not feelings. And I keep coming back to the totality of information. And that's something you can never achieve. If you turn over every rock and still find more nuances to consider, and it can actually become overwhelming. It's kind of like the spatula effect of Bed Bath & Beyond. Total decision paralysis. But I can feel good about losing the vote at the end of the day if I feel that we have thoroughly explored totality of information sphere, and that perspectives were allowed to be heard. We're an odd number of people, number-wise, and also like personality sheets. Very odd.
So
we're an odd group of people on purpose because there has to be a tipping point at the end of the day.
All right. So yeah, the totality of information. It's like you can keep questing, you can turn over every stone, and at some point you've got to stop. But you want to know that you did your due diligence to turn over enough stones. Am I hearing you right? So you can see the slide says they're picky about what warrants a yes. So what I'm hearing about after warranting a yes is being able to listen, to debate, to turn over as many stones as you can and look into it, as well as offering and listening to those dissenting opinions.
Can I say something about the yes as it pertains to petitions? Because I think that we get stuck sometimes, and I mean me primarily, because I do want to hear from so many people, and I so want to consider ideas that I might not have thought of. Like, I have to be careful not to invite in discussion that isn't necessarily going to get us anywhere, but it kind of leaves us in an eddy while we're deciding it.
Okay,
I think
great point.
I'm still finding my, I never want the public to feel like they weren't heard.
But you feel like you can get eddied out at times by bringing in more information or bringing something that you feel like isn't really maybe going to push you towards a conclusion. Yeah. So I guess a great way to wrap that up, because using your discernment about what you want to bring to the table, and where you want to say yes and where you want to add more. Let's look at this third point here. High-performing teams stick to what the group decides after the group has reached a conclusion. Got a cute cartoon here. Got people leaving the meeting. Now let's tear apart everything we tacitly supported just 5 minutes ago. You don't want to be those guys, do you? So we want to think about what do we do that helps you stick with it and commit to the decisions. I'm also under the impression that you might be targeted after something by a constituent that wants to bring something back up. And how do you say, we did the debate, we did our healthy debate, we brought forth the information, we turned over all the stones, and we're sticking with our decision. So that's my question for you, is how do you hold each other and the council accountable and stick with it? So I want to invite you first. We're going to do a short one to just do a small group discussion to get your juices flowing. And then we're going to throw some things up onto the PowerPoint slide. And so for our virtual participants, feel free to chime in, type some things in, and maybe you guys want to switch up your groups or stick with the same group, whatever you want. But yeah, let's get some gears turning for what you can do as a council to stick with it and hold each other accountable.
Yeah.
Oh, good one. Just a switch.
Just one person, that's good. That's. So they came to me and they wanted my grad, bringing out to take regard to. But I went to hours of this. And we were talking. Yeah, the president of the university, was talking to our team. And he said, sometimes we say no. You should have to say something. And so I'm thinking of my parents. Making things so right, like you know, because you know, Jenny, whatever we decided that was the years. And I still there. I need to
maybe.
I'm helping. I may.
And this is something like really core. Years out. We have remember that your spirits of staff at the time. People, everything we decided. This is wrong, redo this. It's constantly decision.
Yeah, well, it's definitely, you can't revisit things, but we have to, I think there's a higher total before we try to. I mean, it was blatantly a wrong decision to come back to it, but. We gotta be at the end of the week.
Okay, you got the gears turning. Let's hear from you. How are you going to stick with it? Not done yet, you need some more time? Okay, well, I do want to invite this into a larger group conversation. So you maybe take another 30 seconds, keep the juices flowing, and then bring it back to this big conversation.
As far as full cycle activity outcomes, like you said, there's things should not look at this as reducing. China and conservation for certain things. Key decision. Yes, it's very clearly a decision.
I can't change the work. So
Yes, yeah.
You guys ready to
Sure.
sit back out?
Yeah.
All right, let's check in with these guys. Ready to bring it to the figure?
Sure.
Excellent. Okay, well, I'm gonna be over here in the corner, but I still want to hear from you guys. So, what do we have?
I was gonna say, I was just telling the story and I won't go into it now, but we say no because no is the right answer. And so when I say that, it's like whatever the council said, that's the answer. You know, whatever the vote is, that's the vote. And we don't, you know, we don't go back, we don't whatever, make crazy stuff, you know, we don't, I don't know, it's kind of like you're a team, you know, and you stand together. Even if you didn't vote that way, but now that the vote is over, that's the way it is, and you just deal with it. That's kind of a nutshell. At least that's what I was sharing with my group.
The other thing I heard Councilmember McCarthy say was once the decision is made, you know, council should hold steadfast to it unless there's a very good reason to revisit it. But decisions, I guess, should have some sense of knowledge.
Well, yeah, sometimes the decision was so bad, we do need to revisit it, but that's a very small amount. I'll give one quick example. A previous council made an agreement that we would move ADOT over to the Harkins Theater and move Harkins Theater out to the mall. And then people wanted me, and then the third part was that Mr. Crutchfield would get to build a student housing complex. And people got really mad at me because I voted for that. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that decision was made like 5 years before. It was negotiated in good faith between three parties. They all agreed to it. And it was initiated and implemented. And there was only one little piece that hadn't been implemented. And to double cross that person who had, in good faith, done everything he was supposed to do would have been beyond belief to me. So my major point is, unless there's some damn good reason not to, you should respect the decisions of previous councils.
Okay, and respect the decisions of previous councils, not just the council you were on. Am I hearing it right there?
The present council and previous councils.
Oh, yeah, and you got a pardon decision. You guys, I went like all the way in the county in the 5th grade spelling bee, but decision that still gets me.
You don't know how to spell it?
It's the tough one.
Ignore it, Mr. McCarthy.
What my son's teacher told me when I was upset about his spelling. She said, spell checks on computers.
Well, I'm a stickler for editing, but I will tell you, I will admit, I'm in trouble with spelling.
Right, what else? What else? So that sense of respect for the decisions of council.
In terms of tools, how do we help each other stay accountable? I think the clearest thing we can do, and this is something that Mayor Evans really advocated for very clearly in this very room, is that we're stewards of staff time and resources. And with every decision we make, and with every decision we've made that we choose to revisit, we are costing staff time and resources. And, you know, maybe it's at the end of the day, maybe it's worthwhile to decide to keep that discourse going. But it's just something to bear in mind. Our decision-making process up at the dais reflects down throughout the organization.
Got it.
It's a reflection of the time and organization.
And we need to be good stewards of that.
Be good stewards of that. What else do you guys want to get up there? And I saw some
Yes.
comments in the chat. Maybe you can.
Yeah, if you want to type, I can summarize this in courtesy of Councilmember House. Is that when public inquires as to a decision, it's important to speak out of respect for the council. In other words, reinforce the respect for other council members.
Okay.
Even if there's a divergence of viewpoints.
Yeah, I think that's an important one because we all are asked, you know, after some votes, why did it go this way or that way? And so I think that's good to tell people they should speak directly to the council member who disagreed.
Okay, great. I was going to ask you what you say to the constituents. So you're going to say, I invite you to speak with the council member who disagreed. What else do you guys actually say to the constituents if they are coming at you and trying to get you to reverse a decision or?
That it was a public meeting and we took public comment, you know, it was debated and, you know, and we don't take decisions lightly. So, I mean, one thing I think that I'm most proud of this council for is coming prepared, right? Every member of this council does their homework and really looks at an issue. And so when someone makes a vote, I feel confident that they've done their homework to back up that vote.
You're prepared, the council is prepared. You feel confident that when you come to vote, you've done your research and you can stand, even if you have a different opinion, you can stand with the vote you made as a council.
I think what this comes down to is what you don't do is make it personal.
Okay. Tell me more.
Well, there's no good that's going to come out of pointing out individuals. I voted this way, so and so voted that way. You can do that, right? I mean, all of these things are on the table, but we're talking about high functioning governance. And so what you want to avoid is getting into the individual level and questioning the motivations after the fact. The time to do that is during the debate.
Got you. So you don't want to target the individual. You want to say, we debated it, we came prepared, we researched, we listened, and as a group, we concluded the vote in this direction.
And those attacks can happen, and they have happened in the past. But again, it's not best practice.
Attack the issue. not the
Attack
problem.
the issue.
Attack the issue, not the person.
And so does that come into play when you want to stick with it? Or how does that come into play when you want to stick with it?
Well, people have come to me and said, I don't like how so-and-so voted. I won't get into that. I'll just say, well, wait a minute, let's talk about the issue.
Mm-hmm.
You know, on social media, there's people that are attacking me because I've said something. That doesn't accomplish anything. Answer the question. Do you agree with the facts that I put out there? Or do you think my facts are wrong? Yes, attack the issue, attack the facts, attack the logic. But don't attack me as a person, and don't attack Deb Harris as a person.
So let me ask you guys this. Does anyone disagree that when the council makes a decision, you shouldn't go forward with it? So do you all agree that when the council makes a decision, stick with it?
And unless at some future time, as the city manager said, new information arises that the council decides that it needs to review a previous decision.
Okay, so being willing to entertain like instances of new information and being able to revisit the decision.
It does get fussy pretty quickly. I mean, no council is beholden to previous councils.
Sure.
Perspective.
Yeah.
So that's part of respecting the democratic process and the turnover of ideas and new information that comes to light. And then there's also other context too. You know, sometimes with the petition process or with the referendum process, these conversations are brought back to us, and we have an opportunity to express our viewpoints again. And how are you supposed to stay out of it?
Yes, what are you saying, Vice Mayor, is that this can get pretty sticky
But it should never become personal.
but it should never become personal. So let's look at these 3 things I wanted to invite you to keep in mind for the council to act as a high-performing governance, so that high-performing team. We've been able to dig into each of them, and you've made some kind of ways that you can hold each other accountable. As we get ready to wrap up and move into the next segment, what is sticking out for you that this council really needs to work on, or that this council is already really good at? You guys must already be good at something up here, right? You guys have had a ton of successes. We started with that. We know you're getting things done. Yeah, what is something that of these 3 bullet points, what is something that this council could improve on? And what is something that this council is already really good at?
I'll just say, we're good at it, but we can always improve, being open-minded and being a good listener.
Of these 3 things, so would that kind of be that first one, like you're already?
That ties into the first one.
Okay.
I would point towards number 2. I think, as the mayor said, it's always enticing to just try to respect anybody who's coming back at an issue. And, I always want to be respectful of our public who engages the process. Turning in a petition is a sacred act. It's something you want to deeply respect. And, but prioritizing and remembering what that decision means in terms of staff and resources.
Okay, so I didn't hear about 2 or 3.
Is a challenging element to, it's a tough part of the job that you can always keep in mind better.
That the number 3, like sense of
Councilmember House is not seeing this slide.
Oh.
I see it now. I think it's caught that now.
Yeah, she said thank you.
Sorry, so
No, I mean,
number 3 being something you guys could improve on, or number 2 being something you could improve on? That like discernment.
playing the sacred act of submitting a public petition against the resources that it will take to see that process.
Weighing the sacred act of submitting a petition to the resources it'll take to get into it. Thank you. Anything else you guys think this council could improve on of these 3 points? Or, like I said, something you're doing really well?
I see, Councilmember Matthews said, we need to work on supporting and respecting decisions of council past and present. That includes expressing an opposing decision made by the majority, but I respect the process and the majority vote.
And I guess what I might go back to the statement that was made about, I think it was Councilmember House who said not engaging people in speculation about your colleagues. And which I've seen previous councils, not all members, but I've seen some members of previous councils not do that well. And so I think we do it, as far as I can tell, we do it pretty well. But I think that there's always room for improvement.
Was that kind of sticking with the decision after it's been made?
Yeah, yeah. Help me out here, someone. Oh, maybe she can.
Oh, yes. Please join Councilmember House.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think one that we do really well is number 1 in terms of balancing advocacy and inquiry. I was going to say the one at least I personally think I could work on more. I don't want to speak on behalf of all of council, which is, by the way, what I say to folks if I'm talking to like the public about a council decision. But is the second one. Being picky about what warrants a yes. I think I'm right there with the mayor on how challenging it is to prioritize like citizens petitions and even sometimes the fares that come from another council member, because I want to always be able to say I'm willing to have the conversation. And it gets hard to prioritize it or to say no to a petition in particular when it feels like it's telling the community it's not worth having a conversation about. So I think we do a really good job of trying to explain that if we don't move a petition forward. Just saying it's not because this isn't important, but we've either already made a decision or there's not anything new that we're going to bring to this conversation. It's just the hardest thing I think that we have to do.
Yes, the hard thing. Well, the conversation about that's not over yet, but hopefully you've been able to be primed to be thinking about using your discernment, what healthy debate looks like, how to use your listening skills, and also when to be able to say, we've already made that decision, or is it worth the resources to dig into this? We're about to wrap up here, but I want to close out with this last bit. You might recognize Patrick Lencioni as the author of Five Dysfunctions of a Team. Has anyone looked at that one?
Yes.
Excellent. So this one is The Advantage. And this research comes from that. So this is some of the stuff we've just gone over. These are keys to building a cohesive team. And it's knowing one another's unique strengths and weaknesses. And I know this is a team that's built on trust. That's what I've heard today. You know that you have a safe place and you're going to bring up your opinions. You can exercise your strengths and share your challenges. Also openly engaging in constructive ideological conflict. So that's that sense of healthy debate and using your discernment, and then knowing when you want to add to it or just being able to listen. Holding one another accountable for behaviors and actions. That goes in with this other point, committing to group decisions. So these are some keys that you've already discussed that can help you move forward towards being that strong team, effective council, and high-performing governance. That, we're gonna pause for a moment while we switch up the slideshow, and Greg and Stacy will take a moment to talk about petitions and fair.
Yeah, and thank you. And this was a beautiful segue into what we're going to talk about. So I would ask while we're queuing this up that you keep the thoughts that you've just expressed and the comments made, keep them fresh in your minds, because we're going to take it from that bigger discussion and kind of drill down a little bit more into the fair and petition process. So yeah, thank you for the segue. Is it a short break?
Short break, just to get
Short
this
break.
powerfully
Yep,
over
thank
and
you.
you're back up.
About 5 minutes, we'll reconvene at 2.
All right, we are live, so just be aware.
We're back, everybody, and we're going to kind of continue the discussion again, bringing it inward a little bit. Thank you, council, mayor, and council for that thoughtful discussion. It's a great prelude to this. which is citizen petition affairs. This is a bit of some housekeeping here, and I want to preface at the very get-go. We might be suggesting a few things on this, but by and large, this is intended to get you thinking about things. And it's not intended to suggest anything is in need of fixing or things are broken, but rather taking the previous conversation and now putting it again into practice, all intended to enlighten and provoke a little bit of thought. So what's the first slide? What are we talking about, Stacey? Can you talk a little bit about the mechanics here?
Sure. So citizen petitions, this is something that is kind of set forth in our charter. It's a mechanism that allows citizens to bring forward items to the city council. The petition itself requires a minimum of 25 signatures, and that is to be able to submit the petition and for it to appear on an agenda. The council has 30 days to take action on that petition, and what we consider as action is whether or not the council wants to advance that petition or not advance the petition to a future larger discussion, if you will. So there's 30 days for the council to make that decision, and we have treated them similarly to fair items, in the sense that they come to you as a future agenda item request. We look right now for 3 members of council to support moving that forward to a future agenda for a larger discussion or not. That's the process as it stands right now.
Thank you.
Next question.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I didn't go on.
I was gonna say that once the council decides to take action and to move it to a agenda, a future agenda, what's the amount of days that we have to get it on a future agenda?
It's not a specified date. It eventually goes into our list of future agenda item requests. And when staff is prepared with information to present to council, that's when it will be scheduled for presentation.
Okay, so if I, am a community member, I bring a petition, the council decides to take action on it, and now the staff has to prepare. Who assigns, how do we prioritize when staff does that? Because it could be a year, 2 years, 6 months.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Generally not a year or 2, probably measured more in months. But we're going to put up a chart just to show you where we are in a queue, and that's go to the first part of your question.
Okay.
It goes into a queue, and unless council gives us direction to prioritize things, which is generally not the case, that queue is going to be several months.
Okay.
I will say too that some of that is also dependent upon, what that request looks like. Some things require a whole lot more staff time to prepare than others. So there could be a little bit of deviation there, just topic dependent and the time it's going to take staff to put it together. Is the 25 signatures that's spelled out in the charter correct? Let's pray that the magic works. Yes.
Okay. I'll speak to this just a bit and then you jump in. We're doing a little tag team here. Stacey put together this graphic. We wanted to take a look back 6 years here, showing you how the petition process has increased over time. Bear in mind that last column, which is this year, we're still in October, so that will likely increase. What you can glean from this is certainly an upward trajectory as petitions are now coming in with a little more frequency. And we wanted to just point out a few things. They are increasing in volume, and they're also arguably increasing in intensity. What do we mean by that? Some of the topics that have come your way via the petition process have been very weighty. You were asked earlier this year to take a position on abortion. Hard to think of a more weighty topic, at least in current times, and maybe even beyond. But
Not anything light. You were asked by petition to sever our banking ties with Wells Fargo. Huge ask, prompted a lot of discussion. We'll talk a little more about that later. You've had 3 petitions on pickleball. The intensity, by and large, as a general statement, has become more and more, I think, evident. Along with that, and it is kind of a necessary outcome, is the increase in staff and council time. Preparing for these discussions, having the discussions, and then dealing with the outcomes of the discussions are all labor intensive, if you will. And frequently, and I don't think this is an overreach in saying this, is probably going to push other items aside. It typically does. So the other comment we wanted to share with you is frequently, not all the time, but it's not unusual that what is coming your way via petition may not lie neatly within the municipal scope. Abortion's a prime example of that. And we can debate, whether that is proper discourse to have at the municipal level. And I think there will be all kinds of opinions on that. But when you look at our municipal scope in terms of the things we oversee and do, the function of our organization, there are things that are pretty evident. You heard very early on in the day, you got a big dose of water rates and wastewater rates, and that's a really good example of what we do. We oversee a water utility and tons of projects that go with that, all toward the objective of providing a good water resource as stewards of the resource, but providing reliable water to our community and properly treating the effluent once that water is used through wastewater and reclaimed water. These are core services that the community provides, that the organization provides. That is just one of many, many examples of what lies within the municipal scope. But I don't think it's an overreach to say sometimes those boundaries could be stretched by virtue of what comes your way in a petition. I recall one petition earlier this year asking council to weigh in on nuclear disarmament, nuclear weapon disarmament, or something to that effect. That one did not advance, and it's easy for me to use it as an example because it never garnered enough traction to find its way on the agenda item beyond that initial discussion. There are other times where petitions may be a little bit encroaching into administrative matters. The push to sever our banking ties with Wells Fargo, in my opinion, is a perfect example of that. That is largely within the administrative sphere that we operate. Council, of course, is part of that discussion. Council is always a part of the discussion. You're a part of it in terms of approving the contracts that formalize these arrangements. But that petition asked us to sever ties, in midstream in a contract that goes for another couple of years with the renewals, if I recall. And then, as we heard, I think very justifiably from our finance team, we can't do stuff like that. You don't sever, a contract that is so involved. You take this city's entire banking needs and all the many accounts and all the administration that goes with it, and think of the amount of time it takes to undo that, put it into procurement, and award it to another bank. That is easily a multiple year endeavor, and it should be. So long-winded way of explaining that sometimes these pushes to do things administratively, yeah, we're not going to get too vocal about that at the council dais, but I don't mind sharing with you now in this retreat. That's a tough one for us. At the staff level, that's very tough. And some of us were getting a little bit nervous with that discussion because it's like, we can't do this administratively. We simply cannot do this. Fortunately, council agreed, and it did not advance. I mean, it advanced, but there was not a yes vote to do it. The totality of this is, these petitions are coming in with more frequency. They're touching on more topics. Some of the topics are getting very, very weighty, and some of the topics are clearly going beyond the municipal scope and at times going into the administrative arena. You drive.
Very well. There we go.
So I'll let you start with this one.
Sure. So we've actually covered a good portion of this. On the left side of the screen, or actually it's the right side, kind of shows you visually what the last 6 years of citizen petitions have looked like, just to give you an idea of some of the topics. We've touched, like I said, on a number of these already, but just to try to illustrate a little bit of that kind of spectrum of things that we've seen before us. Yes, wanted to add here.
No, it's a good. You're not expected to read all the print here. The idea is, the visual is, yeah, there's a lot of petitions happening. I think I might take the opportunity here to mention that we agree with the earlier comments that you made, Vice Mayor, that the petition process is a sacred process. Might not be my exact descriptor, but I totally get what you mean and agree with it. It's a process that we all need to respect, and it is embodied in our charter, and our charter is our constitution for the local government, and it represents an opportunity for our citizens to come forward and bring their matters to you as their elected body for consideration. So we do understand that, and we frankly all respect it, just like we respect the fair process, which we'll talk about in a bit. We are, again, just bringing some things here, mostly in the interest of enlightening as to what the status is these days with the petition process. And then the numbers and the things we're talking about here kind of bear that out a bit. Yeah, go ahead, Stace. So a couple of things or you're a fast driver. That's why they have that speed radar in your neighborhood.
It's like moving on its own. What's that? I'm like touching it.
You went way,
Too far.
Considerations. Okay. Thank you. This again ties to the previous discussion a bit. These are different words we're using here, different principles, but it's the same. It goes to the same discussion. We suggest as considerations when council is presented with a petition, some things should always come to mind. Some questions: is it a municipal action? Is it within the municipal scope? Does it concern policy, or does it concern administration? Has it been previously addressed? This goes to the conversation we just had, Judy. If it has been previously addressed, are you, council, simply being barraged with the same petition, either to get you to keep talking about it or to try to influence you to maybe change your mind, for something else? But when you start seeing the petition over and over again, and circumstances haven't changed, facts haven't changed, is it something that should be reconsidered? Before I touch on the next one about requisite number of votes, I want to mention something, and it goes back again to Vice Mayor, again, something you said that I wrote down, and I think it stems from something you heard from former Mayor Evans, which is we are council acts as stewards of staff and resources, staff time and resources. I totally agree with that statement, and I would add to it. Staff time and resources are paid through our taxpayer dollars. So connecting the two, you're stewards of the expenditure of taxpayer dollars. Every time something is asked of staff and resources are allocated to that, even things that might not appear significant compared to other things, even things that might on the surface be a little bit, to be a little bit easy. If there's staff time involved, there's taxpayer dollars involved. It's a necessity. It's a necessary outcome. I will not talk about an executive item that we discussed, but I'll restate something that was a principle that was stated there that is not breaching any confidences here. And that is, there comes a time when we may need to hit the pause button on something, or just say we haven't reached resolution. But in the interest of not expending more staff time and resources, or stated differently, in the interest of not expending more taxpayer dollars, we're not going to advance this, at least not at this time. I suggest that is always a lens through which we should view things. It isn't staff not wanting to work. Staff loves to work. We love serving the community. We love serving at the pleasure of the council, and the council is elected by the community. This is the profession we have all chosen. But the things we do are all at the expense of our taxpayers. And that's just an important thing to keep in mind every time something is asked. And something else might be pushed aside, but more importantly, we are spending tax dollars with what we do. Anything you want to add to that?
You have hit all of my points.
Sorry about that.
No, I love it. So I'll just make sure the PowerPoint runs.
I'm going to let you broach the last bullet item, and then if you want me to jump in, I can.
Sure. And Councilmember McCarthy has it. Great.
Would you please cover the last bullet, and then I will have comments on that bullet.
Okay.
Fantastic. All right, so again, under considerations, one of the things that we thought we would throw out there for conversation considerations is, should the requisite number to advance a citizen petition to a larger discussion be increased from 3 to a simple majority?
And I suggested that this find its way to this frame. Again, we're not saying that anything is broken. I do think, and you've heard me articulate this before, I think the petition, the fair process, which we'll talk about in a minute, gets a little clunky sometimes because of this 3-vote, 4-vote methodology that has been utilized in the past. Petition process is a little bit more simple. But I think to both processes, a question should be had, which is does it make sense to only require 3 votes to see something advance to the council agenda? Or stated slightly differently, why is it not a simple majority? That advances something under the premise that, well, if there's not a majority if you're lacking a majority to take action on something, what's the point in advancing it? So, which would be the case if 3 were to advance it, but it takes 4 ultimately to take action on it. Does it not make sense to see if that majority exists at the beginning of the process rather than at the end of the process? While you're thinking about that, and then we'll get to your question, Councilman. It's my understanding that, at least with respect to the fair process, not on the petition process, but the idea of 3 votes is not in the charter. 3 votes is council procedure.
Correct.
Okay. It's predicated upon, a divided council, and is an opportunity for those who might
comprise a minority viewpoint to nevertheless advance a certain topic to the agenda. I get that. We all get it. The question before you is that still needed? Is it something that should be in place rather than just having a simple majority? Council member, you had a question on this?
I don't have a question. I have a comment.
Okay, please.
We just spent an hour or so talking about open-mindedness and communication and the things that make a good council, mutual respect. Now I want to talk about some things that went on before you were our city manager. We used to have a mayor, his name was Jerry Neighbors. And under that period, they had a very effective stonewalling of preventing conversation, preventing open-mindedness. And what it was is it required 4 votes to move anything forward. And during this period, there was people like Evans and Celia Barrett's and whoever that wanted to at least have a discussion about some things. But the Jerry Neighbors Coalition stonewalled everything. So when I was first on council, we very deliberately changed the rule to say it only takes 3 votes to have a discussion. So I have been around in observing this council both on it and before I was on it. And so I feel very strongly that the 3-vote system works. And I don't want to create a situation which allows one block in the council, and we don't really have blocks now. But we did in the past, and we very well could in the future. So I feel very strongly we should leave it the way it is. My observation over the last decade or more is that this works a lot better. And I'm not discounting anything you said, Greg, about, we have to be respectful of, is this policy? Is this administrative? Is this a waste of council or of staff's time? And, you know me pretty well. I'm pretty respectful of staff's time.
Indeed.
And I never ask the staff to do anything without going through you. But I, for one, feel strongly that the last decade has shown that the current system works way better than the system that lends itself to stonewall.
And thank you for sharing that. And it's always good to be aware of the origin of the policy.
Yeah, the point is that you weren't here then, so you didn't experience it. But I and certain other people in this room back in probably did experience it and see it. That's my opinion. I'm willing to listen to see what other council members think. There's some logic to what you're saying. Why are we moving forward if there's only 3 people? Well, I think part of it is, I'll say this, when I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission, I promised myself I would never make a final decision on a vote before I heard all of the evidence. So I think there's times when people go, I don't think I'd support that. But then if they're open-minded and they listen to the whole discussion, they might support it. But if we cut things off by that 1 extra vote, then we never have that discussion, which this morning we established as being very important.
Indeed.
I'll leave it at that.
And thank you. And before we continue the discussion, and it's a common discussion to the fair process as well. And really what is being suggested is, as I mentioned, it's not like the current system is broken. We're not suggesting that it is. But there are times where this idea of going from 3 votes to 4 votes, and then ostensibly something beyond that 4-vote thing gets very awkward. And I think in the interest of streamlining, and we're going to recommend this at the very end of the discussion, but I'll broach it now, is can we just dispense with that 2-tier process and go with a 1-tier process and assume it's 3 votes? Just say, if there's 3 votes to advance something, it gets advanced. And at the next time council will see it, it will be a full-on agenda item or a work session topic that has all the necessary staff research and information going into it so that you can have an informed discussion. But we don't have to have this kind of clunky or awkward discussion of, well, was this a 3-vote thing or was it a 4-vote thing? It goes right from 3 votes to slated agenda item.
Can I comment to that?
Sure, and then Councilmember Matthews has a comment.
Well, the beauty of the current system is you only limit for the first, when it comes back to council, to staff time, I think it's 8 hours staff time. Where what you're suggesting is, okay, we'll go from 3 votes to a full-blown discussion, which might be 60 hours of staff time.
It very well could be, and it goes to the earlier discussion of how things get on the queue and when they get prepped for council and then how they find their way.
Can I add just a little bit to that? I think the other component to that is, while in the process that we have now, kind of this dedicating of 8 hours and that first step, I think staff is also struggling a bit with, in order to bring forward a meaningful conversation to get to that next step, it may take more than 8 hours just to have a quality presentation that comes to council that has all of the information and that can anticipate, those questions and things that might come from you as council. And so I think it's been hard for staff to navigate like that 8-hour amount of time because they don't want to bring forward a product either that doesn't waste your time, right? Because staff hasn't put into it what is necessary. So I think that that's where some of this elimination of that kind of second step, if you will, could be really helpful in one way to make sure that what we're bringing to you for consideration is a quality product.
Well, very briefly, because I know it's somebody else wants to talk. I'm open-minded about that second step. I think I'll leave that up to staff. But I feel very strongly about the 3 vote to get it to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely am very strongly supporting that it needs to be a municipal action. And the city manager brought up the example of the abortion proclamation, which was just a political statement. And I did the hand count on that, and that was like 3/4 of the emails and outcry that we had was against it. Yet we still move forward on it with the only outcome being more division in our city. And I wonder, why would we take on something that is so politicized? We have our personal feelings on that, but if it's not something that we can take action on that is directly related to city governance, I don't think has anything to do with a petition. And because we can't change the number of signatures required, we do have to find other ways to manage that. And staff time does equal taxpayer dollars. And I feel that it's our responsibility to be good stewards of our public funds. We don't have an open checkbook. We don't have an unlimited credit card. And so every action that we take, whether necessary or not, there's a price tag to that. So I think it's important to never lose sight of that. Does it concern policy? I'm not sure. I think that there's probably for and against arguments for that. Has it been previously addressed? I think that sometimes the landscape changes. And so even if an issue has been previously addressed, it might be now new, more relevant, but we could consider at least having that presented to council when a petition comes before us to alert us that it was previously addressed with what was presented in the outcome. And then to Jim's point, I'm not opposed to keeping it at 3 votes because, again, at that point in time, we're not getting a lot of information. We're just giving a head nod to there's enough validity in it that we want to hear the pros and cons and to move it forward. So I sway to Jim's side on that, but I just wanted to share my thoughts on those bullet points because before my first day sworn in, when I was at the League of Towns and Cities, and they had a panel discussion regarding this, and I put it in the chat, but I believe it was the Mesa mayor said that this can take up a whole lot of staff time and council time and time at the dais. And so they put in similar actions to at least narrow the scope of citizen petitions that came before them, because it can take up a whole lot of time. And again, 25 signatures to bring something that our time cost can be, hours upon hours, and taking us away from other things that are set on the agenda. So I'm very strong on it needs to be something that we can actually make a decision on that impacts city governance. And that's all I'll say for now.
Councilmember Harris.
I'm really sensitive to staff time because I think about that a lot. And I know that sometimes when I'm sending emails, people are responding to me, and I know it's way after the time they should be off work. So I'm really sensitive, to that and how much time people spend doing this job. I'm also wanting us to be really, really careful, because I'm very well aware of the situation that is 10, 12 years ago. And that is sometimes used to quiet voices that you don't want at the table, not you, so don't, the big you at the table. And so I think that we're going to need to be really careful, and we're going to need to kind of think this through so that we can ensure that what happened 10, 12 years ago, we're not getting ourselves in that situation where that could be a future goal. Because right now, I think we have pretty good council. I feel really good about who's here. I may not feel really good about the people who come after this council and their ability to be fair and to treat people with justice. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But just here, I'm real sensitive to staff time, and I don't ever want to do anything that will put more on their plate than needs to be.
Very good comments. Thank you all for that, and thank you for contributing to this. We're hearing some things that it certainly appears to have, be seeing consensus forming on that. And again, to restate what I did at the outset, the idea here is to get you thinking about some things and not necessarily looking in a specific direction. So I greatly appreciate your comments. Can we go on to the fair process?
I think we can.
Yeah, please. Mayor.
One thing, I'm interested in hearing what the council thinks regarding the municipal action. There have been, in the decade that I've been involved, from time to time, issues that are of monumental importance beyond Flagstaff. And so different councils have taken up different topics. And I'm willing to entertain this because I do see how it can take up a lot of time and it can be divisive. And I'm just kind of wondering what other council members think.
How much teeth does this have?
I'm sorry.
It's teeth.
Right now, these are just considerations. There is no teeth to this right now. We don't have any prior
charter.
No, this is a procedure, right? It's a council procedure.
Well, these things, we could change the rules on.
The only thing that we cannot change the rules on, as far as citizen petitions are concerned, is the 30 days in which you have to act upon it, and the 25 signatures. Correct.
So thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask those questions to get some clarity there. It's like nailing Jello to the wall, though, right? I mean, whatever we define as within the scope of a petition, I think petitioners are savvy enough to define the petition in a way that will be accepted. I mean, I don't want to spend too much time trying to put this in a box. Do you know what I mean? I'm not speaking very clearly right now.
But you are, Vice Mayor, and I don't know that we're suggesting that procedures be drawn and parameters be established here. This comes to the dais, and as you're rendering your decisions, these can be considerations to be had. Or it can be formalized, and that is what the mayor is asking of her colleagues, what are your thoughts on this? We're not coming here suggesting that it be formalized, but we are coming suggesting that it be a consideration in this process.
So Mayor, my response to your question would be, I think it's best to leave this to the group think. I think we're all going to come to each petition with our own lens. I think it's wonderful we're having this open discussion, this public discussion on how do we be good stewards of taxpayer dollars and staff time. It will help inform us in how we look at these things. But to try to create some parameters around it, excuse me. I'm not sure we need to go that route. I think we can discern between the 7 of us. If there's 4 people who really want to see something come forward, or 3 people who really want, and I agree, we should be protecting minority voice. That's the way I sort of look at it. We can figure. I trust my 6 colleagues up here, and maybe this is something that needs to be done every 2 years in order to maintain that level. This conversation should happen with each orientation or with each council. I hesitate to overthink this and get too prescriptive.
Very much. Thank you, Mayor, for that.
Kevin, and then Councilmember House.
Yeah, I would just say if you're going to keep this considerations, I have no comment. If you do go down that path of trying to build in some sort of restriction in the code, which you're not going to touch the charter right now, but I would assume it would be in the code section regarding petition. I'd be hesitant to sign off on that right now. Definitely talk to Sterling about that.
Oh, yes.
So I just say if you, where Vice Mayor Ashton was going was, are we just talking about considering these things or actually building something in as a restriction? If you want to go the latter, yeah, I think we'd have to discuss that a little bit more.
To be clear, these were put up here just as things to keep in mind as we are seeing an increase in these petitions and how they're being processed. Mayor, did I cut you off?
Yeah, I was just saying Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm in agreement on a lot of what Vice Mayor was just saying, and I appreciate the question coming forward from you, Mayor, on that topic in particular. I want to just acknowledge the viewpoint from Councilmember Matthews in terms of the challenge of addressing citizens' petitions that come forward that are not necessarily in terms of policy action or municipal. I do think that I am more in alignment with what Vice Mayor shared about not becoming overly prescriptive in this. But I would also just note that if that was our concern, I do think that our community is going to find another way to bring those sorts of things forward to us. And having any sort of restriction on that in terms of the citizen petition process does not prevent the topic from coming before us as council, whether it was introduced as a fair item by another council member or any number of other ways that some of these things might come up. So just throwing that into the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment that that when Vice Mayor was making his observations that came to my mind, if we keep the 3-vote requirement, and we don't limit the scope of what petition subject matter can be, then you go back to what the mayor, I believe I heard say earlier, that we don't want to be in a position to seem like we're not listening or hearing to our constituents. So if we don't have some guidelines in there, then we will continue to bring in more and more petitions, and then we are forced with maybe a harder decision to not move it forward, and then we're relaying that to the citizens who brought it to us that we don't care or we don't want to hear about their concerns. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that sometimes we have to look at the consequence of one way or the other, that if we don't put some restrictions in, then we're going to be back to square one, where we're having to either not move it forward and making our citizens feel like we don't want to listen to their concerns, or giving some of the restrictions that help kind of narrow the scope and narrow the subject matter of the petition. So I just wanted to bring that out there for now.
Councilmember Harris, then Vice Mayor.
Okay, our citizens are gonna bring stuff to us, all kinds of things. We can't control that. I think that we have to be brave enough to take a stand. We say, we're one of the 3 votes, or we're not one of the 3 votes. And I can't, nobody, anyone else, but I can't afford to worry about all 70,000 people in this community, whether or not they're going to like me because I did vote for it or I didn't vote for it. So when that petition comes forward, I know that there are going to be folks, if I don't vote for it, who are not going to like what I said or what I did. And I'm just going to have to live with that. And that's just, it's hard. Sitting on this dais is hard. And we make tough decisions every time we go up there. And we just have to live with that. But the reason that all of us ran for office is because we thought we could make a difference. And nobody told us it was going to be easy. Nobody told us that everybody was going to like and love us. In fact, I can remember telling some of us that everybody's not going to like you because of the decisions that you're going to make. And we have to be okay with that. Otherwise, this is never, ever going to work. Never.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, my thoughts go more back towards Councilmember Matthews' observation. I might think of it from a slightly different angle. And this is going to be up to each council. And it's going to be case by case. If we allow ourselves the discernment to trust the group wisdom on what moves forward and what doesn't, that will organically play out with each petition. But if we get into the pattern of sending the signal that it's a pretty high bar, we might start to see less citizen petitions coming through. So there's a feedback to this where we can have an influence and we can not control what the public does. But I think there's a potentiality for sending a message that the petition process with this council is a pretty high bar to meet, and you want to be very, you might start to see the tool used less. I think we were also eager to make sure these conversations went to the public, that we had the opposite starting to happen, where it was understood that the public had an easy way to get on the agenda, and we can sort of switch the signals there. But again, I'm not trying to organize a conspiracy around that. I want to end with what I started by saying, is that discernment process is going to be organic It's gonna be case by case. And we're gonna have to trust each other. We're gonna have to trust that the group comes out of that process. Some of these things deserve to come forward. Many of them will not meet that standard. It's gonna be a case by case basis, how we do that. But the public could start getting the message that it's a pretty high bar, and that will help the situation that we're in. And also, I just want to mention too that, when it comes to how these things come to the dais, I'll be the first to admit I have put forward fares in my role in my prerogative as a member of council on behalf of citizens. So citizens don't just have to come to the agenda through the petition process. It is well and good for citizens to be in touch with their council members who can, again, advocate for their causes, and at least see if there's an appetite for that conversation to move forward. So even if we do all of this, again, there's gonna be ways to reword a petition to make it fit, and there's gonna be other processes that the public can use to bring things before mayor and council regardless.
Thank you for a very thoughtful discussion. That brings us to the fair process, and there are so many parallels between the two. And you just kind of summarized that, Vice Mayor. So thank you. Stacey, if you can walk us through the mechanics, and then I might speak to the last bullet item.
Sure. So just as citizen petitions are a way for our citizens to bring forward future agenda items, the fair process is the mechanism by which council has that same ability. So fairs should be limited to possible policy formulation. I hate to just read from the slide, but it's just a great sentence. And not necessarily as a means of obtaining information or making a political statement. Or I think you could even add kind of some of that administrative realm as well, to some extent. We ask that those fair items be requested in that to from section of our agenda. That not only allows that kind of conversation and request to happen in an open meeting, but it gives us a way as staff to be able to really monitor what's being asked. And as far as that's concerned, that's how it gets there. Once we get the request in, we get it slated for a discussion, or actually not so much a discussion, but rather kind of a place on the agenda where council can then give us that head nod as to whether or not they want to have a larger discussion at a future time.
Thanks. And I want to touch on the last bullet item, which reads, the fair process is a good and thoughtful methodology. And even though we might suggest some refinements, they are nothing more than small refinements. But I want to briefly speak to how we feel that this is a good process. It's really a parallel, again, to the petition process, which is a creature of part of our charter. And of course, we respect that, and we respect the right of our citizens to petition their government to consider policy matters or other matters. And we will always have that underlying respect. Very similarly, the fair process is one by which you, as elected officials, can advance an item. I worked in a jurisdiction where, by the way, it's common to always see the manager have some vested authority with setting agendas. That's not unusual. It exists here. Without any methodology in place, what happens is the manager gets lobbied by council members to formulate an agenda and to get, specific items on the agenda, and it happens. So methodologies come about by which that is a little bit neutralized, if you will. And in another jurisdiction I worked with, we had a weekly agenda setting meeting and a rotation of council members. So every week, always the mayor at the table, but every week the council person would sit in and suggest things. Sometimes they would get on the agenda or not. There was a discussion. It wasn't the greatest approach. I like this approach. and others may, have a different viewpoint. But this is a little bit more democratic and I think is a little bit more transparent because this happens in the to-from discussion. So it all happens during the public meetings. And it works by and large. Again, we'll offer up some refinements, but I think personally, it's a good process and one that is needed because there is a great importance attributed to what is on the agenda. And you should never just rely upon your manager to get the agenda right. There's got to be more to it. It's bigger than one person.
So once we get the initial request, like I said, it gets placed on an agenda under that future agenda item request section. Right now, we seek the support of 3 council members to advance that particular topic to a larger discussion. We've made mention before, they're placed in a queue based on the order that they're received. There is a mechanism in place that if council wants to see an item advanced before others, that we can make that happen. I think what we've seen recently over the last couple of years is I think we as staff are able to determine what those items of high interest are. And there's been a few that we've just administratively said, we're going to get this out there sooner rather than later. I think pickleball is a great example of that. We just knew the sensitivity of the timing. And one of the other things that I try to do is do a periodic check-in with you guys, just to let you know what is on our queue right now. It gives you, I think, a sense of one, we haven't forgotten about things. Thank you, Greg. But it also can bring some attention to the workload that staff is also balancing with these pieces. You did expression there.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't either.
I'm trying to hit this cursor in a little circle and it's like way beyond mine.
There you go. So this is a snapshot of our current fair items. As you can see, we've got items on there that are dating back to last year. I mentioned this earlier, part of the process here is staff wants to make sure that they are bringing forward good information to you so that you can make a decision on these things. That does take time. And so again, it's trying to balance that time with our current work program with these particular items. But as you can see, we've got a fairly decent list here of things that are currently in the queue, if you will, and pending future discussion.
Yeah, if I could just talk about this again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try it for a while. I'm actually gonna go back really quick. I hope you guys had an opportunity just to kind of see that.
I see that it's missing one of my fairs.
Which one?
Do we have something in the queue about this revisiting the city logo?
Yep.
Yep. And as you can see, we've actually got that one scheduled to come back before you guys after the first of the year.
Wait a second. Did you switch that slide out on me?
No.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's all good. All good.
But again, I think it speaks to kind of how things can get lost in there. This is also an opportunity, frankly, if council kind of looks at this and is like, I don't know that is so much needed at this point, we can certainly take direction of council to pull that off of the queue. To do that would obviously require 4 of you to say, no, we don't want to talk about that anymore. I'm certainly not here today to necessarily have that conversation unless council wants to, but know that that's always there.
Greg said earlier that this isn't a method to seek additional information. This is for policy development. But what about those times? I know I've asked for fairs to get some more information to decide whether it's a policy course that we want to take.
Yes, a good question, and thank you, Mayor. And, we always can be directed or requested to provide a CCR, which is a staff report to council, doing just what you articulated, more information about a topic, but falling short of an action item. So there's other ways to do it, and then you're going to see in another slide if we figure out how to advance this. we always can administratively get something on the agenda. Now, going back to my previous comments, there needs to be safeguards in place. You don't want to just rely upon your manager to produce agendas. There has to be a thought process and some methodology going into that. But if there was a desire to get more information to be direct to your question, there's nothing inappropriate or out of place with just asking the manager either at the dais or in our weekly meetings, say, can I get some more information on this? Generally, if we get that request, we're going to send it to all of council because, it's of relevance to all of council. And there's a lot of things right now that are probably coming to mind on that topic. And we're working on those things, behind the scenes. We're working hard to get information together on, some land use conflicts occurring east of the city. Many other things on the table right now that don't quite equate to a fair or a citizen petition or a number of other things. But we hear from council, we'd like more information. We want to be informed of this so that when we do respond to our citizens, we know background. And staff's working hard to make sure that happens.
So then you're saying that the fair would be after a council member receives the information that they needed, and they feel like they want the council to talk about whether they want to enact a policy based on that information.
I think that's a very good scenario. Yeah. And there may be instances where that information is not needed, that council, a council person just wants to see something slated for action.
Did you have a question?
Well, a follow-up to a comment I just heard. I think it was Stacy that said, let's talk about the idea of there may be times where something on the fair list we don't want to do anymore. And I agree with that. But you said 4 votes to get it off. Well, the rule is it's 3 votes to put it on. So 1 week later, the other 4 will vote against it to overrule the 3 vote. So I would suggest to take it off. It should take 5 votes. And so that, because you can have a situation where 3 say put it on, these 4 next week say take it off. This week, well, let's put it back on, let's take it off. No, it should be 5 votes. If it's clear enough that we don't want to do it anymore, and I think there are cases that's true, it should take 5 votes to respect the 3 vote to put it on.
Well, can we launch into some considerations here? And thank you for your comment, council member. I'm not trying to discount it, just want to.
Yeah, this is discussion, so let's have.
Yeah, similar considerations as to the petition process. We would need the council to give consideration to the scope of what's being asked. Is it a municipal action? Is it something that staff is already working on? Sometimes that is, in fact, the case. Is it something that can be addressed administratively? And many times that is also the case. And again, it might be as simple as, can you get us information on this, or could you get this on a future agenda item? Councilmember Matthews, as one example, has a pending fair on having the 10-year housing plan included in our staff reports, as similar to what we do with our regional plan and carbon neutrality plan, as a reference. Checking to see, okay, is this particular topic or item advancing the 10-year housing plan? Well, we'll pursue that as a fair. It's coming your way. I'm hoping that by the time that happens, we already have it resolved, and we've already started those discussions internally. So there are times where there could be an administrative fix that could, dispense with the need for a fair item, and then we don't have to revisit the requisite number of 3 votes. We hear you loud and clear on that. Now, some suggestions to simplify the process. You've heard me characterize this at times as being a little bit clunky or rigid, but you also are hearing from us saying it's a good process. It's a methodology that should be left intact, but maybe with room for some revisions to simplify it. One is to allow some latitude in how the fair is framed. discussion. And I don't know that it's necessary when something is just broached in the to and from part of the agenda saying I want to advance a fair item concerning law. So we get that on a future agenda item. I think there should be latitude in how it's framed. And, you know, how you expressly state something at the very end of a long meeting should not serve to put up guardrails as to what you can talk about later on. I think there needs to be some latitude in how it's framed. We can consider adding phrases, you know, to the topic, that something to the effect of including any and all discussion items germane to this topic, or including discussion items that may be relevant to this topic. So we don't have to go through this, you know, brain damaging exercise of trying to articulate with perfect specificity what's going to be, what is the fair item about.
It's a comma.
Sorry?
It's a comma.
A comma. Yeah, we'll use a comma. And I know, and the attorneys will advise us, we need to stick to our agenda items. I'm not suggesting we at all not do that. But I think there are times with the fair process, especially because it's coming from council, we can't rewrite citizen petitions, but we can take a little bit of time and frame our council fair items to make sure we are encapsulating everything that wants to be talked about and addressed. That could really help simplify, because all too often we've seen it, rewrite fair items to get it right the second time. And I think there's a better way. And then back to what I mentioned earlier, our office can administratively advance items without the need for a fair item when it's appropriate to do so. And we're glad to do that. And again, it's efficient to do that. So those are suggested simplifications. Anything you want to add to that?
I think in terms of that first point, on kind of allowing latitude, I think what you might find is that staff massages, for lack of a better word, your request to make sure that it allows for a broader conversation. I think the other piece that we've seen in the past, and not so much with the citizen petitions, because like Greg said, we can't rewrite those. But with the fair items, I think from a council perspective too, when you're having kind of this conversation as to whether or not you want to advance an item, try not to be so prescriptive on what that language is exactly, and using that to perhaps deviate a bit. But I think we can be a little more broad in how we put it on the agenda, but I think that also gives you guys the permission to be a little bit more broad and, you know, moving away from, well, that's not exactly what your fair said, even though the conversation is a bit related. Does that make sense? Yes, I think.
Anything else on the fair process? Comments, thoughts?
Yeah, just real quick, just a distinction, perhaps exceptions to prove the rule. You can go back to the first slide about fair items.
There you go.
Yeah, fair should be limited to possible policy formation and not as a means of obtaining information or making a political statement. Just to be squirrely here, I'd like to point out a couple times when we have used fair to make political statements, and it was a very good thing to do. Our land acknowledgement is a political statement, full stop. And that was initiated through a fair process. It happened to be me. I think others could have just as easily have thought to do it. Issues that are very germane to the Flagstaff region, such as uranium mining, our tribal neighbors. I'm just pointing out that I don't think that a second bullet point is a slam dunk in terms of, you know, putting things in a box. Again, this is a discernment process that I think we will figure out case by case as we go through it. But I just wanted to point that out. There are several times which that it might not be worth us making a political statement. I think it does waste resources. It can create divisions that are unnecessary. And it's not really relevant to city business. There are other times when political statements are something that our community really wants to see happen. And they're just appropriate.
Yeah.
So, but again, that's between 7 of us to sort of.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Appreciate the comments. I would offer a slightly different perspective on the land acknowledgement. I don't know that I would view that as a political statement. To have a recital that is stated now, not just preceding every council meeting, but preceding every commission meeting and elsewhere, no differently than the Pledge of Allegiance or some of the other sacred procedures that we adhere to. I would counter and say it's a little bit more in a political statement at that point. It is a process that is a part of your meetings and your commission meetings that you want to see institutionalized. And, I can take it a step further and say that this council and the council directly before it put together the Indigenous Commission, has given great audience to the Indigenous circles of Flagstaff and has approved a future Indigenous community cultural center, and the list goes on. Just this last week, this week, time does get blurry. A celebration of Indigenous Peoples Day. All of these things are hugely important in this community, and so I tend to make a distinction there between that with that land acknowledgement as a political statement.
Fair enough.
Yeah, to things like uranium mining and the Bear Spears protection and a number of other things. I get it that, council may want to give public discussion or discourse to that and get people thinking about it. At the end of those discussions were letters, and sometimes resolutions to formalize that. And again, I'm making a distinction there as well. But, back to Bears Ears as an example, I believe that was a fair item, and I believe the fair was requesting the city take a position, which the city did, and then we authored a letter and sent that off, and everything was great. So maybe it doesn't fall neatly within the municipal scope, but back to your earlier comments, I think on a case-by-case basis, that's something for council to wrestle with.
Sorry to bring it up. I just wanted to be a stickler there. And I think everything you said totally makes sense, but I do stand by my characterization that our land acknowledgement is a declaration of values and it's a definition of terms. It's political by nature.
Okay.
Councilmember House.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you had called on me. I just want to kind of dip into that conversation that Vice Mayor and the city manager just had. It's kind of the root of my question is there maybe a need to further define what's meant by making a political statement? Because some of my concerns about that statement were similar to Vice Mayor's, just in terms of like the movement that we've made towards supporting the renaming of the peaks and things like that. I think they kind of bridge a gap or some blurry line between policy and political statement. So I think it might just be some general discomfort with that phrase, and not being able to clearly make the distinction between what falls into one more than the other, if that makes sense. So I think that what that second statement is aiming towards is definitely a good thing, and making sure that we're clear in what we're trying to do with fair items. I'm just wondering if maybe we need to dive a little deeper into the language there.
Right, and political statement kind of, to one person, it might not be a political statement, but to another person, it feels like a political statement. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, to follow up on the conversation from the last 5 minutes, It's sort of like we're trying to digitize the analog world. So my point is that it has to be made on a case by case. You can't say, yes, it's sad, or yes, it is. Case by case, decision made by council. My other point is, I don't think we have a process defined to take fairs off the list. If I'm wrong, please tell me.
We do. It
What
is
is
your council rules of procedure.
What's the rule?
It is that for vote to, I think Kevin can probably quicker than I can bring that up to talk about it.
Well, as I pointed out before, that's in conflict with it takes 3 votes to move it forward.
And that's certainly a conversation that we can have in the future, as those are your rules. And they're certainly able to be amended as the council would see fit.
So put that on your back of your mind list for the future, not for today.
Yeah.
No, you're the attorney, you should go first.
It's not written very, but I think it supports what you're saying. It says if 3 people can keep it on, it stays on. So essentially you do need 5 to, it's how I'm reading it.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
We should probably formalize that when we go over the rules and procedures in a couple of years from now.
It's in your rules of procedure. That's what I'm reading.
Oh,
Yeah. It's not written as clear as what you're saying, where you would need 5. It's written a little bit reverse, where it talks about people, you can take it off, but if 3 people object to it and say they want to keep it on, then it stays on. So essentially.
oh, okay. No, I'm happy with that. Good, thank you.
At least that's how I read it. So you can just agree.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add just a few more comments. I think that we definitely need to discuss more on how to define what a political statement is, because as Councilmember House had brought up the renaming of the peaks, that actually is an action item that if it moves forward, we would be implementing. And the land acknowledgement, as the city manager had mentioned, was something that we implemented and utilize at every meeting. And so, but I think there's still some vagueness, but I think that just those 2 examples show that some people may have thought they were political statements, but because the end result will end up in an action item that we actually can implement into the city. I think that's where a defining definition will be, but I look forward to a more robust conversation about if we want to put that in, what that looks like, and have a better definition of what is a political statement and what is something that may be political in nature, but it's something that we can actually take action on. So I just wanted to add those 2 cents in.
Thank you.
I know about 15 minutes sound good for.
I think we're right on.
Yeah, thank you. I think maybe what we're talking about are non-binding resolutions that have no further actionable deliverable to them. Just a thought.
And thank you. And again, thank you for a thoughtful discussion. And at the risk of restating things, this was to provoke thought and bring about discussion and not necessarily to direct outcomes. Yeah. So, Mayor, may I shift gears to the last agenda item?
Please do.
Something I think that's a little bit, well, it's been an array of very good topics today, but this is another good one, and one that we're happy to bring to you. The City Council Initiative Fund. This has been put into place for a few years now, and has not been used a lot. The fund, I believe, is $25,000 a year. Does not have parameters, does not have criteria. We, of course, would always have to follow procurement on matters that, trigger thresholds, or where thresholds are triggered. And we also have to always be in accordance with our budget. So in that vein, the council initiative fund is budgeted every year, but it's not appropriated to anything. It's just there to utilize on a as needed basis. The purpose is to enable council's expenditure of funds for items not necessarily anticipated during the budget process. That can run the whole gamut of possibilities. It would certainly require council action to see an expenditure. So it's not an individualized fund, it's a council fund. So generally it hasn't been used and it's not a thing that rolls over. So if it's not used, the money goes back into the general fund. And again, no parameters. Recent examples of expenditures include the movies on the square, which I think was very well received. And you have some other examples. Yeah, the list goes on. These are outstanding requests. Adopt a Planet at the Lowell Observatory. The Sister City sponsorship. This was at the dais recently. You may recall that discussion. I think Regina Salas advanced this idea. The Youth Poet Laureate has also been
contributed. Well, we contributed to it last year.
Okay.
I think we have, a request for this year, just not.
Okay. But there is a request.
Yes.
So we don't have, I think these items with council's nod of the head, we can slate those for formal action. It can be a consent item or something on a future agenda. But we thought, some quick discussion of this. We're kind of running near the end of our time. And then we have some suggestions going forward.
Well, I'd like to know a little bit more about what Adopt a Planet would be.
Yes.
And Sisters City sponsorship. What is that? I mean, what does it mean? I mean, what are we getting for the 3,500 or the 10,000? And how much is the Youth Poet Laureate? I mean, I need a little bit more information, or would appreciate a little bit more information.
And that's what we're going to do now, right?
We could have a little more discussion of it now.
Yeah.
So, well, I wanted to talk procedurally.
Please.
I don't know that, let me rephrase that. Should we be considering requests that come from outside of council? I kind of feel that this fund should be relegated to requests that come from council members themselves. Otherwise, this list is going to get a mile long really quick. And it may be the case that this kind of request, as I've mentioned before, comes through a citizen to a council member, but that's still a bit more of a process and procedure than someone using public comment period. However worthy and meritorious the request is, to just have that populate our debate or discussion on the topic.
Is there anyone who disagrees with that?
I totally agree.
Okay, then that helps with this because I think at this point, with these items, we will wait for a council member if there is desire to suggest it.
The
And-
council members have already suggested.
First one was stated at the dais, if I remember correctly.
And I'm hazy on
By the mayor,
I don't know.
several weeks ago.
So we want to get into what it is, right? That, so I think a majority of council took a tour of Lowell's new Discovery Center. And in the children's area, they're going to have scaled replicas of all the planets. And they are offering sponsorship opportunities for anyone to sponsor. And we just kind of chatted about, would we want to sponsor a planet? And the planet we talked about was Earth, and that's the cost of sponsoring Earth.
How long will we sponsor it for, and what do we get?
Oh, it would be,
Our sponsors.
it would be forever, and it would just say sponsored by Flagstaff City Council.
Earth, sponsored by Flagstaff City Council.
So it'd be an ongoing, it would be just like the Flagstaff City Council was supporting Lowell in their activities, their children's activities at their discoveries.
And do kids get in free, or do they have to pay? It is.
It's like getting a plaque on a chair or.
I know that, but I'm asking another question. So how are kids gonna see that the Flagstaff City Council has sponsored Planet Earth? Do they have to pay to get into the exhibit to see it? Is what I'm asking.
Do they pay to get in now? I mean, I think it's different. There are, I know they definitely have free evenings where the community can come and view through the telescopes. I'm trying to think if they have paid. Yeah, I guess there is an entrance fee.
My guess is too, there's probably field trips that occur up there through the school.
Right.
But
I'd like to know a little bit more about the $10,000 and who's gonna have access to see that sponsorship. Those are the things that are important to me. Anybody could walk downtown and see the movie on the square. I want to know, can anybody walk into Lowell and see the Planet Earth sponsored by City Council? That's all I'm asking.
Stacy Fobar says children age 5 to 17 are $17 for admission, and 4 and under are free. And then Heidi says they'll be creating plaques when you sponsor. Yes.
I understand from the chat here that Discover Flagstaff is already sponsoring the plan. And Discover Flagstaff is part of Flagstaff. So in effect, they're asking us to double dip.
Oh, yeah, Earth isn't taken because they're holding it for us. Okay, I didn't know that. I don't know if it matters to us. Maybe it does.
Well, in effect,
So it does.
well, I mean, we could, but the point is, the city's already doing this. Now they're asking us to do it again.
They're listening.
A year.
Yeah, so it's the members that were there are asking.
And then as far as sister cities and youth poet laureate, are those been proposed by a council member?
Yes, well,
No.
Sister Cities wasn't, although Councilmember House shared that she supported it at the Davis. Youth Poet Laureate, this is through the book festival, which we're still trying to get a meeting with them to talk about how the Youth Poet Laureate is what the process is to become one. I would like to see council support the Youth Poet Laureate, like that be a part of council ongoing. And of course, that's up to council. And I also have one other one that's not on here.
Quick question.
Yeah,
How much money is available in this fund? What's your other idea?
I thought it was 20, but you said 25. So maybe it's 50.
It might take me a minute, but I can find out.
Okay, and then the other thing is the National Institute for Law and Justice. So it's this nonprofit that local residents are involved in. Janeda Benally and Scott and Kirsten Hathcock are involved, and it's regarding missing and murdered people, which includes Indigenous women and just Indigenous people in general. There are retired detectives that are donating their time to open up cold cases to help families get some closure. And they're doing a fundraiser, which is a walk. And there's way more to be decided about that. But Rose and I met with them, talking to them about their work. And I wanted to ask whether council wanted to sponsor one time this fundraiser.
How much?
Oh,
What?
Oh.
Dogs go.
No, it's not you're off the agenda. It's just, this is a discussion item. It's not, nothing here at this meeting is slated for action. So I was just wondering, maybe that's where Greg is going here is maybe you need to talk about the process for these types of requests. But I'd figure out that process, but I don't think it's appropriate to start asking for a vote on whether or not to fund any certain. Okay, just want to make sure. I know where you're going. Okay, perfect.
No, because we have to do that at the dais.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is kind of.
Yeah, we wanted to just try to identify outstanding requests. That's unclear to us because, but we are getting a little direction that it needs to be advanced by a council person. That makes sense. But I think to the ones you see here added to what you just mentioned, Mayor, I mean, these are all candidate projects that we could advance to council. Would you like to see those be placed on an agenda item for discussion?
Or budget retreat.
Well, we're just, we're here talking about process and kind of giving you an update on these things, but not rendering decisions or outcomes as to what gets funded.
Okay, so let me read some comments that have come in. Heidi said, "Gotcha, Mayor. If they're holding Earth, I think you should take it." To clarify, while the Sister Cities item was spoken of in public comment, I spoke from the dais that I was requesting council support to move it forward. So that's essentially, I guess, like Councilmember House bringing it forward. And Councilmember Matthews says, "I think it would be helpful for the council members who were not on the tour for them to see pictures of what we are suggesting." Yes. Then Kevin chimed in like, "Shush, where are you guys going?" And then Councilmember Matthews says, "Plus it doesn't accumulate year after year. If we don't use it, we lose it, correct?" Yes. Council initiative budget is 25,000. And Councilmember Matthews says, "I'm in support," and this is just that she wants to hear more, and she wants you all to hear more about the amazing work of the nonprofit.
Okay.
And Heidi says, "To be more clear on the Lowell sponsorship, ours will be sponsored by Discover Flagstaff and use that logo. When you sponsor, it will have the City of Flagstaff logo."
What's the last bullet about procurement?
Well, I'd like to get into that and then maybe wrap it up. We will get these items, we'll get the information being sought and get these back on the agenda in the very near future. Going forward, I think the general question is, are you okay with the fund? This is a check-in. Are there things you want to see changed? I would advocate, as I did when we formed this thing, to keep it loose without parameters. It takes council action, and we established one parameter today, which is good, that it needs to derive from a council person. Would you like to see the fund aggregated over time? We would suggest if that's the case, there'd be some sort of ceiling, and that should probably match procurement. Right now, for council, if it exceeds a threshold of $50,000, it comes to council for formal action. So that could just be a basis of, let the fund accumulate, but no more than $50,000. We have a charter amendment proposed to see that go to 100,000. So maybe it tracks with whatever the outcome of that is, if there's a desire to see it aggregate from one year to the next. Or we can keep it as is, which is kind of a use it or lose it.
We're not making those decisions now.
I'm looking for a little direction on that,
So either way, roll over or we never lose it.
From an accounting standpoint, is there a big distinction?
Oh, that's not a question I could answer, but we could have Rick or Randy's.
Accounting.
Yeah, accounting.
Like, does it create additional work?
Yes.
If Rick Hatter was here, he could help answer that. I know I just think.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Well, when we get into delivering funds to an agency, we usually want to have some type of contract or scope of work with these types of procurements. But these levels of funding don't necessarily have a formal procurement requirement. Under 25,000, as we adopted, we can direct select. We just want to make sure we have the documentation in place for these.
And is there a difference in terms of amount of work needed if the funds carry over from year to year?
As far as carryovers go, that's a budget process. And if that's the direction we want to go, probably at the April retreat, if you do not see spending those funds this year, you could request to carry them over to the following year. We don't normally carry these items forward, but it doesn't mean we can't make that exception if council requests that.
But does it create additional work for you all?
It's a small amount of work.
Okay.
It's immaterial. We can do it.
Yep.
So we can have this on an agenda where we state our parameters for the funds and then also have information about all the projects and decide whether we want to decide then or move it forward because we need more information, whatever.
We can do that, and we will do that. We'll do it prior to April. Over the last couple of years, there's been a little bit of a last-minute scramble to.
Yes. That's what I was hoping.
And we're trying to avoid that. Yeah. I think enough time attributed to this. Judy, I apologize. I took us over. It wasn't Stacy's fault. Mine. But thank you for the discussion on that, and thanks for giving us some directions.
We have a lot of time.
Sorry.
We have a lot of time.
Well, as we switch gears, this is for public comment and public participation.
Check, but I don't think we have any public comment.
Yeah.
No,
Not there.
great, nothing.
Great. Well, we'll just want to move it into a wrap up. Greg, did you have any wrapping up thoughts or shall I move us into a wrap up for today's meeting?
Please do.
Okay, I sure will. Well, thank you, council, all for showing up and being willing to engage and go through so much of the information. Thank you to everybody who was up today, sharing their areas of expertise as well. So I always like to finish a session with a little reflection and then maybe a commitment to action. So as we move in that direction, I want to invite you first to that moment of reflection. What was a big wow from today?
I like the cookies.
The cookies, yes. Like we talked about oatmeal, raisin, chocolate chip, peanut butter, all of them.
Yeah, I think that was.
Well, any other big wows, any light bulbs you had about the city or high performing governance, the priority-based budgeting, water rates? Yeah, feel free to look through your notes. Good. That's the best way to go. Yeah, just cruise through there, see what came up for you.
Well, it was nice to go from the stressful discussion of water rates to our successes. You know, it's always nice to reflect on things you've gotten done.
Yeah.
When you're faced with what needs to be done.
I will add the parameter there was since our last budget retreat, which I heard was June. So it wasn't a very long stretch. I think if we open that up to this council, since it began last December, the list would be a lot longer.
All right, yeah, you expand the time frame, you would get more successes up on the board. Yeah, any big like ahas or wows?
Councilmember House has
Oh,
posted.
excellent. Considering how to best balance inquiry and advocacy. Good food for thought. Yeah, and I can tell that this council really is serious about the inquiry. I think you guys are so into it, you don't even notice that you're doing it as part of your foundation.
Water Commission, so I'm being informed, but just seeing all the graphs and hearing it again, a lot of food for thought.
Oh, yes, food for thought. Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm looking at her, looking at me.
I always appreciate being able to have discussions with the council in a more informal setting where we can really explore some ideas. This is in council meetings where we try to keep everything really condensed and informal.
Nice little exploration. Good. Well, with this one, I want to ask you to turn to your neighbor, get in a small group. Maybe our virtual participants can chat back and forth. But think about an action you might want to take or commit to or try out as a result of some of the content from today, something you want to explore a little further. So talk this one out with a small group. I see a big, I don't know, but as you talk it out, maybe you'll hear some good ideas or something will come to mind.
You know, is such council is going to need to be really. Yeah.
Explore further.
Like exercise like a little more saying just saying here's Teen and I don't
And so is anything coming up?
Yes, and it's so all that love is, yeah, I don't agree.
Well, I
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what.
I do want
Why?
That's nice. Well, I love, you know, I think.
A quiet place? Yeah. So we can try or dig into or take it as a community. Yeah. Right. Well, I'm glad this is such an engaging conversation about what some of those takeaways might be. Where you might be getting to action, additional curiosity. It sounds like you guys had a good conclusion. So are you willing to share with the whole group what your conclusion was? Yeah.
Well, we talked about the water rates, and how council is going to have to be part of the outreach effort, because this is going to involve a really big community discussion. So staff, let us help if we can be helpful.
Just on some of the videos. Yeah.
Hi, I drink water.
You drink water out of the faucet, or do you drink it out of the bottle?
Faucet. This is Flagstaff.
Wow. Okay. Get the video crew in here. You're going to be engaged in the outreach with the water race. Take it back.
I have a sticker I got from the water department a few years ago. It says, take back the tap. In other words, use water, don't like buying bottled water. This water is pretty good.
How about you guys? What was action items for you?
I don't think each other.
No, let's wrap it up with just reflection and commitment.
Oh, go ahead.
So to dive deeper into the topics, I can be a perfectionist. And at times, I feel like I don't have the time, but I would like to.
Councilmember Sweet wants to dive deeper. Really get in there.
Sure.
How about over here? Would you guys come up with anything if you wanted to?
Oh, explore the fund, the $25,000
Okay.
thing.
Okay. Explore more exploration on the $25,000 fund. Excellent. How about Councilmembers House and Matthews? Anything to unmute for or put in the chat?
I think my thing is just really taking more time to understand some of the different processes. So the FAIR process, and being more mindful with the citizen petition process, and being part of better explaining that or supporting what we're trying to do with that among the citizens that come to us and ask about that. I think one of the things that I've kind of made a mistake on in the past and that I can fully admit to is encouraging folks to submit a citizen's petition on something that maybe should have just been a further conversation among us. So yeah, just figuring some of those things out and being more mindful in that.
All right, figuring those things out and being more mindful in that. Well, thank you all also for sharing something out loud from your groups because you've heard each other now. So you can help support each other as you move in that direction. Digging deeper, getting into the council fund, working on the fair and the petitions, working on this outreach for the water rates. So thank you all so much for participating in the retreat, keeping an open mind, willing to listen and learn.
We lost.
Yeah, we did.
Been a good morning. Mayor, before we turn it back to you for adjournment, this was our first day with Judy, and she just nailed it. And thank you so much for helping us out. Yeah. You, Mayor.
We're adjourned.